All right, friends. I think we're live on both of our YouTube streams. We should be live on TikTok here in a moment. I think TikTok's up and running. Bada bing, bada boom. And I was reminded of the Minar crash out video. For those who haven't seen the Minar crash out video, you really want to see that one. And I have to go back and start clipping some sounds from that video. I got one of them at least. Those who remember the Minar crash out, you'll remember at least this gem of a quote.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
Hopefully you can hear that. The audio is a little bit quiet. I might have to crank up the audio for the sound effect. We'll have to wait and see. But yeah, we got to start extracting some sound clips from some of our most famous debates, maybe from Hadassah as well. I think Hadassah would make for some good sound clips. But welcome in, everybody. It's Wednesday night. It's hump day. We're almost through the hump day. It's great to see everyone. Really appreciate y'all being here. It should be a lot of fun. We're doing the standard, but that was too quiet. Okay, not a problem. I can bump up the audio on that and make it a little bit louder for next run. But anyways, hey, should be a lot of fun. If you're watching, you can join using the link on the screen, tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, the best way to join is to use the guest request button. I can take guests on any of the platforms. While we're waiting for some guests to load up, let's grab a couple super chats. Tess, good to see you, says, is your foot healed from the horizontal wood pierce? It is indeed. It's completely healed. I used my Messiah magic, and we're good to go. No problem. And I am up to date at my tetanus shot, for anyone wondering. The Viking Chef, great to see you, my friend. I super appreciate the 10-pound super chat. Says, from what I remember, Michael Douglas was the original Simply Wet for Sharon. Basic Instinct is documented proof. Agreed. Does that mean Doug has a daddy? Also, shout out to Dr. Dave. Well, I don't know if that means Doug has a daddy. It just means that there are typological prophecies all around us. Another typological prophecy, obviously, is the middle name of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. His actual middle name is Douglas. Dwayne Douglas Johnson, The Rock. So, I mean, it's all around us, friends. The evidence is right there for you to see. Minutemen, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Says, hey, the band is Christ on a Crutch, and the song is Christians Crack Dire. That sounds amazing, by the way. Wednesdays mean we praise Sharon Stone and Doug. P.S. Fuck the patriarchy. Couldn't agree more. And we'll have to check out that song and get it added to our list. Good to see you, Minutemen. And Dark Soul says, I like your content, what you do, although it's starting to feel stale with nobody making good arguments. I was hoping you talk with more knowledgeable people and have interesting dialogue. Well, I mean, sometimes I get some interesting people to talk to. It's kind of hard. I can't control the guests that request up. That being said, it's one of the reasons why occasionally I'll do side topics rather than, God isn't real. I can certainly do more side topics to keep kind of force the conversation into new territory. The only problem is, you got to make sure when you're doing an off topic, it's got to be a big enough topic that you can fill like a 5-hour stream with it. So, but anyways, we'll do some more new content for you, Dark Soul. And Nano from over there, thank you for the super chat, says, nerd alert. I'm building a Bible reading app, interesting, but my unit tests keep failing. I mark them as spiritually true, yet they still won't pass. That's the funny thing about that. Yeah, when you're evaluating operators in software, they don't care so much about spiritual fulfillments. Oh boy, that was a good one, Nano. And author Jack says, I am prophesying a watchmaker argument tonight in the name of Vertical Doug. Listen, that I believe author is going to come true. We're going to get a watchmaker argument for sure. We're going to get a look at the trees for sure. We're going to get an argument from incredulity for sure. And I'm sure we'll get at least one crash out. It seems to be the case. Captain Hammer, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I fell and hit my head on a rock. Sorry to hear that. A vision of Doug appeared to me and asked me why I was persecuting the horizontal stream. That's a good question. Now I know the Hey, The horse is the way, the truth, and the life. Listen, both streams. We should not be persecuting anybody from any stream. There should be no schism among our ranks. We are all on the same team, friends. And yes, it says, can I debunk Isaiah 7:14? Well, just watch it. I debunk Isaiah 7:14 almost literally every single time I go live. So just hang in there. You'll see it. Also, I got videos on my channel on the topic too. It doesn't say virgin, which is the first problem. Second problem, the child has to be born during the reign of King Ahaz, because the prophecy is about a child that's already conceived and is going to be a time scale for when Ahaz's enemies are going to be wiped out, which obviously would only work if it lived during his lifetime. We got, I think, 3 guests loaded up. Let me grab just a couple more super chats. Make sure we got a queue building, and then we'll get going. Adam Brown says, there's an old debate where you randomly and for absolutely no reason hit the John Cena sound on the board. I often think about it a lot and chuckle, and that would be... His name is John Cena! Just for you, Adam. Just for you. I got that. I got it on load, ready to go all the time. Bino says, my cats have received several awards for their bins quarters. It's a series of catastrophes. I love the joke, but I have to tell you, I don't know what a bins quarters is. That might, it says it's a Canadian super chat. Is that a Canadian slang term? Do Canadians have slang? I'm confused. I mean, other than a boot and sorry, or like sometimes they'll use like the Queen's English, but interesting. I'll have to look up bins quarters. Kyle K, great to see you, friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, is there a difference between the moral law and other laws? Nope. I tried to cook a Christian on it, but he said there are different, but I felt like he didn't really give me a good enough answer. No, there's not a single word of the Hebrew Bible that separates the moral law from the rest of the law. In fact, Jesus himself, Matthew 5:17-19, said to follow all of the law. So Jesus says to follow the law. Yahweh says to follow the law forever. Take them to Deuteronomy 30, verses 6-9 as well. The law that's going to be practiced forever is in fact the entirety of the book of Deuteronomy, according to Deuteronomy 30. It's just me, says, still in remission. Great. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Still so happy for my doctor's care. Praise Doug. Rock out for Doug. LLTTF. Living life to the fullest. Thank you. I really appreciate that. It's just me. And listen, we're here. We got your back, friend. We want nothing but the best for you. Live your life to the fullest. Live the shit out of every day. And Markham says, horrors for life. Good to see another whore in the building, Markham. Welcome in. And Gates of Delirium's with us tonight. Great to see you, friend. Says, recovering from mild surgery this morning, so I'll get to enjoy today's live on good painkillers. I don't think any of these arguments would be more convincing on opioids. Well, they won't, Gates of Delirium. And isn't it fitting that today, as you're watching, the substances that you're on match your name? So it should be a lot of fun. I really appreciate the $20 super chat, my friend, and hope you enjoy the show. Last one for now from our friend Michael Howard. Says, here are some offerings to Doug for a Christmas. He can't wait to see some barbecue. Hat can't wait? We can't wait? Well, listen, I assume you can't wait, Michael. So we're going to get we're going to get the first guest in right now. Thank you for the super chat, my friend. All right, it looks like it's going to be Steven and then Fleece from the YouTube queue. And then after that, we'll grab Toe Muncher. Although, I'm pretty sure we talked to Toe Muncher just recently. I'm pretty sure we did. I could be wrong. Maybe it was unapologetic rather than here. It's hard to remember sometimes. Steven, welcome in. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Hello. Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm 23. I'm going to be 24 soon, which is not fun. And yeah, well, I would tell you, what's your name? Sorry, your first name?
My name is Justin.
Justin. Well, I would tell you that I've been saved, let's say quotation marks, for 5 years this month or last month. But I would say that
like the answer is yes.
Yes, but I think this past couple of weeks, I think maybe I've started possibly maybe a journey of deconstruction. I don't know.
Hell yeah.
I was an atheist until I was 16. I grew up in an atheist house, and then I moved actually. Sorry about my accent, by the way. I can't
Oh,
help
your
it.
accent's great.
I'm from Scotland. Yeah, I moved to. I ran away from home and I moved to Ireland, and then uh, met a Christian family and started going to church. And then 2 years after that, um, I like say became a Christian or got saved or whichever. And the past 5 years, I've been really involved in church, having a speaking role in church and doing children's camps and the whole the whole shebang. Um, but I think just the past couple of weeks, maybe the past 2 or 3 months, I've been maybe thinking more about it again, and I think I think a part of me thinks that I became a Christian maybe more because I was lacking community,
Mm-hmm.
and I was persuaded by um, prophecy fulfillment. That was the thing that got me saved
Oh
initially.
boy,
That's what I was
that's
thinking. No,
that's not good, Stephen.
sorry, Justin. But like, as I said, I was an atheist until I was 16. I was very academic, so I was going to university or college when I was 16, and then I ran away from home and stuff. But so see, whenever I was thinking about Christianity, I
so
remember. Mhm.
so why are you still in it?
Well, because I think at the moment I'm still. I think at the moment I don't have a better alternative, and I think
What do you mean by
so.
better alternative?
I think there was a moment right 5 years ago where I remember this. I was in my mum and dad's house visiting, and I had uh, Daniel 9 and Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53 and things laid out in front of me, and then I also had what I was doing my physics mind, which was 13.8 billion years ago, singularity, hot hydrogen and helium clumping together, stars, and blah, blah. And then evolution things. And there's a lot of gaps,
Right? So,
obviously.
Stephen, I guess I didn't hear an answer to my question. Why do you need an
Yeah.
alternative?
Um, it's scary not having an alternative.
Oh, well, I
Yeah.
mean that doesn't mean
It's
anything as to whether or not it's true, right?
yeah. Well, yeah, it would be a fallacy to say this is the thing that I have the most evidence for, therefore I know that it's true. It's it's that I'm not comfortable with the thought of not knowing. Because, when I think,
Okay.
right, I'm about to be 24 years old. And to think like I'm conscious,
Mm-hmm.
25 years ago I didn't exist, and then now I do exist and I'm here. And I suppose you just kind of think there has to be a better answer than just like, I don't know,
Wow.
if that makes sense. I don't know. It's it's just a scary thought, I think, for me to let go of.
It certainly
Uh,
is scary. Like
you know
the
that there's an
idea that like we once won't exist in the same way that we once didn't exist is certainly scary. But the reality is, once I no longer exist, I'm not going to give a shit about that.
yeah. I think there's an intellectual pride in having an answer. Um, but in any case, what I would say to you, Justin, right, is if we think about that moment 5 years ago, because I did try and make the decision quite um, intellectually, anyway, which is um, right. I'm not interested in prophecies like, in Zechariah, Jesus, that some person's going to come into Jerusalem on a donkey, because I don't really, I kind of think it doesn't really matter if Jesus fulfilled that or not, or it's very easy to just write that he did, but
Well,
I was trying to
unfortunately,
think,
he didn't, which is the
yeah,
problem.
okay. Well, I was trying to think at the time of prophecies that would have been harder to
Hmm.
retroactively fit in. And so like if you think about Psalm 20. Right, I'm gonna say some. I'm gonna say a wee argument for Psalm 22, and you're probably gonna have all the answers to it, but it'll
Yeah.
maybe help you understand where my mind was and maybe still is. Um,
Well, how about I just kind of fast forward and tell you why Psalm 22 doesn't work?
okay.
So the first problem is that Psalm 22 is not a prophecy. Like you
Hmm.
can't just open a book and find any words in a book that sound vaguely familiar to something else and be like, "Oh my God, it's a
Yeah.
prophecy." That's not how prophecy works.
Hmm.
So, but that is, I mean, most of the prophecies, supposed prophecies that are attributed to Jesus are exactly that. They're just random, out of context
Yeah.
quotations. They're not actually prophecies. The other
Hmm.
problem is that Psalm 22 doesn't say anything about a crucifixion. It doesn't say anything about anybody being pierced. And it's
Hmm.
clearly a first person lament of King David.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
what
And
does
so
that have to do with Jesus?
I suppose people would have told me, that there's an immediate context. There's some prophecy or no things in the Bible where you read them, they have an immediate context. They like immediately relate to David, but that it's also acts as a prophecy. But I suppose it does seem a bit sort of
You wouldn't
loose.
accept that in the Quran, right? If I opened the Quran and
Hmm.
I just started randomly quoting verses from the Quran, I said, "Oh, these are about me." Right? Because they sound vaguely familiar to my life. You wouldn't say that I'm the Messiah or that the
No,
Quran was predicting me, would you?
no,
Right. And you
no,
wouldn't say the same thing for the Hebrew Bible. If I open the Hebrew Bible and I show you all kinds of passages that sound very familiar to my life, you're not going to
mm,
say, well, then it must be a prophecy about you, right?
yeah,
So the the prophecies about Jesus, you would only really apply them to you to Jesus if you're willing to like do a whole bunch of special pleading. Like we
yeah,
accept this bad hermeneutic for Jesus, but we won't accept it for anybody else. But that's like
hmm,
putting the cart before the horse.
yeah, yeah. Um, well, I suppose Psalm 22 has. Well, yeah, I remember I joined one of your. I've been on maybe two live streams before, but just for 10, 15 minutes, just to just because you popped up on my feed. And I remember that there was like, a prophecy someone had, and then you're like, but 5 verses earlier it says that this person's a sinner, and so then
Yeah.
it then becomes about Jesus, and so I get that. I suppose there's some things in Psalm 22 when you think about. It's been a while actually since I've read it, but um, about does it not say that his hands and feet have been pierced?
No, it doesn't say that. No, the word pierced, dakar in Hebrew, doesn't show up in the passage.
Is it
The
commonly like it is pierced
the
in
best the best
English?
Hebrew manuscript we have says like a lion, which is
Hmm.
ka'ri, and the Jews have stuck to that for a long time. In fact, even in the Talmud,
Hmm.
in the Aramaic portions, it says ka'ri like a lion. So we know it's very very old tradition for that passage to say like a lion. And there's two other times lions show up in that passage, so it's not like it doesn't fit the context. The problem is we have one manuscript, a really archaic manuscript from the Dead Sea that has a misspelled word in it, and people don't know what the misspelled word was originally. It could have been ka'ari, and then the last letter gets elongated by accident, which was very common, and it goes from ka'ari to ka'aru. The problem is ka'aru isn't a word. So the question you have to ask yourself then is, well, if ka'aru isn't a word, then what word could it have been? And there are some people who will say, well, it could have been kara conjugated as they dug, but they dug will never mean they pierced.
Here, Justin, can you still hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I I went to open my Bible app to look at Psalm 22, and it cut you off. It like stopped your audio. Um. Okay. Well, essentially, right. I got to a point 5 years ago where I had Psalm 22, Isaiah 53, and Daniel 9, and I had many other things. And on the other hand, and so I had all of. I understand what you're saying.
Right, but none of
I
those are
wasn't really
about
maybe
Jesus.
considering. Yeah, I
That's the
can understand that.
problem.
But
Is
at the
Daniel 9
time,
talks about two different anointed figures that show up hundreds of years before Jesus.
mm,
So in Daniel 9, keep in mind, it doesn't say the Messiah. or even
Yeah.
doesn't even say the anointed one. There's an anointed one that shows up
Mm.
after 7 weeks. And
Yeah.
then after a period of 62 weeks, there's another anointed one that shows up. They're separated by quite a distance.
Hmm. Well, I heard a man from my local church preaching on Daniel 9 quite recently. And I did think, like, at the time, whenever I became a Christian, I did kind of think, well, that's amazing. If you add up I think it's from the time when they started building the temple, the second one,
No,
until, no.
no. The,
What,
the time starts from 605 BCE. And the
mm-hmm,
reason why Christians don't know this is because they don't know their history and they haven't read all of Daniel. So
mm-hmm,
in Daniel, all right, he's sitting in about 522, according to the narrative. But in
mm-hmm,
real life, Daniel didn't exist. But according to the narrative, there's a guy claiming to be Daniel in about 522. So just after Cyrus's release of the captives,
mm-hmm,
after Yahweh said they'd return and be restored after 70 years in Jeremiah 25 and
yeah,
29. And he's looking around and saying, hey, how come God's promises haven't come true? That's verses 1, 2, and 3 of
mm-hmm,
chapter 9. And he's reading the law of Moses and he has like an epiphany. He's like, oh, well, of course. The reason why we're still in this clusterfuck is because we have been punished. Our sins have been multiplied by 7.
mm-hmm,
So that's Leviticus 26 and Deuteronomy 28. So what he figures out is, okay, well, our 70 years isn't actually 70 years, it's 490 years. But
mm-hmm,
if that's the case, if the time of the Jews' punishment is now
mm-hmm.
490 years, it's 490 from the year 605. That's when they
Okay,
went into
yeah,
captivity. Now I understand that there's when you go down to like verse 24 or 25, we get the prophecy of the time period, and I'll put it on the board for you.
yeah, yeah, please, because I actually can't uh,
I got
get the
it.
Bible on my phone for.
It says
Yeah.
70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish the transgression, to put an end to sin, to atone for iniquity, to bring everlasting righteousness, to seal both vision and prophet, to anoint a most holy place. Now, I'm sorry, not now. Know, therefore, and understand. From the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem until the time of anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks.
Yeah,
So
but
this,
see that when the
oh,
word came out, is that not like either Darius or Cyrus's decree?
no, it's not. It's the prophecy of Jeremiah. If
Okay.
you if you look just a few verses prior, when the angel first comes and talks to
Daniel, yeah.
Daniel, it says, at the beginning of your supplications, a word went out.
Mm-hmm.
It's the identical phrase. A
Yeah.
word went out, and I have come to declare it. So, oh, the word going out is a word from the Lord. It's a prophecy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Right.
there's no reason to go into here and they say, okay, a word went out. Well, that must be a decree of somebody to rebuild
Right. Okay.
Jerusalem.
Yeah. Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. That makes
Yeah,
sense.
right. So
Yeah. But
when
my understanding was that, like, so Daniel prays, and then there's this nice moment where it's Michael, isn't it? Says, as soon as you prayed this, like, word went out, almost like that. That alarm bells went off in heaven whenever you prayed, kind of almost. No,
I'm not entirely sure that that's the connection I would make, but
no.
I mean,
I think the way people take it is like Daniel was in distress and he prays, and then it's like immediately the Lord sends the archangel. You know,
Gabriel. Yeah.
Gabriel. Sorry.
So I mean, nevertheless, the mechanism by which it happened, I'm not sure is really all that
Yeah.
relevant. What is relevant is that we know what it means for a word to go out, and it doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
There's no reason to interpret this as being a decree. Now, if it is a decree, the decree that matches it is the decree of King Cyrus in 539.
Mm-hmm.
In 539, he sent the Israelites home to rebuild their city and their temple, and
Yeah.
then they did. And we see that in the book of Haggai. We see
Mm-hmm.
it in Chronicles. We see it in Ezra. We even see it in the
Yeah.
writings of Josephus. Josephus has his own copy of the
Mm-hmm.
decree sent out. It's slightly different from the one from the Bible, but it's pretty close.
Yeah.
And so, like, if that's the case, if we're just saying, hey, from the time that the decree goes out, well, that decree was under Cyrus in 539.
Yeah.
Christians will say, no, 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 it happened under Nehemiah in like 420 something. But
Mm-hmm.
that's not the case at all. There was no decree under Artaxerxes given to Nehemiah to go and rebuild the city and the temple. He was merely given a letter to show people so that he could have like a rite of passage and have
Mm-hmm.
some lumber and some other stuff to rebuild the city wall. That's
Yeah.
basically it, or to
Yeah.
repair the city wall. So the reality is you can't make this be about Jesus unless you're willing to
Mm-hmm.
ignore the entire context of the passage,
Yeah.
and you're willing to like make an argument from like words not meaning words anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. I understand.
But it also
Yeah.
wouldn't be
No.
about Jesus, because verse 27 can't apply to Jesus. It says, he shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. For half a week he shall make
Yeah.
sacrifice and offering cease. So this is supposed to happen at the end of the 490-year period. But this certainly couldn't be applied to Jesus, because this is saying for 3.5 years,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to have, the enemy is going to make a covenant with the Israelites for 3.5 years. And then after 3.5 years, the desolator is going to be destroyed. So nothing in 27 can be applied to Jesus's time period, which is why Christians will have to say, no, verse 27 is for like the end of time. So wait, you mean there's 483 years, and then like the last 7 years we have to kick all the way down to the end of time? Like they're not connected? That's crazy. I think we lost you, Stephen. Stephen?
Hello, can you hear me?
I can hear you now. Do you swipe away again?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
You can't do that.
Sorry. No, I was the whole time.
Okay.
So yeah, no, so I agree with you, because it's one thing that stuck out to me recently, which is like, why would like if you take the Christian view of the passage, right, that might be ill-informed, like why would the Messiah be cut off at the 69th week, and then you've got 2,000 odd years, I don't know, however long it'll be, until the 70th week starts, which is whenever the Antichrist comes, and then 3.5 years of peace and whichever. So it does seem a bit like a bit of a pull, or like you're clutching at straws a little bit, like a bit weak to just ignore the gap between the 69th week and the 70th week.
Right.
So what you're saying is that Daniel is in Babylon, and he's reading. He says himself in Daniel that he's reading in the words of Jeremiah, and he essentially says that he's living in Babylon and 70 years has passed, but they're still in Babylon, and so he's trying to work out why have they not been released, and then this 70 weeks is almost like a way of deferring it.
You got it. Right. Yep. It says, in the first year of King Darius, son of Ahasuerus, and this is about 522 when this gentleman lived. It says, by birth the Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the numbers of years that according to the word of the Lord, to the prophet Jeremiah, must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. So he's like, listen, I'm reading Jeremiah. Jeremiah says 70 years, there's going to be destruction. And then if you know Jeremiah, they're supposed to be restored after that. So he's like, listen, I turned to the Lord to seek an answer in prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And he prayed for an answer from the Lord. And he does kind of get an answer, I believe, in verse 8. Let me see.
And it's see if you scroll up just a little bit. Sorry. Verses 5.
He's just confessing his sins and the sins of his people right there. Yeah. All right, so he says, verse 11, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. Okay, so now we should be at this point thinking of Leviticus 26, Deuteronomy 28. In fact, if I go to this cross reference, I bet that's what comes up. Deuteronomy 27, cursed. Well, that's not the one we're looking for, but there is one in Deuteronomy 28 that says, "If you do not return to me, I will multiply your afflictions by sevenfold." And then the same thing in fact, I'll grab the verse in Leviticus 26. Because he says it multiple times. Here's one. If in spite of these punishments you have not turned back to me, but continue hostile to me, then I too will continue hostile to you. I myself will strike you sevenfold for your sins. And there's a series of sevenfold punishments in this chapter that get repeated for their disobedience. Verse 27, but if despite this you disobey me and continue hostile to me, I will continue hostile to you in fury. I in turn will punish you myself sevenfold for your sins. So this chapter contains quite a few of these sevenfold punishments when they don't return to Yahweh. And so obviously Daniel is like, oh shit, we're going to be punished for 490 years.
Right. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah.
But if that's the case, if that's what's happening here, and I don't see any way to get around it, that just means that the 490 years starts at the beginning of the captivity, which is roughly 605.
Yeah. Yeah. But then, so see, do you know how long historically they actually were captive in Babylon?
Actually, less than 70 years. It was roughly 66 years. And the problem was a lot of them didn't go home, and the city it took a long time to get restored. It was a really slow progression to get the city restored. That's why, like in the book of Haggai.
Haggai's saying a message from the Lord saying, "You're busy building your own houses and not building my house." And then, obviously, there's 2 trips in Ezra to start the building and then get the instruments and stuff, or the articles in gold or whatever. So you can. And then Nehemiah brings in the wall, so it does. You can see it takes a long time. But do you not still think, like, see, when you have like you have the historical, like Cyrus's cylinder that has a decree on it? Do you not think it is still quite an anomaly, historically speaking, to like try and like rationalize why a sort of a Persian king, I think maybe it was Persian, would just randomly release the Jewish captives? Like,
was it random? He did that to all the people groups that he conquered. So when he conquered the Babylonians,
it was to please the gods, was it? It was to please their other gods?
No, that was just his policy. So Cyrus was an interesting king in that he wanted peace. He wanted to be in a kingdom peace. He wanted to live in an era of peace. And so he was well known in history for allowing captives to return to their land, especially captives that were taken by their enemies, by Babylon. So that's one of the, if you really have a pretext for war, like say we have a pretext to go to war against Canada. Well, if we make one of our pretexts is, look, they're committing human rights violations. Look at all these people they've illegally kidnapped or imprisoned. Well, yeah, obviously when we get there and we liberate them, we're going to set the captives free.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think from a non-spiritual point of view, like a non-Christian point of view, I suppose like it's almost impressive anyway that a man Jeremiah could predict roughly that the Jews would be captive in Babylon and released after 70 years, almost.
Well, that's the problem, is he didn't. We don't have a single manuscript from Jeremiah's time period, not even remotely true. In fact, I'm doing a live stream here in a couple of weeks with Dr. Kip Davis, who is an expert in the Dead Sea Scrolls, specifically in the book of Jeremiah. And anyone who's familiar with Jeremiah knows that Jeremiah went through an editorial process that lasted hundreds of years. Even during the period of the Dead Sea, they were still adding and modifying the book of Jeremiah. It wasn't even complete. That's why when you read Jeremiah in the Greek Septuagint, it doesn't match Jeremiah in the Hebrew text. There's
Mm-hmm.
verses missing, there's verses added, there's verses that are entirely different chapters because Jeremiah is a working composition. They were putting it together for hundreds of years. We don't have any evidence that Jeremiah was written prior to the Babylonian invasion.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying it could have been written retrospectively?
I think not only was it written retrospectively, I think when you read the text, it's clear that in fact it was written retrospectively
Mm-hmm.
because it looks like it's referring to Jeremiah in the third person, just like it does in Isaiah in certain
Mm-hmm.
parts, because it was probably put together by some of his contemporaries after his death, if it was early at all. But that being said, I don't think that like the prediction of the 70 years is all that special
Mm-hmm.
because he didn't even get it right. Like, so for example, if it really was 70 years on the money, I'm like, fuck, that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
I mean, it's meaningless because all of his other predictions fail. But even
Yeah.
if this one did come true, that would be really cool. The problem is 66 isn't 70.
Yeah. Well, that's true. Yeah. I'll be honest. It's hard to say it out loud, Justin. I think I'm grateful for you being like patient with me. Obviously, there's like some cognitive dissonance that happens and some bias, and you don't want to like. It's hard to like maybe admit out loud that maybe you've spent 5 years um on something that actually, if you really dig deep for a couple of minutes, you can kind of tear it all apart. So it's hard for me to like kind of say it out loud, but I'll admit, I think at the time when I became a Christian, I thought that it was quite impressive, that, well, Jesus existed and he existed at that time and that place roughly. And Daniel 9 seems to, if you take the years from a specific time and bring it up, it brings you to like 29 AD. And I thought that was like pretty waterproof. And uh, Psalm 22 and Isaiah 53 as well in other places. But when I look at it, honestly, um, I'll need to read Daniel 9 again because you're probably right about the context of the word going out
Mm-hmm.
and Daniel wanting to change the 70 years. And then the verses, you're right, like the verses that there are some verses you read in the Old Testament, you're like, oh, that could be from the New Testament. It just seems like Jesus so much. But whenever you read like two verses before it and after it, you're like, oh no, this is talking about like this
Right.
is completely, yeah, unrelated. So, but it's easy to cherry pick those things when you kind of just don't want to look at the context or the other verses around it because you just want it to fit, I suppose.
Yeah, it's funny because the first thing they do when you go to Bible college is they tell you context is king. Context means everything.
Yeah.
That's how you know what's happening and you don't get bamboozled. Context, context, context. But the minute you say, "Hey, what about these prophecies?" Now they're like, "Oh, no, no, no. Context doesn't matter anymore. Once we're talking about
Mm,
Jesus's prophecies, context is meaningless." And then
yeah.
they've got all these rationalizations for why you can
Mm,
have these completely context devoid prophecy fulfillments that, I mean, honestly, could have been fulfilled by anybody. Like, I've got a whole list of
yeah.
prophecies in air quotes from the Hebrew Bible that I fulfilled as long as we don't care about context.
Hmm. Yeah. Do you know? I'm not going to take up much more of your time, Justin. I appreciate your time. You've just reminded me of a story of mine. I remember I was asked to speak at a church in Belfast in Northern Ireland, and I chose to speak from Zechariah. This was a couple of years ago. But there's a chapter in it that has like some verses that you can pick out that sound a lot like Jesus, but the context of the passage is to do with like um, you'll be able to help me with this. Maybe like
Mm-hmm.
a some sort of like false shepherd or something. Um,
Yeah,
yeah, do you
yeah.
know it off your hand? Because if
From
I try and do anything,
Zechariah,
I don't know.
Zechariah has two wicked shepherds,
Mm-hmm.
and one is over the flock doomed to destruction.
Mm-hmm. But there was verses in it that I read in that sermon that was like this is Jesus. I've just brought out like a paper Bible here to see if I can find. Um, but it's hard. Like I've been seeing your videos come across in my feed, and I think sometimes I suppose you go off how the person who you're speaking to treats you. But
Yeah.
there was a couple of times where I was like, "Oh, this guy's like seems like a bit rude sometimes." So I was like, "I don't know if I want to speak to him." But I saw actually that you just you're respectful if the other person's respectful, and I genuinely just want to. Like, it's kind of uncomfortable for me, but it's something that I'm kind of like in the back of my mind. It's eating at me a wee bit because I know that I'm avoiding the topic of looking at the word honestly.
I mean, the reality is, I mean, if we're willing to ignore the context of the passage, then it could just mean whatever we want it to mean. I think one of my favorite examples of why this is so important is if you get an English copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. I probably got one behind me. Um, it might not be behind me, but get an English copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. You can even pick one up at Barnes and Nobles or
Mm,
at Books a Million, typically, and you'll find a section where there's commentary. They
mm,
might refer to it as Pesher or Pesherim.
mm-hmm,
Um, and what they do is they go through the Old Testament prophets and they provide commentary as to what it means. And it's interesting because really what they're doing is they're just taking the old prophecy that had the original context and saying, well, it doesn't actually mean this. Now it means this. So, like the
mm-hmm,
Babylonians are now the Katim, and so are now this, right? They're just taking the prophecy, and rather than saying, hey, the prophecy didn't come true, oh, they're just saying, no, the prophecy couldn't fail. Because it can't
mm-hmm,
fail, we're just going to change the meanings of all these words. Now these are all basically secret messages that we have to decode. And it's kind of akin to what the New Testament was doing to the Old Testament. They're just taking passages that sound vaguely familiar to Jesus, and they're giving us the, well, here's what it means when you decode it. You know what I mean?
mm. Yeah. Yeah, I've just actually I've just got a paper Bible here, and yeah, I've found you have obviously Daniel 9. You've got behold your king's coming on the colt of a donkey, but then I was skipping over then to chapter 12 where you have like they'll look upon whom they've pierced, and then chapter 14 where you've got like the day of the Lord and coming down at the Mount of Olives, and then it gets split in half and blah blah blah. But see, like Zechariah 1 to 9, it's like all like very hard to read, and you're like, what on earth is this even talking about? But then you just have like one verse in chapter 9 and like two verses in chapter 12, and then a chapter really of 14 where you can go, oh, this is Jesus, but then everything in between is like it's almost like
Yeah,
you're reading a different language. It's all
right.
poetic and going all over the place and stuff. But so when I gave that sermon at that church, it struck me at the time, but I didn't think about it too much, which is I was looking for Jesus in Zechariah,
Yeah,
and I built this sermon around prophecy and prophecy being fulfilled and so on. But I ignored chapters 1 to 9, and I ignored chapters 11, pretty much all of chapter 12 and 13.
hmm
And so like, yeah, I can see what you're meaning about like like of course there's going to be a random verse here and there that can apply to Jesus, and especially if Jesus wanted them to apply to him, um he could he knew the scripture and could sort of do that.
Yeah.
But
Well, the other
yeah.
problem too is when you look at the passages from the Hebrew Bible that are clearly messianic, like
Mm-hmm.
they're clearly telling you this is what's going to happen when the Messiah comes.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he didn't do any of those. So Christians
Would,
are
would, you,
left,
would you have a couple examples of that even?
yeah. I think Isaiah 2, Isaiah 11, Jeremiah chapter 2, Jeremiah 23, and Jeremiah 33, and Ezekiel 36 and Ezekiel 37. But Ezekiel 37, I think, is pretty striking when you go down to verse 24. Let me grab it.
Mhm. That's Ezekiel 37. That's not
And
like the wood being burnt up. Let's see.
no, and keep in mind in Ezekiel 37, This is referring to what is expected after the Babylonian captivity, meaning this prophecy should have been fulfilled pretty immediately. In fact, earlier in Ezekiel, when you go to chapter 18, I believe, in Ezekiel, God tells them that all the prophecies are going to be coming soon, very quickly now. I think it's towards the end of the chapter. He says, cast away. I believe it is either, it's got to be chapter 18. Blah, 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 blah. I might have the wrong chapter. We'll see it. I'll find it once I read the passage. It's not critical right now. But in Ezekiel 37, we have like an actual bona fide messianic prophecy.
Right, the Valley of Bones.
Yeah, in 24 it says, my servant David shall be king over them, and they shall have one shepherd. They shall follow my ordinances and be careful to observe my statutes. They shall live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children will live there forever, and my servant David will be their prince forever. So what we should be expecting is that when the Messiah comes, all the Israelites are reunited back into the land, and that they're living there safely, and that the Messiah is ruling and reigning over them.
Mm-hmm. What would make 37, like Ezekiel 37:24 onwards, what would make it like explicitly messianic rather than sort of implied messianic? Like what about the context would say that it, like, that the word's saying that this is about the Messiah? You know,
my servant David will be king over them. So the Messiah is usually referred to as David, or some kind of a king from David. That's kind of the expectation.
Yeah. What about the Isaiah 1 you said?
Isaiah 11 and Isaiah 2.
Well, I've got Isaiah 2 here. The mountain of the Lord.
Mm-hmm. Isaiah 2 is a really good one. It gets repeated in Micah chapter 4.
Mm-hmm. Sure, that's just before the one about Bethlehem.
Well, it's about Bethlehem the person, not Bethlehem the city, which is a longer story. But it says, the word that Isaiah, son of Amos, saw concerning Judah of Jerusalem. This is interesting, right? Because even the introduction lets you know that this is somebody later after Isaiah attributing this to Isaiah. Like, so somebody after Isaiah had to either make this up or come and collect his prophecies from somewhere and put them together. And I think that's one of the reasons why there's not a good chronology in Isaiah. It says, in the days to come, meaning right now, the days are soon coming, the mountain of the Lord's house shall be established as the highest of the mountains, and shall rise above the hills. All the nations shall stream to it. Many people shall come and say, let us go up to the mountain of the Lord, to the house of the God of Jacob, that he may teach us his ways, that we may walk in his paths. For out of Zion shall go forth instruction, and the word of the Lord from Jerusalem. He shall judge between nations, and shall arbitrate for many people. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn of war any more. O house of Jacob, come, let us walk in the light of the Lord. So this is the quintessential. This is what we expect to happen when we're in this messianic age. They won't even people on the planet won't even be going to war anymore.
Yeah, I suppose people just attribute these verses that haven't been fulfilled as, well, yeah, but they will be fulfilled in the second coming and the new heavens and new earth. Like,
right?
Because people would say,
that's why I told you.
Yeah, when the new heavens and new earth happen, right, there will be this temple in Jerusalem, and everyone from the world will go to worship at it, and the Lord will dwell in it, and those kind of things. You know, about the second coming and the restoration, all this stuff. So, yeah, I suppose the way people get out of it is by deferring it to it's not about the first messianic coming of Jesus, it's the second.
That's why I tell you, all the actual clear prophecies for the Messiah you have to kick it to Jesus' second coming, which was supposed to be a little less than 2,000 years ago. Jesus said he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples, and he didn't. But In Ezekiel, it says this is about the prophecy. It was chapter 12, 9-18. It says, "The days are near, and the fulfillment of every vision. For there shall no longer be any false vision or flattering divination within the house of Israel, but I, the Lord, will speak the word that I speak, and it will be fulfilled. It will no longer be delayed, but in your days, O rebellious house, I will speak the word and fulfill it, says the Lord." So the prophecies of Ezekiel were supposed to happen roughly when Ezekiel was alive.
Mm-hmm. Justin, I've taken up a lot of your time. Can you very quickly tell me, because you said that Jesus said that he would come back in the lifetime of some of his disciples, but my understanding is, that if you're referring to the Mount of Transfiguration thing, that the Mount of Transfiguration happened like immediately after he said, like, "Oh, some of you will see the glory of the kingdom," or whatever, before you die.
But the problem is that's not what he said.
Right.
Right. So the words are very specific, and Christians they really want these to not be specific so that they can twist them. But he says, "For the Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done." So this sounds a lot like the judgment which comes in chapter 25. And he says, "Truly, I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Well, the Son of Man comes in his kingdom later, not in the next chapter. In the next chapter, the only thing that happens is Elijah and Moses like spiritually appear, and God speaks from the heavens, and that's it. Also, keep in mind, he says the coming of the Son of Man. Jesus didn't come from anywhere on the mountain. He just walked up a mountain. The coming of the Son of Man is a reference to Daniel chapter 7, when they're supposed to be coming on the clouds of heaven. That's why he says in Matthew 26 to the high priest, he says, "Here on forward, you will see me coming on the clouds of heaven." That's what it means for the Son of Man to come. It doesn't mean that the Son of Man is just going to walk up a mountain and put on some dazzling clothes for a minute.
Yeah. Right. I've got the NASB here. "For the Son of Man is going to come with the angels in the glory of his Father, and he'll repay." Yeah. The Son of Man is going to come, and he's going to repay each person according to what he has done. Right. That's definitely judgment, second coming, kingdom. "Truly I say to you, there are some that are standing here who will not taste it until they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom."
Yeah. And we see a similar thing in Matthew 26 with the high priest. He says, "From now on, you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven." So that's his return. The idea that you're coming on the clouds means that you're coming back from heaven to the earth, which is why in just the one chapter prior to this, chapter 25, he describes this judgment with nearly identical words. If you go down to verse 31. So in verse 31, he says, "When the Son of Man comes in his glory and all the angels with him, he will sit on the throne of his glory, and all the nations will be gathered before him." So like it's almost identical to chapter 16. Like as a logical, rational person, I have no reason to believe that chapter 16 wasn't the same event as chapter 25.
To be fair, Justin, you're right. For chapter 16, for the Son of Man to come, wouldn't make sense for, well, we're going to go up the mountain and then you're going to have a sort of apparition or whatever. I think I was under the impression, just because I've heard people talk about it more than I've actually went back and read the text every time it's been brought up. But from memory, it was always like, there'll be some of you standing here who will see like the glory of the kingdom of God before you die or something. But that's just probably what people say. But whenever you brought it up there, I went straight to it because I thought my translation is going to say the glory of God or the glory of the kingdom or something. But it's actually just word for word what you've got. See see for 25 though, right? This is definitely the final judgment,
Mm-hmm.
and it seems like chapter 16 is too. But see the writer of the gospel.
Well, we
You
don't know
must
who
you
wrote
must,
this.
but well, whoever compiled it or put it together, surely they must have thought. Um, oh yeah, but no, right, okay, I understand now. Yeah, because it's still future dated for whoever this person. Yeah, whoever.
Yeah, if
Yeah,
somebody
yeah,
wrote this, like even within 100 years of Jesus, they're probably thinking, "Oh, well, he's coming back anytime now," because he said so.
yeah,
And even in the early church,
yeah.
you know,
Thessalonians, I suppose, isn't it? That they were worried that they'd missed it or something. Or is it Thessalonians?
yeah, Second Thessalonians, Paul has to write them because there are some spreading that the return of the Lord has already come,
Yeah.
and it's not even a small heresy. In fact, in the early third century, Origen writes to Celsus and is talking about how there's a very large sect of Christianity that is teaching that the Lord has already come and returned.
Mm, yeah. Justin, I think in summary, brother, um, yeah, you're pointing out things. The Matthew 16 thing I'm gobsmacked about because I've had people say, "Oh, Jesus said this," and I've said,
Mm-hmm.
"No. If you read the Bible, it actually said, and then the
Mm-hmm.
Mount of Transfiguration happens. So I've actually I've explained to people the wrong thing,
Yeah, it
and
happens.
I feel bad about that. but I'm going to reread all these places that we touched on today. But I think what a lot of what you've said is just sort of pointing out things that I intellectually I intellectually sort of know. Um,
Yeah. It takes time
so
to kind of come to grips with it, you know.
especially Justin, because I didn't grow up in a Christian home, and so it's like it's almost like someone who had a sex change and then they're changing back or so. You're kind of like, right, what happened there? It's like I grew up in an atheist home, and
Mm-hmm.
I grew up in a and I was very like academically well, I was put in a gifted program in Scotland and was put in university when I was 16 and um, sort of prided myself as an intellectual. And then um, I had 2 years from regularly going to church to becoming a Christian. There was a lot of these struggles in my mind, but I eventually became convinced about Isaiah 53 and Psalm 22 and Daniel 9, but and others as well. But those probably were probably the strongest
Mm-hmm.
at the time. I thought. So then, see, being in a position where I'm thinking, right, you need to be intellectually consistent and honest enough to admit that it's possible that these 5 years, of taking kids groups and Sunday schools and um, taking summer camps in speaking. I've spoke all across
Mm-hmm.
Ireland, and yeah, it's just. I think you're right. It'll take time to come to grips with it, but I think I'm in a position now where I'm thinking it's more comfortable to ignore these things
Sure,
and just continue living a church life. I mean, a lot of my closest friends that I love so much are from church.
I get it.
Um, and so it's a part of me is like, maybe you could just pretend church and just
Mm-hmm.
kind of in the back of your mind, kind of know, right, this is not true, but, pretend church for a while. But it's hurting me, I think. It's hurting me the past couple of months to do that because it feels like that's what I've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, I've been where you're at right now. I mean, that's just this is how it is. You know, it's a process, and like you can't just dump a religion in an instant. It becomes like
Mm-hmm.
a big part of your identity. It takes a while to get to a position where you're ready to move beyond it. But the reality is, like, if a person's intellectually honest and they're reading this with unbiased eyes, and they're willing to use proper hermeneutics. I just don't
Mm,
see how you get to Jesus at all.
yeah. Justin, thanks for being. I've not cried in years, by the way, but I'm actually starting to feel myself just kind of bubbling
Sorry,
up a tiny. But
I'm
here,
sorry. This
thanks.
is a hard process. It's hard for all of us.
Yeah, thanks for being so respectful with me and patient and
Sure
talking through
thing.
these things. And
Absolutely.
yeah, I'll maybe jump on the live now and then and let you know how I'm doing.
Yeah, come
But
and check in on us.
yeah, I'm sure there's someone else in the queue here, and do you know what? I'll stick around and have a wee listen. Maybe they'll bring me back into their team. Who knows?
Fuck, maybe I'll be in church on Sunday. We'll see.
Yeah. Well, I don't. I'm used to ending a call with "God bless," Justin. So I don't really know how to end the call, but I suppose I'll talk to you later.
We'll talk to you again, Steven. Cheers,
All
friend.
right. Okay, Justin. Bye bye.
I hate that I have to be the one to cause so much emotional distress, but sometimes the truth hurts. How you doing, Joyful?
I'm doing pretty well. How about yourself?
Can't complain. Cannot complain. You gonna come hang out with me
When?
right
Oh,
now?
tonight? Yeah,
Hell
that's why I'm
yeah!
here.
Oh, good. just making sure.
Yeah, I
Friends,
know. Usually I just drive by, but I have a little time tonight.
sounds good. Friends, I'm gonna read a couple of super chats while we're waiting. We need some, not a lot of opposition. I think Fleece is next. And if you're on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button and you'll be pulled up. If you're watching on YouTube, there's a link on the screen, tiny.cc/DZGuest. There's a clickable link in the description of the video. And while you're in the description of the video, I also have links for our seasonal fundraiser. We are feeding families through our nonprofit. There is a link to apply. And there's a link to donate. So if you need help during the holidays, you are certainly you are welcome to apply. It'll be anonymous. Nobody's going to know who it's going to, other than the fundraiser. I mean, the managers of the fundraiser. And we've already I think we've already got like shit. We must have 20 donations already. But we also, just yesterday, as far as I'm aware, there's a member in the community who is matching the next $1,000 of donation. So if we get this week another $1,000 in donations, then they're going to donate another $1,000. So it's going to be really good. I know we've had at least 14 people apply for the funds, and I assume there's going to be more as the holidays get closer. And so I'm excited about the fundraiser. I'm excited that we can actually do something to help people. And so the links for that are in the description of this video. I'm going to grab a couple of super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. Drew Smith, thank you so much for the $20 super chat, my friend. Says, I think I don't know is a wonderful answer. It allows the possibility of finding out in the future. I actually agree, Drew. It's not like, if you talk to a Phil bro, I don't know somehow means that their argument wins, but that's not really how that works. Sometimes there are things we legitimately don't know, but you don't get to shove God into that. An angry Amalekite infant, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, my cat also passed away this year. I'm sorry to hear that. That's horrible. He was a wild one. He once attacked me like a lion, and my hand was pierced. Still, I miss him and hope to get kittens by Christmas. I would love for you to get some kittens by Christmas, Angry Malachite. Sorry for your loss. And it sounds like you fulfilled Psalm 22 now. They attacked you like a lion. I don't listen. I didn't know that we had multiple messiahs here. I'm glad to hear about it. And Nero's brother from another mother, amazing name. Thank you for the super chat. Says you need to catch up with a YouTube series called The Promised Land, a telling of Exodus in the fashion of The Office. Hilarious. 666, hail bro, rock hard for Doug and simply sopping wet for Sharon. Well, I have watched a titty bit of it, but not a ton. I promised a friend of mine that I would watch all of it, so maybe this week I'll be able to get catch up. I've got some stuff that's going to keep me at home this week, and I'll have a little bit of free time around the house. So I'll see if I can get it knocked out this week. And Cryptic, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, former Pentecostal here, looking for some tips to debate my crazy family about speaking in tongues and holiness standards. Praise Doug. Well, as for speaking in tongues, there's a study a long time ago, at least 15 years ago now, where it was demonstrated that people who speak in tongues almost exclusively use syllables that are within their language or adjacent to their language. So like you're not going to hear an English speaker start speaking in tongues with a bunch of Arabic sounding consonants and syllables. It's not going to happen. And you're not going to hear like from a deep, like you're not going to hear someone do a deep tribal accent from like one of the small tribes in like Papua New Guinea. Not going to happen. The reality is we know our brain is just, stringing words together like gibberish. And we're not the only ones that do it here in the Western world. In fact, in Eastern mysticism, it was commonly used for a long time to speak in tongues. In fact, even in ancient Greece, there were some small groups who did the so-called speaking in tongues. The reason why speaking in tongues, when we see it in the Bible, doesn't sound like it's a weird thing is because people already knew about it. It was already happening. It wasn't a new thing. So yeah, it's just gibberish. And Razor says, for the dopamine boost given by the kitten, praise Doug for cats. Indeed, praise Doug for cats, dogs, and babies. Fuck, even bunny rabbits too. Indeed. And Crystal, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. It says, can't watch live because I'm at karaoke singing 80 songs. I love that. But I want you to know, I want you to know is that, I think you mean what I want you to know is that I listen and walk tomorrow. People will be looking at me strangely. Or you listen as you walk, and tomorrow people will be looking at you strangely as I yell at callers out loud. Thank you. Well, Crystal, we love that for you. You might want to not watch while you're on a plane with all the yelling, but certainly on a walk, I think you can work that out. Certainly. And Reverend Nate, my friend, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $20 Canadian chat. Says, not sure how long you'll be live, but I'm going to see Sloan tonight, great Canadian rock band, and won't be able to dump silly comments with 5ers or 10ers throughout the show. So here's one big-ish super chat. Stay well and stay weird. Well, thank you, Reverend Nate. I super appreciate the support for the channel, and I hope you have fun. Have lots of fun at the show, and we'll see you again next time, I'm sure. And I got 2 more super chats for now. Would you please stop? Well, maybe. Thank you so much for the $50 super chat. That is huge, my friend. Says, I hope with this offering, the almighty Doug can alleviate some of my sinus headache, because that Yahweh fella ain't doing squat, and he won't. He's not going to do nothing. But I know for sure that Doug has answered as many prayers as any other God that has ever existed. So that being said, send your prayers to Doug, friend. I mean, maybe he'll make your sinuses rock solid again. And last super chat, again, from our friend Drew Smith. Thank you so much for the additional super chat, for the $50 super chat. Thank you so much. Says tithes for the cat gods. Indeed. I think the Egyptians were onto something with their cat deities. I mean, they did also have alligator deities, but I mean, they really like the cat. I mean, cats are pretty dope. And listen, look how cute they are when they sleep. It's just the cutest thing. You can't see them on the horizontal. You can only see them on the vertical, but the other ones sleeping on the horizontal, they're adorable. All right, let's get Fleece in here, and then we'll get Christophorus after Fleece, and then David after that. I mean, assuming they're still in the queue. Welcome in, Fleece.
What's going on, little man?
Fleece, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Hello? Yeah.
Sure, and which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus Christ.
Sure. What is the best evidence that Jesus Christ is God?
So I believe the best evidence that Jesus Christ is God is that, Christ is mostly spread throughout,
Spread eagle?
the whole world.
So is Muhammad. So
Like it's spread. It's spread.
What's that got to do with being
But
true?
the thing is, so
Something being popular means
to
it must
kind
be
of,
true?
yeah, kind of, probably something like that.
So Islam is true.
It could be true.
Is Hinduism true?
It could be true.
It's popular.
Yeah. Uh, do you believe that Trump could be the Antichrist?
No, because the Antichrist was supposed to be Nero.
Not at all. Who's supposed to be Nero?
Now,
You don't
Fleece,
believe Barack Obama could be the Antichrist?
we agree that Trump is like the closest human equivalent to the ancient Nero or even Caligula version of Antichrist. But no, I don't believe that the biblical Antichrist points towards Trump.
Okay.
Anything else?
I don't know, man. It's just like so many things point out to the fact that
It's a strong argument.
there's something out there, right? Like so many you don't believe in no spirituality at all.
Not until there's evidence for it.
Like you don't believe in spirits, none of that stuff. You don't believe in you don't believe in craft.
Nope. No evidence for any of it. I believe in cats.
What about yeah, I mean, okay, that's cool. Do you
Okay.
think that hearing like do you believe like hearing like voices from people might be
A
like a
treatable medical
like a
condition.
placebo or a treatable medical condition?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
No, I mean like if you heard it once and you didn't hear it again,
Yep.
but you don't think that's something like spiritual,
Nope.
or you think that could be like something from like paranoia or something?
Certainly could be from paranoia. I'd say put down the electric lettuce if you start hearing voices.
Now, yeah. All right, so here's the thing, right? I did a prayer and I started hearing voices, and I don't know why I heard
Oh,
voices, right? I'm like,
you
what the
need
heck?
to talk to a professional
I'm
about
like, I
that,
just
not
said a
me.
random. Yeah, so um I started doing that prayer and it was weird because I'm like, yo, like this is the most fastest way of my
Yeah.
prayers being answered, right?
Please, I've got a friend who is visited by two of the Hindu deities. Does that mean that that's true?
And he probably doesn't have much of he probably doesn't have much of a judgment of what's really going on, right?
Well, he would say the same about you. He would say that you're obviously lacking judgment.
Well, I could say that what I went through is actually very real, right?
Or he would say what he went through is very real. Like, so the reality is, like, you don't accept other people's personal experience, so I have no reason to accept yours.
I do, but like the thing is
Oh,
like
you don't.
people's
You just said you
experiences like
don't.
this it doesn't really lead to nothing. It doesn't really lead to much. It doesn't
It
really lead to
does.
much.
It led to the
It
strengthening
doesn't
of his
it
his
doesn't
Hindu
answer
faith.
questions. It doesn't answer it doesn't answer
It does.
questions.
You obviously don't know about Hinduism then. Hinduism answers lots of questions.
Ah, I think
So,
Hinduism just kind of keeps you in this
so
loop.
Felice, it sounds like you don't actually have any evidence for God then, just your personal experience.
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty
Well,
much. But you know that's the
well,
thing.
given
Like
that you've already
the thing is
demonstrated
like
to
you
us
know
that you don't care about personal experience, and I've already told you that I don't care about personal experience, I guess that's kind of the end of the road, isn't it?
yeah. No, the thing is like I just came in because I'm like
Okay, cool. And we'll move on
Just
to.
came in.
I know, I'll never understand why they'll accept my claim about personal experience not being a valid form of evidence, and then they keep talking about their experience. I think we just covered this.
Yep. It
Oh
never
boy,
fails.
it never does. Speaking of kittens, HP Love Cats is with us. Good to hear from your friend. Says, I love Kitten Cam. What are those two cuties' names? Well, the one closest to the camera right now is Faraday, and the other one is Volta. And obviously, you knew that I had to pick nerdy names for my cats. It's what I do, friends. It's what I do. Thank you for asking, though. And Masaki says, tossing a few shekels for kitty treats. Indeed, I really appreciate that. The kitties do love a good treat. And Simone, thank you so much for the 50 Canadian dollars super chat. I really appreciate that. Huge W. Says, listening to that guy get all emotional about the Bible, Bible's pile of BS just hurt me. Hurt me, man. Living in an extremely fundamentalist home and not being able to tell them about my apostasy without getting apostrophed just ends me. And fuck religion and rock hard for Doug. Listen, Simone, I'm with you. Or Simon, sorry. I think it's Simon. Simon, I'm with you. It's bullshit that there are people who have to go through mental and emotional distress to leave this nonsense religion. It shouldn't have to be that. But I mean, to be fair, like that's what the religion is there for. It's supposed to be your comfy, cozy blanket that makes all your problems go away theoretically. And then when you lose it, it's hard. It is hard. And Betty McLean, thank you for the $11 super chat. Says, which kitten is Volts and which is Faraday? Well, I just answered that actually. The dark one that's got most blackness is Faraday. And the one that's got more of the white is Volta. Says, I've learned more about the Bible in 6 months than 40 years I was a Christian. Well, I really appreciate that, Betty. That's the goal here. If there's one thing we're going to do here, Betty, we are going to read this book. Now, sometimes I kind of force the conversation into topics, and sometimes I let the guests kind of steer the topic. Kind of depends on what kind of a mood I'm in. But I'm more than happy to allow the guests to steer the conversation if they think they have some good talking points. Chipmunk says, the new Trinity, vertical, horizontal, and archive. Indeed. And TikTok. It's a quadrinity, friends. And Acronos says, question, the New Testament only makes the claim the difference between man and God is immortality and knowledge. Where does other stuff come from? I'm not really sure that's the only thing that would separate God from human beings. Although, according to my reading of the Old Testament, it's one of the those are two of the biggest things. But also, God has characteristics like omnibenevolence, omnipotence, things like that. Whereas, obviously, human beings don't have that. So, hopefully that makes sense to you. Block Soul says, thanks for your streams, helping me deconstruct. Would you consider doing a Bible study breakdown? And do you have anything to debunk Nation of Islam also? I mean, the Nation of Islam is kind of silly. I mean, you can just debunk Islam and the Nation of Islam goes away, which that's not hard to do at all. I do have some videos debating Islam people in my archive. Also, I do a Bible study on a friend's channel almost weekly. If you go to @LeavingFaith on YouTube, you'll find a channel where Sarah and I do a pretty in-depth walkthrough Bible study. Right now we're in the book of Genesis, and we're going to be in Exodus quite soon. And I hope to see you there, friends. It's @LeavingFaith. And Dex, thank you for the super chat. Says, not picking sides, but Sharon Stone was horizontal when I found her. And the wood-grained face showed up when I split the stone in half horizontally. Dex, this does make it a little bit more difficult. But that being said, remember, both streams are equally blessed. And Tom, thank you for the dragon hat on TikTok. I appreciate that. I'm going to grab 3 more supers, and then we're going to get David in here. Phil says, on Isaiah 52:15, is the original Hebrew word sprinkle or startle? I was told it's sprinkle because Jesus sprinkled his blood. Well, Jesus doing something has nothing to do with what the Hebrew text says. The reality is, the better translation is to startle. However, Phil, this is a really good question because there has been some historical debate on how to translate the word. We could theoretically do like a word search in other Hebrew texts to see how it shows up. I don't know if that's entirely necessary. I can show you, though, in the Brown Driver Briggs dictionary what I'm talking about. Let me get the BDB open, and you'll see that the definition seems to be pretty straightforward, even if it's not like a word that shows up 4,000 times in the text. It shows up enough that we certainly could translate it as sprinkle or as startle. All right, let me get the BDB. Also, I would also point out too that There's probably textual variance that could lead to multiple translations as well. It's not always a question of what does this specific Hebrew word mean. Sometimes it's a question of, well, what exactly was the original word in here at all, right? So in the Brown Driver Briggs dictionary, hold on, let me see if you can see it. So in the causative verbal stem, they're saying that sprinkle is possibly the correct translation, only because, not only because, but primarily because of how it shows up in cognate languages like in Aramaic. So certainly there's a case to be made, depending on which verbal stem it shows up in, to be like sprinkle or to splatter. And then there's more stuff going on for the Hifil verbal stem. Let's see, a lot of Hifil. There's all Hifil verbal stems. Interesting. So it's interesting because in this case, or in these cases, in this verbal stem, they say that it could be translated to cause to leap in joyful surprise, but also perhaps could mean corrupt or cause to tremble. So the Brown Driver Briggs dictionary, which is a really good dictionary, seems to show that there's some nuances in how to translate this word and gives you some examples of such. That being said, I'm not entirely sure. Here's another translation to spring or to leap, which is where they're getting this one from. So all that being said, there are people who know Hebrew way better than me that are going to argue and debate over what's the correct way to translate this word. And the reality is, I don't think it matters either way. Just to be clear, I don't think that it matters which way you translate this. Isaiah 53 still won't be about Jesus. It's always going to be about the nation of Israel. And if you look at the metaphor that's being employed, even if you put the word sprinkle in there, it still fits the metaphor of what the nation of Israel is doing. They're suffering on behalf of the people, similar to a substitutionary atonement. So yeah, I'm not surprised at all that they would want to use the word sprinkle in context of substitutionary atonement, but it's not critical. You don't have to. Tim says, I only need to lose 30 pounds to hit my New Year's resolution to lose 20 pounds.
I feel that. I feel that.
Just make sure that you don't go overboard on Thanksgiving and make it 40 pounds to lose your 20 pounds for New Year's. That's what happens to me quite often. And last super chat for now from our friend Jay says, was Mary a Levite? Well, it seems to be that she's of the daughters of Aaron, but it's hard to know exactly what that means. Says, I have heard this, but only see that she was possibly related to a Levite woman. Also, why is only one half of your tree decorated? Well, I ran out of cones and decorations, and I didn't get around to it yet. But I will have the tree behind me decorated soon. I just I bought a bag of acorns, and then I was like, "Fuck, there's 4 of them in here." I was like, "I'll go to the store and get more." And then you know what happens? I forgot and didn't go to the store. So now here with a tree only partially decorated, and I have decorations elsewhere on my shelf, like little mini bulbs and whatnot. I just haven't put them up yet because, well, you know how I am. I get busy. I do things. But let's bring in David. If you're watching on TikTok, you're more than welcome to get into the guest queue. The guest request button's at the bottom of the screen. And if you're watching on YouTube, just hit the request in the description of the video. It's also on the screen, tiny.cc/DZ guest. We'll get you into the conversation and you'll be able to shoot. Maybe you can convert me. Maybe today's the day that that Joyful and Justin both get converted to Christianity, and maybe we'll be back in church on Sunday. I don't know what the likelihood of that is, but anything can happen. All right.
I had to go to church 2 Sundays ago, so
shit.
You never know.
Well, at least you survived it. David, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I believe in some kind of God.
Okay. And what kind of God?
Doug.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay. So you're not a Christian?
I just had some. No, never was. Actually, I was born Jewish, but I've deconstructed 10 years ago. And I've spent 5 years listening to debates from people like you, Matt Dillahunty, all the others, Planet Peterson, Dave. I've listened to pretty much every argument against God, and I'm basically immune to arguments for God at this point.
Oh, hold on. For some reason, they're saying that they can't hear you on YouTube. That's weird. Just the audio's cutting in now. Give me 1 second. I think it was quiet when he first came in, and now it should be better. I turned his volume up after I heard him say hello. You guys should be
Is it
able to
better
hear him
now?
now, right? No, I don't think it was you. I think your connection just was
Oh, okay.
was was laggy for a brief moment. You can hear him now? Okay, they can hear you now. It was just when you first came in, you were a little bit quiet.
Sure.
Now
Say,
you're
but
well, actually now you're really
like I
quiet
said, I'm not
again.
religious.
How close are you to your microphone?
It's pretty close. It's on my laptop. I should be
Oh,
audible.
okay, you're audible right now. I just think it's a little
Okay. I'll try to
uh
speak as loud as I could.
it's a little inconsistent, but we can hear it right now.
Cool. So I'm gonna share my screen. I
So,
wanted to prove
did you have a question?
con-
Did you have a question, or what's happening right now?
yeah, I kind of wanted to know what you think on this proof for quantum consciousness from the Bible.
So, do you believe the Bible is true?
No,
So then it doesn't matter what the Bible says about quantum consciousness.
no, it
Okay,
doesn't.
cool. We agree then. All right, we're going to get hopefully a real guest in here. If you're an atheist, please remember this is a debate show. Like, unless you're really struggling in your deconstruction and you've got like a pressing question, this is a debate. If you don't believe that the Bible is true, I don't want to hear your argument from the Bible. But I do agree with John that Doug is my ballast. Indeed, Doug is. Doug keeps us all level, all of our boats level. There we go. Indeed. JC was next in line. We're going to grab JC. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/dzguest. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button and you'll be pulled right in. Welcome in, JC.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. How you doing?
Good. I don't have too long, but I just wanted to kind of share an argument from fine tuning that I find persuasive.
Sure. So you've got an argument from fine tuning. Let's have it.
Yeah, so it's just two premises and a conclusion. So premise one, if an outcome is far more expected on theism than on naturalism, it supports theism. Premise two, a life-permitting universe that allows for rational minds is an outcome far more expected on theism than on naturalism. Conclusion, therefore, our life-permitting universe supports theism.
Okay. Well, I got the first one down, and
I reject present.
Oh, did you want me to
premise
repeat it so you could write it down, or I
yeah,
could
that way
repeat
we
it?
don't forget them. I'm going to reject both premises. What's the second one?
A second one is a life-permitting universe that allows for rational minds is an outcome far more expected on theism than on naturalism.
Cool. So
And
then
the conclusion is therefore,
logically follows that theism is true, yeah?
or our life-permitting universe supports theism. It's evidence for theism.
Yeah. Okay, so I don't agree with either one of the premises. Number one, it says if an outcome is more expected in theism than naturalism, then theism is true. The expectation of
No,
something...
that's not what it says. Premise one doesn't say that.
That's what you said.
It says if an outcome is far more expected on theism than on naturalism, it supports theism.
That's what I said.
No, you said then theism is true. That's the conclusion.
Oh, then theism... You would say
It's
theism
just
is more
evidence for
likely
theism.
than...
Yeah, it's just evidence for theism.
Gotja. Okay, so
for example, if like
no, I know the
an
example.
outcome-
I know the. You don't need an example. Okay, so
okay. I just want to make sure I get it right. Yeah.
Yeah. So it says if an outcome is far more expected in theism than naturalism, then theism is more likely.
No, that's not what it says, brother. Just do it verbatim, I'll tell you what it says. Okay, you got the beginning. Everything's right. The end. So if an outcome is far more expected on theism than on naturalism, it supports theism. That's how it ends.
Okay, then cool. So I disagree because the problem with theism is that you can design theism to account for anything. Like, so if I'm just making up a model, right? If I have free reign to make up a model, I can make up a model that can account for literally anything. Anything that I want it to account for, I can make sure that it accounts for it. So the fact that something is expected in my model is irrelevant to whether or not my model is true.
Right. So what premise one is saying is, like, we can think of like an outcome that would give evidence for theism. Can you guys imagine like some piece of evidence that would convince you
There's lots of
of
evidence
theism?
that would convince me, but the one that we're talking about right now is life, right?
Yeah, but this premise is not even, it's just a conditional. It's saying if some evidence X is more expected on theism, let's say Jesus rose from the dead. Let's say we had absolute proof that happened. That's something that's more expected on theism than on naturalism.
I disagree.
So if you had an outcome like Jesus rising from the dead is more expected on naturalism?
Yeah, in naturalism, people come back from the dead literally all the time. We've got
No, I mean like
thousands
resurrected, like the Christian story.
Yeah, but
Like resurrected.
You would have to assume that the Christian story is true, and then you would already be assuming that the God existed. So it's kind of an irrelevant talking point.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that if some outcome is what you'd expect if theism is true, then it's just evidence for theism. That's all that says.
Yeah,
I'm not saying theism is true.
Again, I don't think this is helpful, because if I'm just saying something, theism has certain expectations, and there's an event or there's something that theism can account for, meaning it's expected within theism, it will never, it doesn't mean that theism is more likely, because theism could be anything. I could say, listen, I believe in the life-granting unicorn, and in the model of the life-granting unicorn, life being permitted in the universe and life being intelligent in the universe is expected in the model of the life-granting unicorn. Therefore, the model of the life-granting unicorn has support for it. I can make up any model I want to and define what its expectations are. And so the expectation of something within a given model is irrelevant.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think you might be getting confused on this thing. We could switch the words out here too. We could say if an outcome is far more expected on naturalism than on theism, it supports naturalism. That's all that premise is saying. We're just reversing it. We're saying some outcomes are more expected on certain hypotheses than others. This shouldn't even be controversial. So let's say I reverse that. I said, if an outcome is far more expected on naturalism than on theism, that outcome would support naturalism, right?
No, it still has the same problem.
Why?
Because you can't compare something in nature, which we know actually exists, and something that we don't know exists. So you can't tell me like whether or not something is more likely in one worldview than the other when we only know one of the worldviews to be true.
Okay. Is there any evidence that would be more expected on naturalism than on theism?
Again, you're trying to compare it with something that doesn't exist. Everything that has ever happened in the entire world is expected in naturalism and not in theism, because we know nature exists.
Okay. We do know nature exists, but what would you say to a Christian to convince a Christian that naturalism is true? You'd provide some evidence that naturalism is true, right?
It's true by default. You're trying to use naturalism as though it's a negation of God's existence, but we know that nature exists, therefore anything that happens is natural. Fuck, if God exists, God's natural.
Okay. Yeah, we could change this to any topic we want. We could say if an outcome is far more expected on subjective morality than on objective morality, this outcome is evidence for subjective morality. Like, this is just a conditional premise. It's not controversial.
You'd have to demonstrate that those two things existed. You can't compare the likelihood of something in a worldview that doesn't exist.
It could be any theory. It could be any theory. You could say
it has to be two theories that actually have evidence. Then,
okay, we could do this. If an outcome is far more expected on the steady state model of the universe then on the Big Bang model of the universe, this supports the steady state model of the universe.
Well, now
That's
you got
all.
two.
That's all this premise is saying.
Well,
There's
now
evidence.
now you're comparing two hypothetical or two theoretical propositions. Whereas in naturalism, we know that naturalism is a real thing. We know that the nature and the universe, we know that it exists and that it accounts for things. So you're trying to compare apples to oranges with this. Now, when you're talking about steady state, whether it's steady state or non-steady state,
It
now
could be
you
any
actually
theory,
have
brother.
you actually have a real comparison of like an apple to an apple.
It's just a comparison between any two hypotheses. It could be religious hypotheses. It could be a scientific hypothesis. It could be an ethical hypothesis. This premise one is uncontroversial. I don't even know why you're denying it.
I'm not
It's not even
denying
the
it.
issue.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying that.
You're like you're
however you
nitpicking
worded it,
it's just a
doesn't.
conditional.
However you worded it doesn't actually work.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere at this point. I don't.
Yeah,
This is an uncontroversial.
Neither one of the premises I would accept. Number two is right out.
Okay. Why would you expect a life permitting universe for rational mind? What about naturalism predicts rational minds?
You don't have to. We just know that nature exists, and it's the only method we have for accounting for it. Until you can demonstrate that a God exists, you can't determine whether or not the God worldview would or could result in anything statistically more likely than the naturalistic explanation.
Okay, well, why would naturalism predict rational minds? What in naturalism predicts that?
Evolution.
Okay, what about the natural world predicts that there will be living things?
The natural world doesn't make predictions.
I'm not asking for the mechanism. I'm asking how the
I think you're kind of
hypothesis.
confused. So the hypothesis is simple. Abiogenesis, evolution. We have explanations for these. It's not like scientists are like in the dark about how life began.
Yeah, those are the mechanisms. I'm asking
Yeah,
you how the
that's all you need.
hypothesis predicts.
The
I'm asking how the hypothesis predicts the outcome.
The hypothesis
Prediction is different than.
The hypothesis includes the model. The model explains it.
Okay, there's a difference between a prediction and how the event came about. Okay, for example, a 1957 Chevy Bel Air is like the existence of such a vehicle is consistent with the laws of physics. It's consistent with naturalism, right?
We know it exists, so it's
like it doesn't violate the laws of physics, right?
It's an irrelevant argument because we know for a fact that it exists.
Well, I'm trying to illustrate the point here.
You're not making a really good one because you're trying to figure out the likelihood of something we don't know existing.
I'm asking you why would we expect rational minds on the naturalistic hypothesis? It's the same as asking why we would expect a 1957 Chevy
because
Bel Air.
In the naturalistic hypothesis we have the copying of genes that are surviving. So the problem is you probably don't even have like a firm understanding when you say like intelligence. Like my guess is you have some weird transcendental idea of what intelligence is, but in naturalism, intelligence is just the ability to process like billions of decisions at once. Whereas you can look at the intelligence of lower life forms and see how simple it is, but it's still the same thing. We just do it much faster at a much higher volume. So like what a Venus flytrap is doing isn't all that dissimilar to what we're doing. We're just doing a lot more of it at once.
Okay. Maybe I can explain it this way. Naturalism is the view that the natural world is all that there is and it follows the laws of physics. What about that hypothesis, that view would predict a supernatural being? Would it predict that? Would you expect to see a supernatural being on the naturalistic hypothesis?
Not definitionally, no. It depends on what you think a supernatural being is, but strictly speaking, no.
No, so what we're talking about is, I'm not asking you about what processes brought the outcome about. I'm asking how the hypothesis even predicts that this would occur to begin with.
The hypothesis
so I'm asking what
doesn't need to predict anything.
I'm not. Okay, so it doesn't predict rational minds.
Naturalism isn't a hypothesis.
It's a view, right?
It's a
view of the
viewpoint,
world,
yeah.
isn't it?
It's a view of the world, but it's not a proposition. It's not a hypothesis.
Well, it's not a scientific hypothesis, but it's like a view of the world. It's like this is it's
Yeah.
an ontological claim about
So
reality.
naturalism is
Right?
true by
It's-
default until a supernatural entity can be demonstrated. So it's not like you don't have to prove naturalism to be true. It's just a default position. That's all you have until somebody can prove that something non-natural exists. So the burden of
Right.
proof
Well, we
is
have
not on
rational
me
minds.
to demonstrate
we have a
naturalism to be
phenomenon.
true. The burden of proof is going to be on the Philbro and their bad broken arguments to demonstrate that their God is real. And they don't have any evidence of their God being real, which is why they do these really horrible like word games and hope that you can like, I don't know, just smuggle in the right word that ends in God being real.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to present an argument. I just don't think you understand it. You might need to do some
I do understand it, and philosophy will never get you to
the
it.
first premise should not even have been contended. I
Well,
don't
it
even know why you
was.
contended that. There was nothing wrong with that first premise. That you
Jason,
got caught
can I
up on that. Yeah.
The problem with it is the natural world and naturalism is a quantifiable thing, whereas theism is not.
Okay. Well, we have a phenomenon. We have a life permitting universe that allows for rational minds. And all I want to know is between naturalism and theism, which of those two better predicts or it is less surprising to see a rational mind on? That's all I want to know. That's all the argument is saying.
But it's not a relevant argument because I can make up anything that expects a rational mind. I could just again, I've already given you the example. It's like you weren't listening to it.
Well, you're a naturalist,
I can just
right?
say,
How does your view account for it?
I can just say that I believe in the life-granting unicorn. I can say I believe in the life-granting unicorn, and I also believe that the life-granting unicorn has a sister that is the consciousness and intelligence-granting unicorn, and between the two of them, they give us life and intelligence. Now, the fact of the matter is, it is a 100% likely in the unicorn model that we would have life and intelligence. The expectedness of something in a model has nothing to do with whether or not the model has evidence for it. So the expectation is useless. You can make up any model with the expectation you need. That's why premise number 1 fails.
Okay, are you a unicornist? Like, is that your view, or are you a naturalist?
I'm a unicornist now. Prove me wrong.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming you're a naturalist, so you have to account.
So I actually don't have to
rational
account.
minds.
It's like you're.
Why not? It's a phenomenon.
Here comes the burden shifting again.
It's not a burden shifting.
This is why you didn't address it the first time I brought it
You
up.
want to know what Sean Carroll says about fine tuning?
That it completely.
You want to know what Sean Carroll says about fine tuning?
I don't care what Sean Carroll says about
I'll
fine
quote
tuning.
you. Well, he
No one cares. So the reason why you won't address my unicorn argument is because you know it exactly addresses the problem that I'm pointing out on premise number 1, which is the expectation of something within a model does not do anything to prove that model being true or more likely. I can make any model that includes any expectation I want to, and the expectation being in that model says nothing about whether or not that model is more likely to be true. That's why premise number 1 fails.
Yeah. What you're trying to say is that positing a unicorn is a live option for intelligent people when it's not. Here's Sean Carroll.
What I'm saying is,
let me finish this.
No one cares about Sean Carroll. So what I'm saying is the unicorn model that I posited has exactly the same amount of evidence for it as the God model that you're positing, because if the only evidence you need is that it accounts for something or there's an expectation within the model for something, and that's all you have, what that means is that your model is only as likely as the unicorn model, which is why you won't actually address what I'm saying, which is why you want to read a quote from Sean Carroll, which I don't give a shit about. You don't give a shit about Sean Carroll either, because Sean Carroll doesn't believe in your God. So you don't care what Sean Carroll says. You don't give a damn about Sean Carroll. You've quote mined something from Sean Carroll and that you think is going to help you, and then you ignored everything else Sean Carroll ever said. That's not how like proper like reading works. You can't quote Sean Carroll on the one thing that sounds vaguely like good for your argument and then ignore the rest of his stuff. All right. Listen, JC, you're incredibly boring, and we probably have better people to talk to. At least I hope there's better people to talk to.
Well, the biggest problem with it that I can see is kind of like what you're saying, but you're retroactively looking at it. You're looking at the natural world created life. We know this. And then you're positing your theistic view around what you already know to be true.
Yeah.
That's the problem with it.
That's the point. Yeah, you're looking at the world around you, and then you're making a theory to explain it, namely theism. It's a God of the gaps. And then they're saying, well, because my God of the gaps explains this thing, or it's expected within my God of the gaps argument, therefore my argument must be, or my model must be more true. But again, until you can contend with the life-granting unicorn and the intelligence-granting unicorn being equally as plausible as the God hypothesis, it's a no starter. You're stuck at the starting blocks. Oh well. This is why the Bible tells you not to get caught up in philosophy. Cardinal, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, haven't seen J.A. in a minute. I know. I'm glad he's here though. Good to see you, but I'm still gay for Justin. Sorry, Jay. I'm taking your people.
I'll turn you. I'll turn you back.
I appreciate that. I'd be gay for J.A. Tales of the Levant says Trump fulfilled a 50s TV show called Trackdown. Interesting. One of the episodes contains a charlatan named Trump who tells the townspeople the world is going to end and that he will save them by building a wall. Oh, fuck. It is a typological prophecy about Trump. Maybe he is, in fact, not the Messiah, the Antichrist. Listen, this is strange. This hasn't happened in many months, but we actually have an empty guest queue. We've got like well over 2,000 people watching on YouTube and almost 400 people on TikTok. And for some reason, the guest queue's empty. This is weird. It happens though. Every once in a while. If you're watching on TikTok, hit that guest request button. If you're watching on YouTube, the link is tiny.cc/DZGuest. I'll grab a couple super chats while we're waiting for some guests to load up, and hopefully we'll get some conversations going soon. While I'm doing that, everybody go follow JA Debates. Make sure you're on his TikTok channel and following his YouTube channel. That way, if you miss a live stream, you can catch some of his recorded stuff. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Says, these people appropriating the grew up non-religious label to prove their conversion legit. Like, bro, tell me when your mom gives you serious shit for liking my morning jacket because of Gideon. Yeah, this is a fair point, though. There's a lot of people who think adding I didn't grow up religious, therefore the fact that I am religious is more meaningful. Like, a lot of people use that in their argument. I don't fully know why that is the case. This is a weird thing. And Duke, thank you for the $20 Euro chat. Says, talking donkeys, evil snakes, babies ground into milkshakes, robot sounding, Dr. M's, nonsense spewing Christian, James and Pretzels, heretics, Phil Bros, false messiah, on a cross, slavery, abuse, and grape. I prefer to be an ape. I'm with you, Duke. To be fair, apes have to spend a lot less mental and emotional time worrying about like morals, social morals and things like that. They just kind of do shit. They kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? It's kind of like I feel like some of them are like biologically wired. Oh, some people are saying it's a song, not a poem. Is it a song? Well, if that's a song, it sounds like a good song. I've never heard it before. Guys, gotta remember, I don't know anything about pop culture or like the music world.
I have no clue what that is.
Yeah, shoot, Joyful's got like 4 kids. He has no idea what's happening in pop culture until his kids tell him. Well, how it is.
6'7". 6'7".
All right. I think we got a guest in the queue. Let me grab this super chat. We'll get our next guest in here. Huge Grace is both wide and tall, showing how both the wide of whores and the height of vert are holy in the sight of Doug. I'm still a devout horizontal worshiper, though. Fracked sideways for pebbles. Fracked for pebbles is a good one. I think that's a good one. Thank you sufficiently. And yes, remember, there is no real schism. Actually, we do have a super chat addressing the last argument. I'm curious to see. Aaron, my friend, someone who always brings good points, thank you so much for the super chat, says the fine-tuning apologist needs to read Gregory Dawes. A just so story proves nothing, since an explanation that can accommodate anything accounts for nothing. Shoe-stealing fairies took my shoes. No, exactly, Aaron. Thank you for that. That's exactly my point. Like, if you make up an explanation that accounts for anything you need it to, or accounts for all things, then it's not really an explanation. Like, whether or not it's true is irrelevant. Like, you have to demonstrate it to be true before it can be a valid explanation. You can't say that it's an explanation for something because it fulfills the requirements that I need to explain something. Like, you can make up the explanatory power. That doesn't mean that the explanation is like actually true. Okay, let me grab our next guest. It looks like we're going to get Steve and then Victoria in that order. Maybe. There we go. Steve, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 18. I'm 50, and I do believe in God. Just had one quick question for you. I'll leave you alone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Do you want God to be real? I know you was a Christian. I watch your show a lot. Are you hoping that God is real or hoping that God is fake?
Neither. I want to believe whatever is true. So it makes no difference to me whether God exists or doesn't exist. I'm curious about what the truth is.
I gotcha. All right, that's all I had. I just was curious.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Cheers.
Thanks.
That was short. I'm curious by the amount of believers that are under the opinion that we don't want to believe in God. Why? Why would you believe that somehow, like, atheists just don't want to believe in God? What a nonsensical thing to believe in. Why wouldn't we want to believe that there's an all-powerful being that loves us and cares about us and is going to give us eternal life as long as we just believe the right thing? We can live forever. Who the fuck wouldn't want to believe in that?
We just want to sin. We want to sin, Justin. Course. That's what it is.
I forgot. Joyful, I forgot that Christians don't sin.
Christians do not sin.
To be sure, you have to be an atheist to sin. I forgot about that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You never sinned when you were a Christian, did you?
Yeah, I did. That's why I wasn't a Christian, because 1 John 3 says Christians don't sin. They cannot.
that actually
they
is
do not
true.
know God.
That is true. And there's actually a really good contradiction too there's another contradiction that I don't use very often that's really good about atheists or non-believers hating the disciples. There's one passage where Jesus says that they can't hate you. And then, of course, in the Olivet Discourse, he says that they will hate you. I was like, what do you mean? They will hate you, but they also can't hate you? All right, let's get Victoria into the conversation. Welcome in, Victoria.
Hi, I am over 18 and I've been deconstructed for a while. I just wanted to pick your brain. I'll be quick. My family is still very religious. My mother actually grew up Plymouth Brethren. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm quite familiar with the Plymouth Brethren, yeah.
They're very scary. My mom had to wear a veil to church. And when I went with her to church, we used to have to wear veils, and women are very submissive, and it's really a cult.
It's certainly a culty cult. That's why they don't even have universities. They don't even believe in education.
No, they don't, and especially not women to be educated. They don't want that at all. It's very scary. The way she grew up is very controlling. I grew up pretty controlled, but I'm worried for my kids when they go to visit her that she, my son, he's 5. He was asking me, Mom, well, how did this come to be? Was it God? That's what Go-Go said. That's what they call her. And I just don't know, how to broach the subject, because I've had arguments with her, and it gets very defensive, and I don't want to ruin my relationship with her. She knows that I don't believe anymore. But she's the kind of person that says, once a believer, always a believer. So like I can't even get out of it.
Well,
But yeah, I don't
Hebrews
know what to
6,
do.
4, and 5 is a good verse to quote to people who think that you can't lose your salvation. It quite clearly indicates that you can. And there's lots of verses too in the New Testament that would lead you to believe that's the case. Like what Paul says on multiple occasions to endure to the end so that you won't lose your prize, basically salvation. I mean, there's lots of verses in the New Testament that would lead you to believe that you can stop believing. But nevertheless, that's irrelevant. Your relationship with your family is important. So is it one of those situations where like they always bring up the religion, you don't bring it up, and they just can't
Yeah,
handle the fact that you don't believe anymore?
yeah, pretty much. The
Yeah.
only time I ever say anything is if they bring it up. Um, and like for like example, my mom wanted to bring them to like the Noah play, and I don't even know. It's like one of those like Ark Encounter kind of a thing. It's like one of those big presentations, and I was like, I don't know if I want my kids exposed to that story. Like, how can a loving God kill all of his like
Hmm.
children? Though God's supposed to love us more than like even you love me, and you want me
Hmm.
to tell my children that he's gonna wipe people out for being disobedient? And she was like, well, you we don't understand, like how Christians do that. Like, well, God's beyond our understanding. I'm like, no, I don't think that that's a good thing to teach a child. Like, I'm their parent. I love them. I would never do that to them. You wouldn't do that to me. And she just couldn't, I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah, and if you can't understand God, then claiming that God is good is irrelevant. If I can't understand God when I see that he's evil, that means you can't understand God when you're claiming that he's not evil. So the that argument kind of cuts both ways. But in regard to like your children and whatnot, I like if you live in the Western world, I don't know if there's anything you can do to shield your children from the religion. They're gonna learn about it somewhere. And so I think my personal opinion is the better thing to do is just teach them the stories yourself. Like, here's the stories. Here's why they're bullshit. Right? Just be proactive about it. Don't hope that nobody's gonna talk to them about it. Be the first to talk to them about it. It's like when it comes to like sex ed in America. The more proactive you are, the better it is. You don't want them learning from the internet. You don't want them learning from kids at school. You want to be proactive and teach them the stuff they need to know up front, right? So
Yeah.
I think religion's the same way. And like even when I was young, I was going to a Catholic school. I was exposed to a lot of stuff. My mom was she was a free thinker, and we would talk about stuff that I learned in religion class, and she'd be like, "Well, you ain't gotta believe all that," and she'd give me some good logic for why something doesn't always make sense. And as a young person, I was like, "Yeah, you're right. That doesn't make any sense." I think kids are really smart as long as you explain it to them. I don't think you have to worry about them being indoctrinated. I think indoctrination happens when you only hear one side and you don't get to hear the other side.
Okay. No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Right?
I
Because your
appreciate it.
deconstruction started because you got
I
new information, right?
Yeah. Actually, because I started dating my husband and he was Catholic, and that was like a huge problem. Like, how can you be with somebody who's not in our specific sect? And yeah, it like kind of blew up in my mom's face because now we're married and we have three
Right.
kids. And yeah, so I was just like, no, I care about this person and he might have a different perspective, but why is he's just as like quote unquote Christian as I am? So what's the difference? But
Right.
like we both are not believers anymore.
I get that. Joyful, what are you gonna say?
yeah, I was just going to say that from my experience with my kids, um, my wife's been deconstructed longer than me. She deconstructed 8 years ago. I've only been deconstructing for 3 years. But my kids go to Catholic school. We weren't Catholic, but they go to Catholic school. Um, and they all, my boys would come back and tell me these stories. And I would discuss the stories with them, but I would also like say why I don't believe that this story is true, but like grandma and grandpa, and because my family's all religious, so they're exposed through them too to these religious things, and none of them have I ever pressed. Like my son right now wants to be confirmed. We told him he had to wait till he goes through junior high a year, and then he can get confirmed. But my youngest, but every one of them were kind of like that when they were in the Catholic Church. or Catholic school, but when they came out, they took the things that I had discussed with them all 5 years they were there, and it seemed to like clear their mind up more than if I would have just sheltered them from it. And they only got that side of the story when it came about. So it was kind of controlled. And I think that's a good way to go about it too, is make sure it's like a controlled thing. Know what they're being exposed to, basically, so that you can talk about it.
Yeah, that just scared me.
No,
I'm
I get
sorry.
it.
That like, I don't know.
I did
Yeah, I don't.
also.
I think the way I grew up is just it's scary. Like I don't want. I don't know. Like that made
Right.
me. I don't know. Like a guttural feeling.
I
Sorry.
I get it. Yeah, because so I know quite a few Plymouth Brethren, and it's a traumatic upbringing. In fact, that was one of the reasons why Aleister Crowley defected from religion. So his parents were Plymouth Brethren, both of them preachers, and like hellfire and brimstone nonsense. And
Yeah.
there's nothing better to drive somebody away from religion than to be the most extreme version of it. And the Plymouth Brethren are basically that.
Yeah. They're very. Yeah. And like I have awful stories of like my mom and her sisters were all molested in the church and nobody did anything about it. Like they just brush it under the rug. They don't my grandmother went to the elders and they handled it, but that doesn't they didn't handle anything. It's like very scary and like I think people don't know that some of these things still exist in the United States today. Like that cult still is, in existence and
And
hurting a lot of people.
not just in the U.S. They've spread to other countries as well. I know Plymouth Brethren over in Egypt. Like it's a real menace worldwide, and in Canada as well. Actually, there's Plymouth Brethren. But my friend Dr. Joe is up here. She's a licensed PhD therapist. I think she's got something to add to this conversation.
Yeah, hi Victoria. One of the things I do in my practice is support people through deconstruction. And not everybody who deconstructs to atheism. There's a lot of different ways you can deconstruct your past. In your case, it sounds like some healing would be helpful. But I really jumped up to say, if you will message me, I have a workbook on boundaries that is specifically written for people in the deconstruction process to help
I would love
inform
that.
healthy. Yeah. So message me and I will get that to you.
I'm sorry, how do I message you? I just don't know like
I
where.
will. Oh, that's right. You're on. Do you
So
have a TikTok?
Oh my gosh, I'm like really bad at TikTok. I don't know what I'm doing on
Okay.
TikTok.
it might be easiest to email, or your email's on your website, Dr. Joe, right?
It is. So I'm pretty doxable anyway. So it's just Joanne Ketch, Ketch, like ketchup, which is what I was called my entire middle school experience. And JoanneKetch.com. And you can email me through there.
Okay. Thank you.
And
I
just put in
appreciate
the
it.
subject line, Victoria from the live, and I will get you that workbook and hopefully think of some other supportive resources for you as you go through it sounds like generational trauma, and
Yeah.
so many of them are really unaware.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's definitely what it is, for sure.
Yeah.
Your dog is beautiful, by the way.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
Cute little
She's
beagle.
she's actually it's like a Catahoula leopard dog.
Okay.
But I think she knows I'm like upset.
Yeah.
Oh, what a good
I
dog.
love that.
I
Yeah.
I didn't mean to scare you. I was actually hoping that would help because my older kids all left and was like, "No, this is nonsense." After we
I
got
think
to
it's
discuss
more
all
like
that
the
was
thought
the
of like
point.
immersing them in something that is like Christian. I don't know. That immersion feels
Mhm.
scary. Like I am glad to know that they're not, but like thinking of like being like, oh hey, go to Catholic school or go to Christian school because I did,
No,
that.
that's
It just
not what
is
I'm
like,
saying you should do.
yeah,
That's not what I'm saying you should do. I'm just saying with my experience, even with them getting all of that, I was proactive in just discussing it with them, and then they came out of it and could
Yeah, I think
make
that
their
that's
own
actually really
decision.
like, the
But
best thing to do is just discuss it with them.
Yeah. Victoria, I think you're froze on us. There you go. You're back.
I
We
don't
lost you for a
prescribe
second.
anybody send their kids to Christian schools or Catholic schools. It was kind of a necessity because they're the only schools that provide childcare after school. So it's kind of necessity.
Yeah.
Got
So
you.
somebody
Thank
in
you.
the comments reminded us that Recovering from Religion would be a helpful organization for you. And they also host a page called seculartherapy.org, and that is a vetted list of therapists who are completely secular and will not, slap you upside the head with any kind of religion, faith, or scripture, or any of those expectations. So that's a resource for anybody listening, not just Victoria. I've been through it myself, so I know that they do in fact check everything. And I got my master's and doctorate at a seminary, so I know that they do check to make sure that I'm not, in a clandestine way trying to convert people.
Thank you for your help. I appreciate it. I'll let you get to another caller.
Sure thing. Good to hear from Victoria. Best of luck. I hope you do well with your family. I know it's tough to be in a split family.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Cheers. That is tough. I don't know if anyone how familiar people are with the Plymouth Brethren, but man, they're one of the most like cloistered and like legalistic sects of Christianity. It's pretty bad. Appreciate that, Dr. Joe.
Of course. Thanks for grabbing me. And the offer for the workbook, goes for anybody listening who thinks that would be helpful, particularly with the holidays coming up. So go ahead and contact me and I'll get that to you.
Yeah, for sure. Appreciate it. Let me grab a couple super chats and we're going to get Jorda in here, I believe is what it says. I see it looks like Jorda from the text size. God's little atheist says, Justin, I apologize if this question is a little too personal, but are you and Sarah a couple? Well, that is really personal, actually. And I don't talk about my personal life on the internet for many good reasons. That being said, no. You two are so cute together, and your combined brain power is an unstoppable force. Well, listen, I don't disagree with you. Sarah's an amazing individual. I highly recommend you follow her channel at Leaving Faith, and I'll let her know that she's got a fan here. Freedom from Security says a family member was talking about Vikings being the lost tribe of Dan. Oh, good grief. Anything to that? No, there's nothing to that. Or is it an absolutely ridiculous as it sounds? It's as ridiculous as it sounds. The Danites went missing when the Assyrians came in and basically devastated the northern tribes. So if they're anywhere, they're in the land of Assyria. And if you read the book of Kings, it tells you where they were settled. In fact, if you go to chapter 18, maybe 1 Kings 18, there's a passage that tells you where, in fact, they were settled. In fact, verse 17 or chapter 17, verse 24 says the king of Assyria brought people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Seraphim, and placed them in the cities of Samaria, and placed some of the people of Israel, in place of some of the people of Israel, they took possession of Samaria and settled in its cities. When they first settled there, they did not worship the Lord. Therefore, the Lord sent lions among them, which killed some of them. Okay, so what they did was they did a swap. They took some of the people out of Israel and they exiled them to Assyria. And then they took some of the Assyrians and settled them in the land of the northern Israelites in Samaria. So, yeah, it wasn't the Vikings. It was the Assyrians. And Theosophical Wandering, thank you for the $20 super chat, says, I think that the idea that God is blank, the answer for the fine tunings we observe in the universe is 100% a respectable idea to think about, and we should think about it. Sean Carroll. Okay. Don't care. Again, Sean Carroll opinion on fine tuning is kind of meaningless to me, even if he does pander to people who believe in God. Again, I'm not a Sean Carrollite. I'm not in the club of Sean Carroll. I'm not in the Sean Carroll church. You can cherry quote whatever physicist you want on God. That's not an argument for God being real. Rory, thank you for the $9.99 super chat. Says the Doug abides and everything is made of stardust. Indeed, that is the case. So don't panic and keep your towel close. Here's to you, Justin. Keep on cooking, Captain. My Captain. Keep on cracking. Words mean words. They do. I don't know about where you guys are, but here, words always mean words. And I got 2 more super chats, and we're going to get Jorda in here. Donald says, God is necessary to give us purpose. Well, I don't believe that. With God, we don't just die. We go to heaven and hang out for eternity doing nothing. What is there to do in a perfect world? What is the purpose of that? You're right. Donald, even with God, there's no purpose. The only purpose of the God world is to like worship God. Like he wants worship because he's a narcissist. And last super chat for now from our friend William. Great to see you, friend. Says, when Christians tell me I left Christianity because I wanted to sin, I tell them I just had to give up Jesus to be rock hard. And gay for Justin. You really are the best. But thank you, William. There are a lot of people that deconstructed once they realized how silly it is that God would create people to have love for the same sex and then say that they're evil and they needed to be stoned and that you shouldn't take any pity on them. That's crazy. If he knit you in your mother's womb a way that he didn't want you to be, that kind of seems like he's the problem. Okay, let's get our next guest in here.
And I'm gonna drop out, Justin. I gotta get the kids fed. So
sure thing.
I'm gonna go make dinner.
Good
Thanks for having me out, man.
All right, cheers, bud.
I'll drop too so that nobody feels intimidated by too many people on the panel.
I get it. Great to see you, Dr. Joe. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you.
Guys, if you're on TikTok and you don't follow Dr. Joe yet, I don't know what you're waiting for. There's no better time to do it than right now. All right, let's get our guest in here. Jorda, how you doing?
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. My name's Jordan, by the way, but I'll accept Jorda or Jordy, whatever you want to call me is cool.
Yeah, the N got dropped. Let me type it in. There you go. Now you got an N. There you
Cool,
go.
that could have been my bad.
So, Jordan, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
I am. I'm over 18 and I do believe in a creator or maybe something more of like admin. It's kind of more along the simulation theory is what I believe in.
Okay, is it just one individual or entity responsible for the simulation or multiples?
That's where it gets a little iffy. It's kind of like a turtles all the way down thing. I think even if we did discover, like, let's say the Christian God was real, I think it would still be unanswered. Like the question of, well, who created that God? I don't think it's just enough to say that it's always been necessarily sufficient, that there has to be one start. So there could be one creator of the simulation, or he could be in a line of simulations, because I think that's the actual best evidence for the simulation theory is the idea that to be the first simulator of the simulations is kind of unlikely that you are that in the chain of simulations.
So it's
have
just
you heard of this theory before? Do you know? Are you aware of that?
Yeah, it's an infinite regress of simulations.
Right. So we are potentially one in a line. There is a chance that we are going to be the first simulators that create simulations that create simulations. That is a possibility, but I just not exactly sure how likely that is. So I assume that that we are in the middle somewhere potentially, or at the end.
What's the source of energy for the simulation?
We don't have any information outside our own universe at this point. I know that I've heard some physicists talk about how it would take something larger than the universe to simulate a universe is kind of an idea. I don't think that's necessarily true. I think through different types of computing, we are going to find ways to simulate things like a universe without using the resources of a entire universe. You could look at Moore's law. You could look at what quantum computing's offering, where we get exponential rates of computing power. And we're doing this without even harnessing the power of our own sun.
The problem is the power is not really all that relevant, except that it has to be like constantly increasing. It can never decrease, right? So in order to have an infinite chain of whatever computation or series of computations infinitely, that means that there's just going to be an infinite addition of energy with every new simulation.
Which I don't personally find a problem with, just because I kind of look at it in like the way that fractals work, where designs kind of infinitely regress and progress the more you look into it. So I know it kind of doesn't make sense to say there's larger infinities and infinities. It's kind of like saying that, but I believe the more you kind of zoom out of things, the more they appear the same. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
No, I don't think I even asked a question, but my point is this: it would be odd to me to think that in order to sustain the simulation theory, you do in fact need to have an infinite amount of ever increasing energy, meaning the energy within the universe just increases infinitely.
Right.
And
So I am
so,
making a lot of assumptions.
mhm.
By, my theories are making a lot of assumptions, obviously, because I don't have any information outside our own universe. But as I can't say what other higher level simulations, what their capabilities are. And you're right, that does create more infinite regresses, by
what
positing
one of
this.
the other things too is how do we know that the thing that created any of the universes, because it would have to be an infinite regress of computational models. How do we know which one of those would have been by a deity?
Right. So yeah, you're
Because
right. We don't know that.
couldn't one simulation give rise to another simulation?
That's kind of the idea. Is like we're kind of the way, because I'm actually a former game programmer and virtual reality developer. That's where I kind of stumbled upon this, trying to create like realistic worlds and trying to implement AI into them that might be mistaken for reality. And so with the AI boom, we're kind of looking at, will these AI agents eventually think that they're real the same way we think we're real, and will we give
Right.
them autonomy to eventually create their own simulations, and then so forth and so on. Will those simulations think they're real and create simulations? It's hard
So
to say what level we're in. I don't know that. But actually, my question I want to ask is that um, I think that this kind of solves the problem of evil in a way, or the problem of omnibenevolent God. I know it kind of seems unrelated,
well,
but like, hear me out really
it's
quick.
it's only a problem if you
um,
believe in an omnibenevolent God, because a lot of theists don't. Even like in the classics, it wasn't clear that the Greeks and the Romans necessarily had an omnibenevolent deity. There were multiple deities, and some of
yeah,
them were better and worse than others.
no, you're right. So the way I'm tying it in is that, so say like users, like, oh, okay, let's say that in a simulation, sir, we as humans are users of this, are agents of the simulation. Let's say the admin of the simulation, or what we say was God, they gave the agents the choice. Would you prefer to live in a world that only has good things that happen, aka heaven, a world where good and bad can happen, including free will and all things that go along with it, or a world where only bad things can happen, aka hell? um, they give them the choice to choose which one they would go to. And I think most people would probably choose the middle one, the world we're in now. Um, Being able to give in free will and dealing with the good and bad that comes with it.
I wouldn't.
Um, is that tracking at all?
I wouldn't choose this world.
Would you choose the good one, the heaven-like world?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me ask you, do you think that it's possible for there to be a heaven-like world and free will at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm just going to use the heaven that kind of
So
Christianity describes, where there's no
I
pain, there's no
I guess I'm
suffering, there's
trying
no even
to
thoughts of evil
I'm
or
trying to
good.
figure out
Do you
I'm
think
trying
it's
to figure
possible
out
to
what
even?
you think this has to do with God so far, right? So like here's where I'm at, right? Let's just grant for a second that simulation theory is true and there's an infinite regress of simulations. I still don't
Mhm.
see what that has to do with God. Where does God come in?
Sure. So, okay, let me ask. Okay, so God, I would say, with the person that chose the parameters of the universe that we live in. So they're choosing what laws of physics would be like. Everything, the complete designer of everything. They like,
So
if you had this type of program that
why
we could
just
dial in the
one?
parameters. What's up?
Why are we thinking there's just one of them? For example, if there's a simulation that gave rise to another simulation, I would assume there's a whole team of people within that simulation creating the next simulation, like in the Inception style. Why would I think that there's just one who waved a wand and created a new simulation?
Right. So I guess in my personal view, I don't think there would be one God. It would be like more of like multiple layers of gods, as you can say.
So
So like
there's
if we were to
an
create a
infinite number of
simulation
gods.
and they were to view us as a god because they didn't know what was above our level, I think that would
Okay.
be okay to think of for them to think of us as God or
Okay.
gods rather.
So then you don't really believe in a god then. You believe in natural entities that came from the universe that we actually exist in that might be viewed as a god by lower life forms that they create via simulation. So then you and I agree that we don't neither one of us believe in a god. Cuz a
Right. And the
god
only
is
reason I
like
think
is a creator who's responsible for all of creation basically.
Yeah, I think that kind of is kind of a lost cause, trying to find the ultimate
Mhm.
end of the last turtle on the bottom, I guess you could say. I think
Right.
that's kind of a fool's errand where you're going to be chasing your tail forever.
Right.
So I would be okay personally just going one level up, I guess. And if we knew about the creator that put all the parameters
Mhm.
for our particular universe, for me,
Mhm.
that would be sufficient.
Sure. So it sounds like you probably don't believe in the classical definition of God. The next thing I would ask, and probably the last thing I'll ask, is what's the evidence of a simulation theory actually being true? Like you can say that, listen, I like it because it explains a couple things, but is there any evidence that we actually are in a simulation?
Oh yeah, as far as I know, it's kind of more of a newer theory. We don't have testable evidence right now. I've actually seen some physicists trying to test it, disprove it through stuff that's beyond me, some quantum type of physics tests. But I think the best evidence for me is just the idea that if we are able to create simulations that think they're real, that we would be the first to actually do this. That's what that's just it's kind of circumstantial evidence, but that's the only evidence that I would that sold me on it personally.
Okay. Well, it's an interesting thought. Good to hear from you, Jordan.
I have one last question for you though. Going back to what I talked about free will and choosing the type of world you would want to live in, um, do you think that having free will necessitates there being evil in the world?
No.
So you think it's possible to have free will and for there to be everything to be completely good and all actions to be good?
No, you can just stop people from doing the bad shit. So
Okay, so we have able to, with our free will, we can create the
it's like
world that we
having
prefer.
it's like having universal police. Like so, for example, if I go to if there's a police in front of me, I go to stab somebody, the police is going to stop me. Now they violated my ability to stab somebody. They didn't violate my free will. They stopped my outcome from happening, but they didn't do anything to my free will, to my mind, right? So I made the decision to do it. They stopped me. So I have no reason to believe that, like, if there was some sort of heaven-like state, that we would have to give up our free will. We literally, I mean, if there is such a heavenly state, it could be just programmed in that if we try to do something evil, we get stopped.
Okay, I see. Yeah, because one of the best evidence or things I've heard against the heaven that most people think about is this idea that um, if nothing bad can happen, that almost means that you can't have the mind that you have now, where we obviously think negative or what we consider bad or evil things all the time. But to not even be able to have those thoughts just seems like it just wouldn't even be a possibility without losing your free will.
Well, no, I mean, you don't have to get rid of the thoughts.
Right. Okay. So it's just, I mean, that to me is a complete argument against, the Christian type of heaven.
Well,
Then, like, there's no way you could have free will in that type of heaven then.
well, not according to the Bible. Revelation 21 says that you're still going to have people in heaven, and they're not going to hurt each other. They're not going to harm each other and anything like that. But I mean, presumably, they still have the ability to think and to make decisions.
Okay.
Right.
All right. Well, thanks
So,
for talking, man. Thanks for entertaining my crazy ideas. Just thought I'd throw it
sure.
out there and pick your brain on it.
Okay. Yeah. Cheers, man.
Have a good one.
I'll never understand the people that get interested in simulation theory. It's the least compelling theory I've ever heard to explain our current situation. Okay, well, next in line, it looks like it's going to be Faith. I'm going to grab 2 super chats. We'll get Faith in here. Cryptic Peptide says, "My parents are cultural Catholics. They want my child baptized and catechized. I want to suggest reading the Bible together so they can finally know its contents as a condition for them to try thoughts. I actually like this cryptic. You could say, if you want my child to be part of this church or part of this faith, my requirement is that we all read the Bible together first, front to back. Once we've completed the entire Bible, then I'll let you do it. And the reality is, it doesn't matter. You'll never make it through. I've never seen a human being other than myself read the entire Bible from front cover to back cover in a short period of time. The reality is most people don't read it. You force them to read the entire Bible, they'll give up before they get through it. It's a good thought. And Astronova, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. That's huge. Says, thanks for all you do to help people learn how to think critically and break free from the cult. Big W on the kitty cam. Well, thank you, Astronova. I really appreciate that. And that's what we're here for. Critical thinking, learning, getting smarter. And W Kitties, although the kitties are downstairs wrestling now, they got their good nap in. Now they got to go wrestle, burn some energy. All right, we'll get our next guest in here. Welcome in, Faith. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I'm 21, and I do.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
Wait, before I even get into that, you said earlier that you've never met anyone that has read the entire Bible in a short span of time, and I wanted to define what a short span of time was.
I'd be shocked if there is an individual in my orbit that has read the entire Bible in less than 1 year.
Wait, that makes me so ecstatic because I did that. And I was not privileged to do so.
Oh,
I don't think I was granted. Actually, I think I was oppressed to be kept from that. In fact, Rapunzeled. Like, I was kept from the internet so much so that my mother and all of my high school went to the high school library and said, "Do not let her on the high school computer." So I wasn't let on the internet until
that checks out.
Yeah. So. It just, can you say what you said again, please?
I said it's not normal to meet people that have read the entire Bible in less than a year.
Yes. And even though I did meet that requirement, I don't credit that to myself. I actually give the glory to God.
Well, you just said you were forced into it, so.
I was born into witchcraft, and I was Rapunzeled to the extent that I wasn't allowed the internet. And they were atheist, Scientologist, hatred people of God. They said, you're not allowed to read the Bible. You're not allowed to research God. You're not allowed to Google anything about God. You're not allowed to think about him or do anything about him. And it was only until I was 18 able to escape that stuff and read the Bible, research it. And I was
Can you name the first 5 books of the Bible?
Yes. I actually can't, but I'll try. Genesis, Exodus, that's as far as I can go because that's not my strength.
Yeah. Okay. Can you name more than 3 prophets?
Wait, define prophets. Is it Old Testament and New Testament?
There's no prophets really in the New Testament that actually have writings for us.
Old Testament. Only Old Testament people.
Oh, that's where the prophets are.
Can you define prophet for me, please?
Yep. A person who gave prophecies and wrote about it.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing because I'm thankful for your help. I just don't think that helps me much.
The Bible is like I don't know,
you
possibly
asked me to name prophets.
20% prophetic literature. Do
you asked me to
do you know a single prophetic book?
Before we move on, I love your intelligence. I do. And I want to move on to whatever intelligent thing you have to say next. But your original question was, can I name prophets, right?
Yeah.
So I want to really get to the meat of that before we move on.
Can you name 3 prophetic books in the Bible?
I name 3 prophetic books, and you said that it could only be Old Testament that's prophetic.
That's where the prophetic books are. The prophets, writings of the prophets are in fact in the Hebrew Bible. They're in the Old Testament.
So could it be said, can I just name 3 books of the Old Testament?
3 of the prophetic books of the Old Testament.
Okay, so there's that. Okay. Prophetic of the Old Testament.
Well, it's too late now. The chat and TikTok's already given you like 6 or 7 of them.
I haven't looked at the chat, but I'll accept that you said it's too late. I will yield. I will say that I failed. And
Okay.
yeah, of course, because I also stand by humbleness. Of course I'll fail. I don't
Fair
know.
enough.
I'm not doing this.
Fair enough. So, what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
What do I think is the best argument for the Christian God being real? And I can't use anecdotal, my own testimony. I can't use any of that, right?
Yeah, your testimony is useless because you won't accept the testimony
Yeah,
of people from other religions.
of
So, I
course.
would say by
Logically.
the same token, we don't accept your personal experience.
Well, I'm at a dead end because, like, my personal ability to say that my definition of why do I think Jesus is real, because he showed me based on my testimony, my anecdotal experience, and that is the evidence that I have. So I am excluded from your question.
Huh. Interesting. I can show you why it's not true, though.
Please, I am
Yeah.
open-minded.
Yeah, for sure. So, have you read much of the Gospels?
Matthew, Luke, John. What's the fourth one?
You named the fourth one. You missed the first one.
Please help me.
Yeah, it's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Have I read all of them? Actually, yes, because I told you at the beginning of whenever I joined, is I did read the Bible cover to cover under a year. So yeah, I did read those parts.
It's a lot to take in. So, do you believe that all of the words in the Bible are true?
Yes, all of Scripture can be used for correction and edification. Yes.
Sure, but is it all true? Like, if I read something from the Bible, could I
That's a
demonstrate?
complicated answer because yes and no is my answer, because yes, I do believe all scripture could be true, but also no, because maybe it's mistranslated, because God did say, woe to the person that messed with these translations. So
Well,
that
that's
tells
not
us
in the Bible. I think you're referring
logically.
to Revelation 22, where John, supposedly John, says, "Woe to the
Yeah.
person who changes any of the words in this book." But
Thank you.
the
Yes,
book is
that's
the
the
book of
better
Revelation.
translation.
Yeah.
Yes. So that kind of logically leads us to believe that does happen. Yes or no?
Oh, I agree. It does happen. That's one of the reasons why I don't trust the Bible. But that
Yes,
being,
we agree.
but that's not the same thing as translation. So changing the words of the text is different than just giving a poor translation. Those are different things.
Wait, can you say it slower for me? Changing the words of the text is different than changing it?
Yeah. So for
Elaborate, please.
example, yeah. So for example, in the ancient Hebrew, in Deuteronomy 32:8, it says that God divided the nations according to the sons of Israel. However, we know that that text was changed. We have older manuscripts now that have the original reading, which was that God divided the nations according to the number of the sons of God, not the number of the sons of Israel. And that's just a change within the Hebrew text that somebody made at some point. That's altogether different than whether or not somebody translated that text into English appropriately. You know what I mean?
So it was different than what was happened than what was translated?
No, what I'm saying is changing a text is a different thing than just not translating it well.
Can we act?
When you swipe away, I can't hear you.
Did you hear me?
Uh-huh.
When we look at the original Hebrew, can we say that that is the line in the sand of what the original translation meant, aside from all this mistranslation and he said, she said?
Well, listen, I agree. Yeah, if we want to know what the Bible says, we probably should be looking at the Greek and Hebrew. Luckily for you, I can do that. That being said, let me bring you to John 3:13, and I want you to tell me if this passage is true or if this passage is not true. This is Jesus talking, and he says, "No one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven, the Son of Man." Is that a true statement?
The reason I can't answer that black or white is because I want to extend an offspring my answer to say, yeah, but also anyone that it's associated with the Son of Man can also go.
Right, but this is a statement about the past, right? He says, no one has ascended into heaven except for the one who descended from heaven. So he's
Is this
saying,
Old Testament? Sorry.
this is John, no, Gospel
New
number 4.
Testament. Okay, got it. Okay. No one has ascended. Sorry, I didn't want to correct. I just wanted to clarify.
That's okay.
No one has ascended into heaven except the one who has descended from heaven, the Son of Man. So does that mean that no one can have salvation outside of Jesus himself?
This is not about salvation. This is a claim about past
salvation, as by definition, is entrance into heaven. And that is kind of what we're talking about. Can you challenge me? Can you tell me why not?
It's not until the judgment. In Matthew 25, we learn that the judgment happens at the very end. And right now, those people are asleep in the ground. So the dead are going to come to life. All the people on the earth are going to be gathered before Jesus. Jesus will judge them. And then he'll send some to the everlasting fire. And then he'll dwell with the rest of them here on the earth again. The idea that anyone's going to heaven is not actually in the Bible. No one goes to heaven when they die, not even after the judgment. The heavens and the earth get remade, and then everyone dwells here on the earth.
I agree with you so much to the point where you're saying we're asleep, like we're in a cryogenic state, as if we're going to Mars in light years, and we need to put ourselves in a cryogenic state to get there. We are asleep until this raising, this judgment day. I agree with you there. I do.
Yeah. So the question is then, is this a true statement about the past up until the point where that statement was made, that no one has ascended into heaven except the one who descended from heaven?
My definition with that, the Son of Man, would be Jesus. No one but Jesus has entered into heaven except the one who has descended to heaven, which is also Jesus, because he went down to defeat Hades. So Jesus is the only one that can go into heaven? That's my challenge to that. I'm questioning. I'm like, wait, what?
That's the right question. Has anybody entered into heaven other than Jesus up till this point in the book?
Which point is that to chapter?
I'm in John 3, verse 13. So the question we're trying to...
except Jesus entered hell, except Jesus until John 1. Heaven, sorry. Has anyone except Jesus entered heaven until John 1:13? I want to bring up Enoch. Was that in the Old Testament or New Testament?
That's the Old Testament, and you got one of them. There's another
He was brought up into heaven, so he challenges that statement.
Enoch and Elijah, both of them.
Yeah, yeah. I was going to go into that later, but I was going to wait.
So how come Jesus doesn't know about what's in the Hebrew Bible?
He knows everything.
Well, he didn't know this.
He did know it, and he still let it happen for a reason.
So then he lied then.
He didn't lie.
Well, he said something that's not true.
Can you convince me why he lied? Because I know all of this, and I know he didn't lie. So can you please convince me and educate me why he did lie?
Yeah, because the statement is that no one has ascended into heaven except for Jesus, which certainly isn't true because Elijah and Enoch ascended to heaven.
Yeah.
So then the statement's false because two people other than Jesus have ascended into heaven.
I will get back to this. I do not want to distract. We can definitely get back to this. I just want to metaphorically translate this to no one has seen the face of God or they have died or unalived.
Well,
and that has also been contradicted in the Bible many times as well. So to kind of like boost your argument, like many things that the Bible says have also been counteracted in the Bible. Wait,
I agree. So the reason why I'm bringing this up is because contradictions are on their face false. When you have a contradiction, and you have two statements. Only one of those statements can be true, and one of them has to be false. They can both be false, by the way. That
I
being
just want to
said,
counteract. Oh, I'll let you finish. Sorry.
that being said, I bring this up because you are saying that all of the Bible is true. But if we find a contradiction, then it must be that the Bible is not 100% true. It can only be partially true.
I think all of it is true.
But it can't be true if there's contradictions.
I think there are contradictions because God himself is beyond our fathoming or understanding. He is outside of our mind box, what our brain can comprehend or withstand or have the capability to even have the sandbox to look at. He's outside of that.
Sure,
And that is
but
why it could be simultaneously God can be an oxymoron. Yes or no?
I don't think so, and I'll give you a good example why I think that is the case. Can God exist and not exist at the same time?
No, because
Right.
God exists.
Right. So the claim or the proposition that God doesn't exist would be false, which means if there was a book that said God exists and God doesn't exist at the same time, then we would conclude that the book isn't 100% true because the book has a contradiction in it.
I agree with your logic. I do.
Fair enough.
I just have. Okay, go on. Go on.
So my point is, if the Bible contains contradictions, what that means is that the Bible is not 100% true. It can only be partly true.
The reason I say that can't be true, and I challenge that, is because if there's a God beyond our fathoming, he's outside of our logic stances. He could be an oxymoron. He could be both and or. He could be all and be all and none and all at the same time, alpha and omega. He could be everything and nothing. He could be beyond what we could comprehend.
But you just said he can't be everything and nothing. You said he can't exist and not exist. You said he can't.
The whole thing of what I'm saying is that he is the whole time. That's my stance.
Sure. So we'll try again. So if you're everything and nothing, that statement is equivalent to you exist and you don't exist at the same time. But you just said that that statement can't be reconciled because you can't exist and not exist at the same time. That's a contradiction.
Okay, so beyond that is that your one contradiction that you brought up that really couldn't be true could also coincide with one that could be true that backs what I'm saying.
No, if it's a contradiction, that means one statement must be false within that contradictory set.
It's beyond our fathoming, but I'll go on your thread. Please restate it.
I certainly don't believe it's beyond our fathom whether or not a contradiction entails
please restate
a falsehood. Okay, so my point is, if you have a contradiction, that means there are two statements being examined. Only one of those statements can be true, which means the other statement must be false. So if we see a contradiction within a book, that means the book cannot be 100% true because at least one of those contradictory propositions must be false.
Yes. I ask, could God lie?
That's a very good point because the Bible says in Numbers 23:19 and 1 Samuel 15:29 that not only can he not lie, he also can't even change his mind, which is another contradiction in the Bible because he changes his mind a couple times.
When he made a mistake.
Yeah,
and he said, I made a mistake.
In Exodus 32, he literally changes his mind about wiping out all the Israelites, right? So now we've got another contradiction.
Yes. I'm bringing up these contradictions as a passionate Christian because I believe that there could coexist contradictions plus he is beyond our fathoming and he provided the solution to all of our contradictions at the same time that we all ask.
Oh, what's the solution?
To which one?
The one that he can't change his mind.
That God himself cannot change his mind. There are some things that he can't do because of the fact that they would hurt others. And he is all good. So the fact that he's tethered to these universal laws is because he cannot do bad and he doesn't want to hurt others. So if we ask him to do that and we challenge him and test him to do that, we're asking him to hurt others. And that's why he's tethered to be like, I can't. I'm within a jail cell and bars and I can't go there.
You don't think God wants to hurt anybody?
He wants to hurt. Honestly, I retract what I just said because God does mourn the wicked. He actually does mourn Lucifer even. He's sad for them, but he is tethered to justice. So he has to enact justice upon them, and he will, and he does. So,
but he doesn't enjoy it. Like he doesn't want to do it.
no,
right?
he doesn't. He mourns it the whole time and after. Yeah.
Yeah. So he does. So to say then that God couldn't enjoy it, would that be a problem if I showed you a Bible verse where he did enjoy it?
That he enjoyed justice, because that would tell me that he's a just God. So what's
No,
the question here? What's
he
the prompt here?
enjoyed harming people. It says, just as the Lord took delight in making you prosperous and numerous, so the Lord will take delight in bringing you to ruin and destruction. You shall be plucked off the land that you are entering to possess. So God,
I'm sorry. I don't want to distract you. I think you're a wonderful leader and a wonderful teacher. My question, my correlation to what you're bringing up is the Psalms that I remember, where the psalmist prayed that these babies had their skulls beat onto the side of a cliff.
Psalm 137, verse 9, yeah.
Yeah, and that was justified because those guys had their babies done that to them, and they saw that happen to their babies. So they're like, make that happen to their babies too. They're like Uno reverse card. So
and God's down with that.
to an extent, there is a line in the stand with that, because we can't. Vengeance belongs to the Lord. So in it, each of us can't just take revenge. God says revenge, so I'm gonna take revenge. We can't do that. Each of us. Vengeance belongs to the Lord.
But yeah, and God takes delight in bringing people to ruin. Okay, so in Isaiah 13, he does take credit for dashing the babies against the stones and whatnot. In fact, if you go to verse 16, he talks about what he's going to do to the Babylonians. He says, their infants will be dashed to pieces before their eyes. Their houses will be plundered and their wives raped. See, I'm stirring up the Medes against them. So do you think like it's sometimes in order to enact justice, you have to murder babies and rape women?
No, but I have a logical question sequence for you. You are in a position where your nation has been crusaded and undertaken by this dominant force, and they have done that to your babies, and they did it to your babies multiple times. This is a hypothetical.
Oh, okay.
So they've done this to your babies multiple times. At what point are you going to be like, okay, I actually do want it done to your babies too, so that you would have what it tastes like.
No, I would never
So
do that.
hold on. Please let me land the plane, because I have 2 points about it with scripture to follow it up. There is a certain point that you would break and you would say, okay, you've done this to my family and my babies so many times, and I naturally wouldn't wish this on any baby, but now I've been broken to the point where I would wish that upon you, so that you would understand that. And I'm going to translate to scripture to say, deliver this person unto Satan so that his soul may be saved. So you're going to deliver him to be tortured unto Satan so that he may be saved? At that point, logically, that person could only be saved if that were to happen. They could never get it otherwise. That is the only environmental factor that can get them to get it in their brain. So at that point, unfortunately, we have to break and wish that upon them so that their soul could be saved.
To be true, you think raping women brings them to Jesus?
I didn't say that. I actually said no when you asked me this first time and the second time, but can you elaborate on your question?
Yeah, so I'm asking if it's ever okay to smash babies' heads against rocks and rape women.
I still say no the third time. Can you?
Okay.
Like,
so
where are we going?
Yeah, because what I'm trying to demonstrate here is God thinks that it is okay. So if you're saying that it's never okay, that means you disagree with God. God says there are occasions where it is okay.
I'm not. Wait. Logically, I'm not God though.
Okay, so is there a situation where it's okay then?
I'm not God, so I can't say. I'm not in the position to say. So
So-
maybe hypothetically, exploring thought, maybe there is a God that would be above me, that would know differently and would say a different answer, but I can't access that. I can't go there because I'm not him.
Yeah. So what you have to work with then is the Bible, right? So if the Bible can't be true, or if the Bible must be true, then what that means is that yes, in your worldview, there are occasions where it is good to rape women and murder babies, right?
I never actually stood by that, and I said it a third time and a fourth time. This is my fourth time now.
Okay. Well, maybe I'm asking the wrong question. When God said that he's going to have babies murdered and women raped, was that a good thing that he did?
I'm going to say a fifth time no, but so we can escape the circular conversation. I want to ask
So,
you about scripture. I want to ask you about scripture directly.
I'd
about
love
the
to answer your
scripture that
question, but I
a
want you
woman
to
is
pause
raped. A woman is
just
going to be raped. Oh, I listened to you very
What-
long, and you
well,
still
we're-
don't want to let
well-
me speak at all?
well,
You
I
want
want-
to take the floor still?
I want
You
you
want
to
to keep
speak.
talking?
I want you to speak.
Okay,
but
all
we're
right.
not
Let's
finished.
let him have the floor. I let him
but we're-
finish
but
multiple
we're not-
times
you
over,
don't have
but
to
let's let
me
him finish again.
You don't have to
I
let
did,
me
and I
finish.
am right now. Let's
it's
go.
my live stream.
Finish.
Okay, so,
So
we're just
finish.
gonna put you on mute. Just to be clear, nobody has to let me finish on my live stream. I get to choose when I finish because it's my live stream. I don't know what
And
it's like where you're from, but the reality is, like, you're not in control of this live stream. So the reason why I'm bringing up the raping of women and the murdering of babies is because if your moral compass says that it's never okay to murder babies and rape women, but God says that it is okay to rape women and murder babies, what that means is your moral compass is different from God's. And I'm trying to figure out why you don't agree with God when God says that sometimes there is a time to rape women and kill babies.
I told you multiple times where I stand, and I tried to challenge you with another scripture where God defends if a rapist is found with his rape victim, that
Deuteronomy
he
22.
shall
I know about it.
be forced to provide for her and protect her with housing and food.
Yeah, Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29. I'm aware of it. Yeah, what about it?
Why would that happen of a just God that you're saying?
I think you're making it worse because
I'm
you have to be forced
asking you to
marry,
explore the question.
if you have to, well, you didn't ask a question yet. So if you have to be forced
I have
to
asked the question about the scripture specifically, so please expand on your answer.
Well, you didn't ask the question yet. So Deuteronomy 22.
What do you think about Deuteronomy 22? What do you specifically, as the host, think about that when the woman is raped and she is forced, the man is forced to provide and protect for her? What do you, as the host, think about that? That is my question to you.
Yeah, I was trying to answer it, and you didn't want the answer.
You told me repeatedly that I never asked a question, so I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone, and I was like, yeah, I am asking a question, so this is my question to you.
Yeah. So my opinion is that it's horrible, right? So the interesting thing is a man having to be forced to marry the woman that he raped is not an adequate punishment. If rape was that big of an issue, they should have had him murdered, just like some of the other rape laws. So if you rape somebody who's already married to somebody else, then they murder you. But if you rape someone who's not married to somebody else, then you don't get murdered. She just is forced to live with you forever and you can't divorce her. I don't think that's fair for her at all. And I certainly don't think that is an adequate punishment for the man, being forced to marry somebody isn't actually that big of a punishment. In fact, it seems like a conflict of interest.
Can we just explore this culturally? And
I
you and
I would
I
love
are
to.
both.
Yeah. Tell me what you know about ancient Hebrew culture.
You and I are both in the women's shoes in this circumstance. And when we are raped, is any man going to marry us?
Yeah.
In this culture.
I would.
You would, but in this culture, in this time period.
Yeah, it happened all the time.
I love that is so hopeful, but there is a stance of talking for the
it did
voiceless and
happen
helping
all
the
the
helpless
time.
and defending the helpless. It did happen, though. Are you going to say that it never happened? Is that your stance, that it never happened?
That what never happened?
What I'm saying right now that we're talking about. Can you keep up?
Do you think maybe sometimes women who got raped did get married? You know that happened, right? We have marriage contracts for women who were married previously too. Like
Can we get back to what I said?
We've actually
Can
got
we get back to what I said?
thousands. We've got thousands of contracts of marriage from the ancient world, and we know that a woman being virgin is not necessary for her being married.
Can we get back to what my original question was? That there was, in fact, in any stance of any culture on our entire globe, in any historical timeline, that when a woman was raped, that she was deemed unmarriable and ostracized, that did happen anywhere in our human timeline.
Yeah, we know that there are some people that were like so insecure that they couldn't bear the thought of marrying someone who has been defiled by another man. But again, that is not an expectation that is across all cultures, and certainly not. It's crazy how you won't let me actually answer your question. It's certainly not an expectation that we would expect every woman of the ancient world to be stuck with. So the reality is, you're trying to say that because a woman would have less value on the market after she was raped, then the best scenario is that she would be forced to marry her rapist. That's certainly not the case.
No, that isn't my
made,
stance.
God could have made.
I just
another,
actually. Okay,
God
I'll
could have
listen.
made. Thank you. God could have made the law different. He could have said, listen, if you rape a woman who's a virgin, she's not betrothed to anybody yet, then you have to set aside a part of your estate and give it to her. You have to sustain her, and she can go and marry anybody that she wants. Do you think giving your estate away is better than being forced to marry somebody?
That breeds the option of a gold digger.
A gold digger? You mean she's trying to get raped?
No, that anybody in any circumstance of a woman that you said
that's some
would
crazy
take advantage.
Victim blaming.
No, that's not what I said. Can you listen to me fully, please? I do try to listen to you.
That has yet to be demonstrated.
Oh, it has. Do we want to try again? Because I'll silence myself right now, and you can go on another monologue. I actually asked you to take the lead, and I said that I would silence myself to let you continue. So you miming a pocket watch and looking to the side eye and going off shows your lack of leadership, that you could not actually do what I asked you to do, to take the lead. Please take the lead. Please take the spotlight.
Yeah. So the point being, a woman being forced to marry her rapist is awful.
And I would love to really, because we do respect each other on some level, even though we go part apart. I would love to explore. Yes, we do. Because you said it before. And I would love to explore this on an intellectual level. I really would get to the meat of it, the root of it.
Super intellectual level, yeah.
So can you repeat the exact scripture for me, please?
Yeah, if a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he violated her, he shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as she lives.
Can I ask a question? Does cultural differences mean anything in the argument at all? Yes or no?
Yep. Kind of.
They do.
It would mean something if this was a law made up by men, not a law made up by God.
Can you please teach me the difference?
Yeah, because God can make any law he wants to. He doesn't have to make laws that coincide with the culture of the time period. Men, we expect to make up laws that coincide with the culture and the time period. God, not so much. So if you believe,
can we? Sorry, go on.
if you believe that God's laws are good and timeless, then he should have given a law that was good and timeless that applied to all cultures at all time.
But we agree that we've been in a fallen world where there's been Jim Crow laws, there's been very much against women, very much against different minorities. We have not been in a utopia by any sense of the means. So
what's that got to do with God?
Can you repeat what I was trying to say in the beginning before you distracted me?
I didn't distract you. You said we live in a fallen world with Jim Crow laws and other things, but I don't see what that has to do with God yet.
What did you say before that? Because it was what I was answering to you.
Do you know what I said before it? Because what you said didn't address what I said. I know you weren't listening.
You.
Yeah.
No, I was listening, but I don't have the capacity
So
to keep up. And I hope that you as a man and a leader could do so. So I'm asking you to take forward and to tell me what you said.
So what I said was that if laws were given by mankind, you want to be serious or what?
If laws were given by mankind, what?
We would expect them to not always be good. If they were given by God, they should transcend the time and the culture.
How does that relate to the topic of what we said before any of this popped off?
Because you're trying to justify Deuteronomy 22, 28, and 29 being a good law based on the time period and the culture in which it was given.
I had multiple things to say about that, so I don't like that you're saying that I think it's good. That's not my stance.
Those were your words.
I actually, my original words were actually, I used the word complexity. So I wanted to say partially I can see the agreements, but I have this to say why I don't agree. And I have so much to say about it. And you're saying, you agree. And it's so weird that you're saying that and stamping me as that when I clearly
okay, well, was it a good law or not?
Deuteronomy, can you restate it, please?
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verses 28 and 29. Do you want me to read it again?
That's what I'm asking because I don't remember. Whenever you say Deuteronomy 22, 29, I don't automatically project it into my mind. I don't remember it. So I am asking you and pleading you to be a leader and to be to tell me what it is.
If a man meets a virgin who is not engaged and seizes her and lies with her, and they are discovered, the man who lay with her shall give 50 shekels of silver to the young woman's father, and she shall become his wife. Because he has violated her, he shall not be able to divorce her as long as he lives. So the question is, do you think this is a good law?
And I told you I was on the fence, but my exploration and conversation about it is, do we agree that culture is a thing? And at a certain culture, women definitely had less rights, and they were treated as property to their fathers, married off from father onto their husband. And that's all they were.
I agree, yeah. And God treats them as such in the Bible, which is the problem, is that the laws that God gives treats them like property.
Yes.
So,
okay, go on.
Do we expect that if God is good, he would agree with the wickedness of men that women should be treated like property?
Absolutely not. But we counter that. We counter that logically. And we know that culturally women are seen as property. We know that. And so many women are taken advantage of underage, unfortunately. That's a side conversation. But married off, father to husband, and their purity is weaponized and taken advantage of in these circumstances many, many, many times against culture and history. And God, at a certain point, said, wait a minute, if you guys want to enjoy her pearls, then you have to pay for her estate and you have to pay for her groceries. Is that not a fair testament? No, that's what I'm equating. That's what I'm equating to the verse we're talking about in Deuteronomy 22.
The verse we're talking about doesn't say that you have to pay for her if you violate her. It says, in fact, that if you violate her,
you have to marry her.
You have to pay her father the bride price, and then you have to marry her. So again, You can pay.
Is that not both paying for her? Because paying her
It's
father is
not.
paying for her,
All right.
and also
All right.
being her marriage partner, her
We'll try
spouse,
this
her
again.
husband is the protector
Yeah,
and
mhm.
provider. Provider is paying for her.
The
which
guy
all
who
equates
raped her
to
is in charge of
paying
protecting her now? You think the guy that raped her is
That's
now going to
literally
protect her?
what I'm trying to explore and get at, but I don't
Okay.
feel heard in my stance at
So
all. But we can go on to what you're saying. Please continue.
the
What you
reality
think.
is, if he was forced to pay for her life from thence on, he could have given her the money and part of his estate rather than forcing her to live with him and to be maritally raped the rest of her life.
Okay, I just want to say, for logic standpoint, what is the option in a culture sense where unfortunately the only other option, if she was unmarried, was to be thrown into the wilderness, the woods?
That's not the case. If you read anything from the ancient Near
Hypothetically,
East, you would know that that's certainly not the
is
case.
this
Even the
not a
laws of
hypothetical?
Hammurabi tells you that when you
I'm
divorce a
sorry.
woman, as long as she provided you with offspring, you would be
Wait,
forced to
is
give
this
her
not a
part of your
hypothetical
estate,
exploration?
and you would be forced to give her a certain amount of money. Now, if she didn't provide you
Wait,
with any
is what I'm saying
offspring,
not a
your
hypothetical
marriage
exploration
contract
at
would
all?
still typically include some part of the estate. Like when you divorced a woman or you were done with a woman, you were still responsible for her. You can
Okay,
take
can we
care of a
agree
woman
logically? Can
without
we agree
forcing her
logically that there?
into a
Can we
marriage.
please, host? I hear you. Can we please agree
Sounds
logically
like
that
you
there?
don't hear me because you keep talking over
I
me.
do, and I'm going to elaborate how I do. Can we agree that there are times that in a divorce case there is a separation where a woman is left helpless?
Sure, and
She doesn't.
that's why the laws of Hammurabi fix that, because you have to care for your wife after you divorce her so that she doesn't become destitute. The Bible has no
My
such
very
thing.
definition of a husband is a protector and of a provider. So you're backing my
Okay,
definition
so
of a
do
husband.
you believe then that a person who rapes a woman is a protector?
No, but if he does
Okay,
that to a
so
woman,
then
hold
he's
on, let
not.
me finish. Hold
That
on.
means
You asked me
he's
a
not
question,
a
so
protector
please,
or a
please,
provider
please
for
let
that
me land the
woman.
plane. Please let me land the plane.
You've
He
already
was a
crash landed your
failure.
plane.
He was a failure of a protector at first, and God said, "Hold up, you want to taste her purity, and you don't want to be her protector? Okay, well then I'm gonna make you be her protector. Go ahead and make her buy a
Yeah,
house.
rape her
Buy a
for the
house
rest of
for
your
her."
life.
No, not even
Yeah,
that, because the
I'm
beauty
sorry.
of that, the beauty of
She's
that
gonna have to
scenario.
sleep with them for the rest of
No,
their
no,
life
no, no, no.
together. So
Okay, let's
just
explore this.
you can't explore while you're talking. Just pause for 5 seconds. So, what's going to happen when she is forced to marry her rapist is he will continue to rape her for the remainder of her life. Do you think that that's protection?
My point was that the second that he is responsible for being her protector and provider, he's also not then allowed to touch her without
That's
certain
that's
things.
not the case at
So,
all.
yes, it is the
No,
case.
it's not at all.
100%.
Show me the verse where it says
I
that.
can defend. You can't actually say that because the only verse is what I brought up is Deuteronomy.
Yeah, the verse that you brought up says that she's going to be maritally raped the rest of her life.
How does it say that she's raped? All I heard
'Cause
was
they're-
that he had to provide for her. Can we say it
'Cause
again?
they're
Can we say
married.
Deuteronomy? Can we say Deuteronomy one more time?
It sounds like you just said it for me. So Deuteronomy
Please say it
28,
for me again, teacher
22,
leader.
28 through 29 says that he will not be allowed to divorce her as long as he lives, which means they are together, which means he gets to rape her the rest of their life.
Okay, can I just say a counter to that? A counter thought to that? Even though he's not allowed to divorce her and go seek anything else, does not invalidate her freedom.
Show me in the Hebrew Bible
No, can
where
we
it
just
says that.
agree logically?
Show me in the
Exploring
Hebrew Bible
logically.
where it says that women can get divorces.
I did not say divorce, did I? Because we're
No.
talking about marriage. We're talking about
Okay,
his rights
well-
as a marriage.
And he can't divorce her the rest of her life.
Exactly. And so they're married the rest of their life.
Yeah, so she gets raped for the rest of her life. Good protection.
No. So this is what I'm going to state again. I'm going to state again that he, as the rapist, must protect and provide for her for eternity and infinity.
By raping
that
her.
does not equate to her being in obedience to him. So she might be able to go to the club every night. She could be fly as a bird. She can go on a jet to Dubai.
No, she's a wife now.
She is not. No, not
Yeah,
under any
if you're a wife,
contextual social circumstance.
if you're a wife, you
not
have to
under the
submit
normal
to your
definition of a wife. No,
Yeah,
she's
in the
not a
under the
normal
biblical
wife.
definition of a wife, you have
But
to
not
obey
under
your
the
husband.
Stockholm syndrome definition of a wife. No.
Yeah, under the Stockholm syndrome definition of a wife. That's why it says in Genesis that a woman will be subservient to her husband. He will rule over you, it says. Your desire will be for your husband. He will rule over you. Even the New Testament says the same thing. It says, wives, submit to your husbands in all things. So, yeah, every last word of the Bible states that women are subject to their husbands, which means if he wants to diddle his wife, he's going to diddle his wife and continue to rape her for the rest of their life. That's why this passage is horrific. It's crazy that you brought this passage up, too. I didn't even bring this passage up. She has no idea she's muted. She's still yapping.
Is a rapist equivalent to a husband? Simple.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so, and that's my point as well. So the fact that you're trying to drill it into my head that it is.
If you got raped,
so
would you
weird.
want to be forced into marrying your rapist?
Okay, so for us to explore what I'm saying,
I
is
just
that
need a yes or
although-
no, though. If you got raped, would you want to be forced into marrying
You're trying
your
to
rapist?
distract from what I'm trying to say, though.
Well, no, I have no idea what you're going to say. I want you to answer the question.
You don't,
If you
and
got
that's what I'm
raped,
trying to
would
get
you like to
into,
be
but if
forced
you
to
wanna
marry your
distract
rapist?
from that, if you want to distract from what I'm
not
trying to get
distracting
into.
from it. I'm
You
giving
are.
you a really easy
You are,
question
but I'd
that
love
you're
to get into
terrified to
it.
answer, which
I
is
would love
if you got
to get
raped.
into what I was trying to say.
It
And
sounds
what's
like you.
so funny is what actually
It sounds like you don't want to get into it. So
whatever I was going to get into was going to answer your question.
it certainly wasn't going to. You didn't hear my question yet. So my question is,
You have
if
the
you got
patience.
if you got raped, would you want to be forced to marry your rapist? Yes or no?
My question and answer about
Nope. I just need a yes or no out of your mouth. I'm done playing games.
the reason
this
I brought
call's-
up Deuteronomy 22.
Call's gone on way
It's
too
a
long at this point. So I need a yes or no from your mouth.
It's an
if you
illogical.
got raped, would you want to be forced into marrying your rapist? Yes or no?
It's an illogical fallacy for you to try to tell me
It's
that
a
I'm
logical
boxed in,
fallacy
and I
to
can't-
ask a
I
question.
can't say.
So
I
yes or
can't
no?
say any complex answer. I can't elaborate.
I don't need a complex answer. I need a yes or no. It's a question about your desires.
All
if
right,
in
ask
fact you were raped, would you desire to be forced to marry your rapist? Yes or no?
I recognize it's a weird game, but I'll play it. What the fuck is your question?
If you were raped, would you want to be forced to marry your rapist?
This is, I can't say yes or no this because I have so much to say.
Because you're dishonest. So what I need is a yes or no. I'm not asking you about anything other than your desire, what is in your heart. If you got
I'll
raped,
try to be immediate.
if you got raped, would you desire to be forced to marry your rapist? Yes or no?
If it was the difference between me having bread or not, me having food or not, that opens the question.
That's not
I'm
the
going to
difference.
starve if I don't say yes. Yeah, that is
No.
the complexity of my answer.
No, you won't starve. 'Cause we already covered this. Because if
How
God,
not?
because if God is making the rules, he could say that you have to pay for this woman the rest of her life without marrying her, and she gets to go marry somebody else. God does not have to
People
make
go
anybody.
against-
God doesn't have to make anybody starve just because somebody's been raped. Remember, God's all powerful. He gets to make all the rules. This is not complicated. So I'm not asking you if you're going to starve to death if you're not married. You're not married right now, right?
I am. But I did also almost
I'm
starve
sorry.
to death when I wasn't. So it's
Be-
very, very
So before you were married, did you starve to death?
almost. I was 76 pounds and I was an adult. And I also went to the hospital and they
Yeah, that
told
checks
me that if I don't gain weight before my next appointment, then they're going to hospitalize me. And I couldn't do that because I had cats to take care of. I had things to do. Like I couldn't handle that. So I was like, okay, I have to just not go to my next appointment because I didn't gain weight.
And
I actually lost
why
weight.
Why weren't you eating?
Why? Okay, so I actually have a jaw disability. I don't want to get into my trauma story, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a jaw disability, and it affects gain weight, and that is a disability if it affects your ability to gain weight.
So it didn't have to do with you not being able to afford food?
It did at the same time.
How?
That goes into my testimony. So I was born.
No one cares about your testimony.
I know. That's why I don't want to say it. That's why I'm like, guys, I gotta talk about it. You guys don't care about it.
Well, listen, Deuteronomy 22 is a lot of fun. I want to read you one more passage from Deuteronomy 22. I just want you as a woman to give me your take on it, because listen, I'm just a dude. You know, my opinion might not actually matter here. So Deuteronomy 22 verses 13 through 21 is interesting. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman...
I'm sorry. You're such a great host. Can we just agree that a woman and a man are different vessels and the woman is weaker?
Physically weaker in some cases, not all cases, sure.
That just makes her kind of like when the Titanic was sinking. They were like, help all the women and children.
Sure, but we're talking about blood right now. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lie with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence do you think he's looking for?
I'm just looking in the case of a divorce.
But we're not talking about divorce right now. These people just got married. So what the passage says is, if a man goes into a woman when he marries her and does not find evidence of her virginity, there's going to be something that happens. What's the evidence that you think he's looking for?
Like a hymen is all I know. I'm ignorant, though.
Probably blood, right?
Something.
Right. I mean, that seems to be the suggestion.
Some type of physical evidence.
Yep, and that's going to become apparent in the next couple of verses. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of the town shall take the man and punish him. So the evidence is whether or not she bled on the cloth, correct?
Wait, you said the evidence is that she did not bleed on the cloth?
Yeah.
I don't know the evidence for sure, so I can't back that up and be like, yeah, I know she didn't bleed on the cloth. I'm just like here listening as a witness.
That's what it says. It says,
as a witness, it does say that.
They will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. And the practice of the time period was that when you went into the marital chamber, there was a cloth that was laid out. And the first time you consummated your marriage, you would bleed on the sheet, and then the sheet would be handed to the parents as proof that your vow of your daughter being a virgin was in fact true. And then if somebody questioned whether or not your daughter was a virgin, we had the sheet as proof. So
there are so many objections to that, whereas now in science we know that sometimes the hymen doesn't always show and doesn't always bleed, and there are those objections to where she was raped beforehand. So
there we go.
Whenever her hymen didn't bleed, like there's so many things. Oh, yep. I already know I'm with you.
So the problem is, why is God saying that this is the test for virginity? And it says, if, however, the charge is true that the evidence of the young woman's virginity is not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So
I would challenge that, and I would say that he said, oh, if any of you guys sinned, then you can be the ones to cast the first throne.
It's adorable that you think they would care about that, but in God's law, he says that you can stone a woman if, in fact, she doesn't bleed on the sheet. You think that was a good law?
No, but he said, if any of you guys sinned first in any of your life, then you can stone her. And all of them, one by one, drop their stone because they, of course, sinned. And that brings back Romans, I think. It's all fall short of the glory of God. All of us have sinned. So none of us can stone another.
And the verse you're talking about
none of us can stone another.
The verse you're talking about comes about 1,400 years too late.
Well, I think time is above God, but please elaborate and teach me.
For 1,400 years, they would have been stoning women who didn't bleed on sheets, which means even if you think Jesus fixes it, which he doesn't, that verse in John chapter 8 is not even part of John's original gospel. It was added in the 6th century. That being said, even if you believe that was an authentic passage, that means God was okay with killing innocent women for 1,400 years. Do you think it was good?
I just have to say about the verse that says 1 day is like 1,000 years to God, and God is no, that I'm going to elaborate for you further than that. And I have been through much suffering.
So,
myself.
just to be clear,
And
I'm gonna get a calculator
oh,
out. I want to do some. I want to do some math with you. So what that means is 1,400 years times 1,000.
1,400 years times 1,000. Is that what you're saying?
That's what I said. 1,400 years times 1,000, right? Because you said actually 1 day is like 1,000 to the Lord. So now that's all. I got to do different math. So 1,400 years times 365, and then multiply that by 1,000. That means for 700, God was okay with murdering innocent women for 715 billion years. It's a long time.
I get it. I get your argument. I do. I just also see God's side. It's like, wait, if I allow this certain segment and it's going to be just such a slice in the cake, such a fraction in all be all of eternity. It's such a small dose.
Gotcha.
And I allow that small dose to happen, and it will equate to everyone being happy and utopia and perfection. Okay.
So utopia
problem.
is
Trolley
when
problem.
this is not the trolley problem whatsoever. So utopia can only be achieved if God is okay with innocent women being stoned.
That's not what I said, though. That's
Well,
not what I
it seems to be the
conceded.
case.
It's not at all. Every time we brought this up, I brought up my stance with, before we'd even talk, I don't agree with that, but here's what I have to say about it for argument's sake, just to play devil's advocate, just to have conversation. Let's go.
That's
But
not how devil's advocate works at all.
I consistently say that I don't agree with whatever the stance that you're trying to mark me
Sure.
with.
So let me ask you a final question about your moral framework, because I guess it's a little muddy right now. Do you think that you should always obey God?
It is a little muddy right now, because I actually came up here to ask you questions because I actually respect you as a scholarly person, a researcher.
That's the sense I was getting.
Yes. But can rephrase your question? I'm sorry.
Is it always right to obey God?
All right. I have to say, as a godly follower, I have to say yes.
Sure.
My flesh is like, I'm struggling. Help me defend this dude. Help me defend this dude. What the heck?
Right. Because
I'm torn.
Because God's ways are always higher, right?
Yeah, I gotta submit to him and just follow him like a soldier, a blind soldier. Yep.
Yeah. So then if God told you to like drown a baby, you'd have to drown a baby?
The same way in the scripture where he had to kill, unalive Isaac, was it? On the cliff?
That's one story. Yep. On
Yeah.
Mount Moriah.
Yeah.
Right, so,
that is a baby in a sense, as a child. And he was the father of it, the protector of it. And he was like, I gotta slice it. Also, I gotta lie to him about it and like take advantage of his naivete about it. I gotta be the most corrupt ever. And unalive my own offspring. Oh my God. So you're asking me if I would do the same thing in those shoes?
No, I'm not asking you if you would do it. I'm asking, would it in fact it be the right thing to do if God told you to do it?
That's where I have to stand by in loyalty and logic, like complete obedience. Because like even in what we just brought up, he did almost unalive him in obedience, and that's what he was testing. Right. So I have to stand by it. I do.
Okay. And then if in fact then he said, listen, I want you to kill a whole orphanage worth of babies. My ways are higher. You'll figure it out when you get to heaven. Would it be right to kill the whole orphanage?
I would run up to the throne of God and I would say James 1:27, true religion recognized by God the Father is helping orphans. So what WTF are you asking me to hurt this orphanage for whenever that stands against your own scripture?
Right, but my question is, would it be right to burn down the orphanage if God told you to?
No, because of James 1:27. That's why I ran up to him and asked him, challenge him.
Okay, then just pretend it's a daycare and they're not orphans.
Same thing. They're still children.
God commands the killing of children all the time in the Bible. Does God's character change?
No, but every single instance that you're talking about unaliving these children, there's context to it. Like the firstborn of Exodus, whenever he gave not one plague, not two plague, not three plague, not four plague, not five plague, not he went to 10 until he was like, all right, I'm gonna have to take your firstborn. And
Yeah, but-
that's when
I'm sorry.
a firstborn was taken. And also there's a scripture that says, I wish I was the firstborn taken. I
Then-
wish I was stillborn.
Then
I wish I
imagine,
was stillborn. I
that
wish I was
Job.
one of those
It's the book of
stillborn.
Job. We know about it. So the question is then just to pretend that God is casting judgment. All the parents of these babies in the orphanage are evil, wicked, pagan worshipers, and God is casting judgment on the people. Is it right to kill the babies?
I'm sorry, rephrase it. I'm sorry.
Just imagine that all the parents of these babies in the orphanage are wicked and pagan and evil, and God wants to cast judgment on the people. Would it be right for you to kill the babies if God told you?
Yes and no, because of the stillborn aspect. Like it would be a gracious act for them to leave the suffering of this world. They would be entered into heaven the moment they unalived. They would be there. Then that justifies that it would be a gracious act. But there's a different argument. It's like no, also.
So it would be right then to kill the babies.
I actually gave two answers, but we could explore either one.
Well, they sounded like maybes to me, so I need a yes or no. Would it be right to kill the babies if God told you to? Because remember, this is the funny thing. You already said it'd be okay to kill one baby. Now, all of a sudden, when it's a whole group of babies, you're drawing a line, which is wild that you would find that place to draw the line. It's almost like your line is based on your emotions and not your actual critical thinking.
I actually never gave you a clear stance. I told you a maybe.
sure
Like
did.
you said, a maybe. Yes, I did. So the fact that you would try to then say that I said I want to kill babies whenever
I
I
didn't
told
say
you.
anything about your desire. I asked, would it
Okay.
be right? Now, again, I'm not asking you if you want to do it or if you would do it. What I'm saying is I'm asking whether or not it would be right to do it. So if God told you, my ways are higher, I don't owe you an explanation, I need you to burn down the orphanage, would it be right to obey him?
I would challenge it in the same way that Sodom and Gomorrah was about to happen.
I didn't ask you what you would do.
I'm telling you my genuine answer.
I don't
I'm
want
not allowed to.
I don't want to know what you would do.
Aw.
I'm not asking you what you would do. I'm asking, would it be right? This is a logical question. This is not a question of what would you do. My question is, would it be right to obey God if God told you to burn down an orphanage?
No, that's why I was challenged in Sodom and
Okay,
Gomorrah.
so then your initial answer when I asked you, is it always wrong to disobey God? The answer to that question must be changed now. Sometimes you believe
That's
you
a
should disobey
contradiction
God.
in Sodom and Gomorrah, though, because he did challenge him.
You've given the contradiction. I didn't ask you about challenging. I asked you about
I'm going to bring
obedience.
up the contradiction. I'm going to
So-
bring up one aspect of how the Bible contradicts itself. I'm going to
So
bring
your
it up,
answer
and it's in
is
Sodom and Gomorrah.
So your answer then needs to be changed. So if I want to ask you the same question I started with,
okay,
because
I'll
it sounds
listen to
like
you.
sounds like you've contradicted
Okay.
yourself. The question
I'm
is
going to
then,
bring up a contradiction, but I will listen to you.
it sounds like you're not listening. So the question is it always right to obey God? Identical to, is it always wrong to disobey God? The same question. What's the answer? Crash out with this one's wild.
I said very softly. Can you repeat it, please? So,
Yeah. Is it always right to obey God and always wrong to disobey God?
Is it always right to obey him, and then is it always wrong to disobey him?
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that's like a worldly thought trap because there is an outlier.
That's a yes or no question. It either is always right to obey him or it's not.
Okay. let's say that I said yes or I said no, but I am just exploring that there is an outlier, a third option. And if we're intellectuals, we want to explore that. We're like space shooters, and there's an extra planet on our radar. We want to go there. Can you repeat your statement? Because we got so distracted in me trying to defend that, I don't even remember what we're talking about.
Is it always right to obey God?
Okay. That brings me back to when he was meant to unalive his son. Oh, you're laughing again.
Jesus Christ.
All right, then you take the lead, leader.
I just
you don't want to hear my thoughts.
I just want
you
an
don't want to
answer to the
explore.
question.
You don't want to explore.
I need an answer to the question. I don't need an explanation.
You don't want
I
to
need an
explore.
answer. I need an answer.
We were going to explore the outlier just for curiosity and intellectual sake, and you didn't want to do that. Just noting. But go on and laugh and go on.
You certainly don't have intellectual curiosity. That's not something
you don't have intellectual curiosity either to explore the outlier that I said.
You didn't give me an outlier. You started a story. So what I'm asking is an easy yes or no question. You can say, I don't know. Like, that's a possible answer. But here's an outlier that I'll never actually get to isn't an actual answer.
Control as the host and be a distraction. Go ahead.
I am in control as the host. That's why you're muted right now. So we'll do this. I'm going to give you...
I'm not...
So I'm going to give you one more...
so cute. One more chance.
She's up here playing.
I'll try my best to hear you out. It just did lose respect.
It doesn't seem like that's the case. So I tell you, I'll do you a favor.
I did lose respect. I told you why.
It's clear that you don't want to answer my question. You just want to yap on some irrelevant tangent.
You didn't answer my question, and you distracted.
You didn't ask a question. So here's what I'm going to do.
Okay, host, change the narrative.
So here's what I'm going to do. Since you won't answer my question that I asked you 15 times.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm going to give you 2 full minutes to go on whatever rabbit trail you need to go on, and then you're going to answer my question, okay?
I would love to.
Okay, go. You got 2 minutes.
To go on a rabbit trail? Can you please
give me whatever rabbit trail you need to get to the answer to the question. Go ahead.
Give me a prompt. Can you be the leader? Because you're a man. So
I am the leader, and you're clearly not following.
Yes.
Which the question was,
trying to.
Is it always? You're certainly not. Is it always right to obey God? Give whatever answer you need. You got 2 minutes.
We already went through this circle conversation. Okay. Is it right to obey God all the time? Didn't you give me a verses earlier?
Okay. Well, it is what it is. For some reason, TikTok is getting laggy. Not YouTube, just TikTok. I don't know what's going on with TikTok friends. I'm not sure why TikTok is lagging tonight. I don't think it's lagging on my phone. Oh, it is lagging on my phone. I think it's just a TikTok thing. Sorry about that. Don't know what to do. Can't really fix it a whole lot. The YouTube stream, I think, is good to go. It's not lagging on YouTube. TikTok servers might be slow right now. Anyways, glad that one was over. I tell you what, she nearly converted me to Christianity. What a close call. Barely survived it by the skin of my teeth. Let me grab some super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Sean, thank you so much for the $50 super chat. I super appreciate that, my friend. That's huge. It says, cool for cats. Squeeze, just saying. Oat, do you know how I know religions are barn from pranks? Surely I say to you, in the 24th generation, a righteous branch of Justin will be deconstructing Dugites. Sean, my friend, I have to admit, I really appreciate you sending the super chat, but I don't know what you said. Like, those were a lot of words, but I don't know if I followed. I don't know what cool for cats mean, but I love cats. I have no idea what squeeze means. And I have literally no idea what OAT means. Oat? Do you know how I know religions are born? Oh, born from pranks. There we go. That's my bad. Yeah. Religions are born sometimes from pranks. That is the case. He says, surely I say to you, in the 24th generation, a righteous branch of Justin will be deconstructing Dugites. I think what you're suggesting is that one day someone's going to take my religion of Doug and try to turn it into a real religion. That is probably the case, Sean. Actually, the life of Brian is a good example of possibly a version of that. Stay woke is crying in the comments that people are sending me super chats. Stay crying, woke. And thank you for the super chat. Microplastic says, fine-tuning argument is baffling to me. Why aren't we 100 foot tall with angel powers? Oh, God made us in his image. Then however we looked, that would be evidence for him. So it's no evidence at all. This is actually such a good point. Like, for example, God's all powerful. He could make life out of anything he wants, which means no matter how life appears, no matter what form it is, you would consider that fine tuning for God. It's a ridiculous argument. And X1,000,000, great to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, given that men and women have different biologies and Leviticus likely doesn't account for trans men, a man can't lie with a mankind as he lies with a woman. Is God then actually okay with two dudes getting together? I guess I don't really understand your question. The question is, I think what you're trying to say is there's only two categories in the Bible. You're either a man or a woman. You're not a trans, right? Which means if you're not identifying as a man, you don't qualify as breaking this rule because it's not a man lying with another man. So, I mean, it's a fair point, X1,000,000. I don't know if that works with the biblical worldview, because you have to interpret the laws within the biblical worldview, right? So, like, it's kind of assumed that God agrees. There's only a man and woman. So, if the God who gives the laws only knows that there's a man and a woman, then I don't really know like why we would reinterpret the passage in today's standards. You know what I mean? Hot Tub Bird says, Justin, look out. She actually lost respect for you, man. What a shame. What a shame. That was a good comment, though. And Carissa, thank you for the gifted 10 DZ Debate memberships. I really, really appreciate that. And Gretchen, good to see you, friend, says, WTF, did she just say Mindbox? No way she's real. I know. Mindbox is wild. That young woman is going to get clipped. And it might be better that she's married. I think someone does have to take care of her. Aaron Fellers, thank you for the $10 Canadian check. This lady is more full of shit than a construction site porta potty. That is the case. She was really laying it on thick too, man. She was not having a good time. Juno's Boy Toy says, listening through the VODs, it's crazy the atheists expected to know physics, evolution, philosophy, etc., and they can just say God. Here's a tithe. I won't be here Friday as I'm watching Wicked. Well, I hope you have a good time watching Wicked. I've still never seen it, but man, I hope you have a blast watching Wicked. I appreciate the tithe. And beautiful, beautiful kitten. Nightman, good to see you. Says, I mean this with utmost seriousness. I don't think that Faith is well mentally. She sounds very manic. So here's the thing, Nightman. I was curious myself whether or not I should end the call early until she got hype. But like, it seemed pretty clear early on she might not be entirely well. And I don't say that as an insult. I think that might actually legitimately be the case. And I hope that she's got people in her life taking care of her. Astronova, thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. It says, Faith, I would like you to reflect on the fact that you literally defended the slaughter of babies, the rape of girls and women. You victim blamed. You're dangerous to society and children in particular. Seek therapy, please. Astronova, that does seem to be the case. At least in the form that we met her tonight, she seems unstable and unhealthy to be around. Thinkersoul, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, absolutely appalling and disgusting sitting here enjoying 21st century rights and the modern judicial system, and she's justifying the laws in Deuteronomy where the woman has to marry her rapist. That's the hardest part, that a woman would do that. She feels compelled to do it, in fact, because she believes in the God of the book, and that's why religion is dangerous. Holler Furphy, great to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the 666. ARS says Faith has been one of the absolute worst guests I've heard in a while, and I can't disagree, Holler Furphy. That was rough. Even for me, that was rough. There's a lot of deep breaths, internal deep breaths. And also, Holler Furphy, thank you for 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I super appreciate that, my friend. That's really huge. And Simon coming in again with the Canadian Super Chat. Thank you for the $20 Super Chat. It's kind of funny that God has to make rules based on the culture of his own creation. It doesn't sound like a powerful God. It sounds like a God who's being a massive little coward, being a woman and defending rape. Wild as fuck. It certainly is, Simon. It's painful to witness. Astronova coming in again. Thank you for the $20 super chat. Says Faith is the perfect example of why this cult is so dangerous. Women should run from this cult. Agreed. If you have a religion and it compels you to think that you should marry your rapist, we've got huge problems. And Jonathan, thank you for the $20 super chat, says the entirety of the law is God making up new things that his people have to do, but it's just too damn hard to tell them not to own slaves or to marry women to their abusers. Indeed, all of the law. Leviticus clearly states it, says, do not be like the nations around you. Because of that, I am casting them out. They have defiled the land. Don't be like them. Don't defile the land. The goal of the law was to make them different, not so that we'd be the same. Good point. And Aaron, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat, says, I find it disturbing that people will use culture as an excuse for the inhumane laws of the time and place, yet still somehow attribute those same laws to an all-knowing, all-good deity. It's bananas. It's insane. They love to go to cultural relativity until it no longer applies to their argument. Then all of a sudden they believe in objective morals again somehow. And Astronova, thank you for the additional $20 super chat. Says Faith is exactly the type of woman Christian men strive to create when they brainwash their daughters into this cult. The internalizing misogyny is astounding, and that is it. The people in these cults, they want to perpetuate this type of treatment to women. That's why it's in their holy book. They want to perpetuate it. They want it to go on. And Drew, thank you for the super chat, says this one band I keep thinking of was Faith No More. Oh, I don't think I know Faith No More. Faith No More. It sounds like a good band, though. Hold on. I have to give them a listen. It looks like a rock band from the 70s and 80s. Sounds pretty dope. Thanks, Drew. And William with the additional super chat says, I just feel like I need to give you a little compensation for during that last call. It was like herding cats. Worse than herding cats, I think. You are still the best. Well, thank you, William. I really appreciate that. And some of these conversations are painful. Dr. Joe agrees. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I would take Phil Bro before Faith again. Q-Top, Rob, Marilyn. Yeah, listen, if you would take Marilyn over Faith, that's saying a whole lot, actually. And P. Pop Fairy says, stay woke. Wait, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm going to stay woke as long as I can. And Yoda, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, just here to remind everyone about the schism. Yoda, there's no schism. Have a great day. Yes, even you vertical heathens, I don't agree with your point of view, but I wish you well. Rock hard for Doug and simply for sharing. Yoda, you're driving strife in the community. There is, in fact, no schism. And last super chat from our friend Drew says, I don't think my brain is working after listening to this exchange with biblical Barbie. I got to be honest, that sounds like an insult to Barbie. I think Barbie would have done better. That was a rough one. I'm sorry I put you through it, friends. But we're gonna keep moving on. I'm gonna grab Flight Skin, and then we're gonna grab. It looks like I can't say this name. Let's see if I can say this. Arvin. I think Arvin and Flight Skin, then Arvin. Welcome in. Is it Flight Skin? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, you're saying it correctly.
Awesome. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yeah, I'm 25 and I'm a Christian.
Okay. What is the best argument or the best evidence for the Christian God being real?
Well, I saw your conversation with Faith, and I'd like to refute some of your points. So if you could bring up some of those scriptures again.
Nah, I want to hear your argument for why God is real. We don't do commentary on past people's conversations.
All right, that's fine. Well, God is real because you could just look everywhere around us and God is real.
Nah. You came in here with look at the trees.
Well, come on, like
Okay, well, God's not
everywhere around.
real because look at around you. There you go. Same argument for God not existing.
Okay, so you believe in life can come from non-life?
All life is, in fact, from non-life. Every molecule in your body is not living, yet it makes up what we describe as a living entity. So, yeah, non-life creates life.
That doesn't make sense. How would your body be non-living?
That's my point. Life is when you have a particular arrangement of molecules and atoms, and it just happens to be able to copy DNA and consume from the environment. It's an arrangement of atoms, nothing more. There's no life, like force that causes life to happen. There's no God that causes life to happen.
Okay, so you believe that a computer program, right? A computer program would be created by a computer programmer, correct?
Yeah, because
Or
we
would
know
it
what
create itself?
because we know what computer programs are.
Okay, but
Do you think
do
that
you
mud
think that it was
puddles?
created by itself?
Do you think that mud puddles are designed?
Mud puddles are designed? What do you mean? Like that's
Do you think
just a
mud?
mud puddle.
Yeah, it's just a mud puddle. Are they designed?
What do you mean are they designed? Are they designed to come together as a mud puddle?
Yeah.
That would just be that could be a chance of just there
Yeah.
being dirt on the ground
Yeah,
and
you got
water
it.
coming. But that doesn't refute the computer argument.
It does. Your argument is basically
No, because
going to be some variant of creation needs a creator.
yes, because the DNA. Okay, so the DNA code.
So you'd have to. You're all over the place with your talking points. You've already tried 5 partial bad talking points. You can have to pick one and actually stick with it.
Okay, well, I have not talked about 5 points. If you can give me my 5 points, then I could tell you where you're wrong in them.
Well, you didn't complete a single argument yet, so I didn't even bother to write them down.
Okay, so let's go to the part of Leviticus where you were trying to talk about the murder of babies and stuff. That what you have to
Leviticus?
understand about
What is that's not in Leviticus?
Or sorry, Deuteronomy.
That was in Isaiah 13.
Okay, so even in Isaiah 13, that would be a prophet talking about what would happen to Israel because Israel was supposed to be brought apart from the nations. You said that correctly.
No, that is what's happening to the Babylonians. How much of the conversation were you listening to?
I might have hopped in a little late.
Yeah. So God says he's going to dash the Babylonian babies on the stones and have the Babylonian women raped. That's what he says.
By the Medians, correct?
Yeah. Do you think that's a good thing?
It's not a good thing, but you have to understand that we are a product of sin.
So God did a bad thing.
No, God did not do a bad thing. We are a product of sin. What God did was
so we'll get this clear. You said that God
used the Medians.
God caused it to happen, and it was a bad thing.
Can I finish, please?
No, because you're not tracking.
The medians. I am tracking.
You're not tracking. So we'll try this again. I'm not going to let you carry on till you understand the problem that you've stepped into. So you said that God did something bad. I asked you, was it a good thing? You said no. I asked you, did God do it? You said yes. What that means is that God did a bad thing. Do you follow so far?
What I'm saying is that we are a product of sin. So God didn't do a bad thing.
Okay, so was it bad that the women were raped? Yes or no?
Was it bad that the women were raped? Yes or no? Listen, you're asking a question that's a trapping question. I'm trying to
It's not a
complete the
trap. I'm asking for your opinion. Was it
and I'm
bad
trying to
in
complete
your
the answer for
opinion
you.
that the women were?
We
Well,
are a
it needs to
product
be
of
a yes
sin.
or no.
So
We know
okay,
what
so
sin is. I'm asking you, was it bad that the women were raped?
it was bad that the women were raped
There
because
we
we are a
go.
product of sin.
Okay, so if it
God
was
used
bad
the
that the women
medians.
were raped, that means God caused something bad to happen.
God used the medians
He can't follow at
to
all.
inflict justice.
I don't
How
care
do I
about the
not follow?
medians. Is God capable of it? Wait, inflicting justice, killing babies is justice?
Yes, it would be justice upon
It's
the
justice to
the
murder
Babylonians.
babies?
It would be justice upon the Babylonians because the Babylonians
What are the
were brought
babies
up.
guilty of?
The babies are guilty of a product of, in that culture, would be a product of adultery, a product of
Oh shit! So you can kill
incest.
babies that are a product of adultery?
In that time, that was what happened. He used that to
So,
inflict justice
so
upon the
is
Babylonians.
God beholden to the culture, or is he above culture?
He's above culture. But
Okay,
what
so
I'm
then
saying is
he
that
doesn't have to murder
used
babies,
the
does he?
medians. No, but he has to use the
Listen,
medians.
Flight, he doesn't have to do anything. He's all powerful. Could God click his fingers and just punish the guilty parties?
Absolutely, but
Okay, so then is killing
how
babies
would
ever
that be
necessary?
just? But how would that be just?
It'd be just because innocent parties wouldn't be punished for the crimes of the guilty parties.
Okay, so what you're
So,
telling me,
do you think that there's times where it's okay to punish innocent parties that haven't committed any crimes?
absolutely not, and that's the point I'm trying to
Okay.
make. So
So
what
then
you're trying to say,
that means that God
what
did
you're
something
trying
that
to
was
say,
unjust because he punishes babies who have committed no crime by dashing their heads against stones.
okay, we live on Earth, okay? So
You
only
can't follow
God.
at all.
Oh my goodness
I love
gracious!
the pivoting
Can
from one thing to the next. So, Flight, the reason why this is happening to you is because every time I
but
say
you're not
something,
letting me finish because I'm going to complete my point here, and
no,
it's
you're
going to.
not. So the reason why this is happening to you right now, Flight, is because the way conversations work is words come out of your mouth and I respond to the words coming out of your mouth. Words come out of my mouth, and rather than you responding to my words, you just spin off into another irrelevant topic and you're not actually having a conversation. Even the last girl, who clearly was mentally unwell, was actually listening and responding to some of the words coming out of my mouth. You're not responding to anything. You're concussed. You're in here dazed and confused, like stumbling around, walking into the cupboards, trying to figure out where the fuck you are right now. What you should be doing is actually listening to my words, because my words are a direct response of your words, right? So in order for you to engage in the conversation, you need to respond to me, who is responding to you, so we can have a back and forth, rather than you just bouncing around from one weird topic unconnected to another weird topic. So unmute yourself. We're going to talk about Isaiah 13.
All right, go ahead.
Okay. So, is it ever justified to murder innocent parties for the crimes of the guilty?
No.
Okay, that means that this situation in Isaiah is unjustified. The babies didn't have to get murdered for the crimes of their parents or their grandparents or anybody else.
And you can prove that how?
By your own words. You just said that it's never justified to punish innocent parties for the crimes of the guilty. And then I showed you a situation where that happens, which means the only logical answer is that this situation that God caused is unjustified.
Okay, can we agree that if we're going to believe that God is real, that because I believe that God is real, that God is all powerful and all knowing?
I agree that if you're God, if it's the Bible God, you can certainly claim that he's all powerful. It says so in 1 John.
And all knowing, right?
Well, that's another aspect. We don't really know if he's all-knowing because there's a bunch of passages in the Bible that claim that he's not, but it's kind of irrelevant. You can say that he's all-knowing if you want to. It doesn't get you anywhere close to justifying murdering babies.
Okay, but he knows your heart, right?
That seems to be the case.
Okay, so what the case would be, I'm not God, so I don't know for sure, but my thoughts would be that he knew the hearts of those children before they would commit crimes, so he decided to inflict justice as so.
Why do you have him born then? If he's in control of murdering people that he knows are irredeemable, why let him be born in the first place? In fact, he did that with Abimelech in Genesis. He closed up the wombs of all the women in Abimelech's household to prevent them from giving birth. Why didn't he do that with the Babylonian children? Thank you, Bertram.
Because possibly they could have had a chance to repent.
No, you just said that. They didn't have a chance to repent. They were doomed to destruction.
Like I said, I'm not God, so I don't know.
Okay, so if God has two options, one option is to not have any of the evil babies born. The second option is let the evil babies be born and then murder them later. Which one of those two options do you think is the better of the two?
Possibly. What God does is he sends messages. He sends messages through culture.
This doesn't answer my question. This doesn't answer my question. No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Okay.
It doesn't. I want you to answer my question. Option number one or option number two, which is better?
Can I give you a 30-second answer?
No, you say one or two.
Can I give you a 15-second answer?
No, I need a one-word answer.
You won't let me give you a 15-second answer?
Option one or option two, which is better?
But a one-word answer doesn't answer the question.
It does.
That doesn't answer the question at all.
We'll do it for the entire chat. Hey, chat. Option one or option two, which is better? Option one is God just prevents all evil babies of the Babylonians being born, so you don't have to murder them later. And option two is that God lets them be born and murders them later, even though he knows he's going to have to murder them because they're wicked. Which one is better? Interesting. All of the chat seems to be able to answer it. Oh, he ran. Of course he did. They always want to preach rather than answer questions. It's crazy how that works. Okay. Fair enough. Well, listen, I'm going to bring in the next guest in just a second. Give me 1 moment. I've got to use the little boys' room. I got to use the restroom real quick. And then we're going to go ahead and get Arvin in here. I apologize, Arvin. You've been waiting for a while, but we're going to get you in very, very shortly, okay? All right. We'll get back at it. Friends, thank you for being here. It's Wednesday night. Shit, it's already 10 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun arguing with people on the internet. I can't believe it's already 10 o'clock. It's a shame that last guest didn't stick around. I would have loved to press him a little bit on maybe some baby paste. Baby paste, I think, would have been a lot of fun, but you know, we do what we can. If you're watching on TikTok, you can hit the guest request button in the bottom of the screen to get in queue. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/dzguest. There's also a clickable link in the description of the video. Also in the description of the video is 2 links for the Season of Reason. One is an application. We're feeding hungry families during Thanksgiving and Christmas holidays. One is an application if you need assistance, and one is a link so that you can donate. $40 donation feeds a family of 10. So this is something we're doing through our nonprofit. This is our first official fundraiser through our new nonprofit that we formed. And it should be great. The applications for assistance are anonymous. No one's going to know it's you other than the people who process it. I think there are 2 people currently processing it. Crystal came up with this initiative. It's a great initiative. I love it. And I think we already have $1,000 donated, but for this week, we have a member in our community that said if we can raise another $1,000, they'll match it. So if we can get another $1,000 donated this week, we'll have $3,000 worth of meals. And I know we've had quite a few people apply already for meals. So I know there's a lot of people that are going to get helped. We're going to be spending all of this money on meals over the holidays. None of it goes towards any of our work here. It's a completely separate entity. None of it gets used for the channel. It all goes to charity. But that being said, DNA says thank you for your donation. But DNA, thank you for your donation, friend. And Carissa, great to see you. Thank you for sending out 10 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I appreciate that. And Deconstruction Zone is still popping on memberships, but DC Debates is starting to catch up, actually. Dustin, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I thought for sure she was going to make religious arts and crafts with some baby paste. She was like a friendlier Hadassah. Oh my God, Dustin, you're right. I was shocked, actually, that she drew the line at multiple babies. I thought if she was willing to kill one, they'd be willing to kill a bunch, right? Meg says, that was a roller coaster. Your patience never ceases to amaze me. Well, thank you, Megs. I appreciate that. It's just me. Sometimes it's hard to maintain composure. James Brown, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. Says, you have so much more patience than I would. She was absolutely gonzo. I feel for her. I really do. So I'm actually with you, James. I kind of feel a little bit bad for her. I'm not sure that, like, the train is completely on the tracks with that guest. That's just, I could be wrong, but that's how I feel. Grace says, Justin, I feel like you're picking on these people. It's always easier to be on the side of that's true and not just have to make shit up. Sorry. That is the case. Good point. And 2 more supers. Hank, our good friend, says, as a singer of a Faith No More tribute band here in Oz. Well, shit. Awesome. I can highly recommend them. Sick band from the weirdo San Francisco scenes, 80s and 90s. I'm definitely going to have to check them out then. I'll definitely check them out. Thank you for that. And last super chat for now from our friend Flux. Good to see you, Flux. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, hey, I just wanted to say thanks for sticking up for trans and queer folks when the opportunity arises. Oh, and also righteously horizontal for Doug. Flux, my friend, thank you for being here. I will always stand up for the people that are not like me, people of color, people that are trans, queer, always will be standing up for the marginalized. That's what we do here. We don't let anybody get pushed under the bus. Trans people are people. Trans men are men. Trans women are women. That is the case. You don't have to like it, but that's the situation. That's the world we live in. All right, let's get Arvin in here. Arvin's in the queue twice. I don't really know why Arvin is in the queue twice, so I'm going to grab the first instance of Arvin in the queue and see if it works. Arvin, welcome in. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God? Arvin? Arvin, you're like really, really quiet. I can't hear anything. You there? Can anyone hear Arvin? I can't hear him at all. No. I'm not sure what's going on with your system. Let me try it looks like you're on a computer. I'm going to hang up the first instance and bring up your second instance. I'm curious if you've got 2 different pieces of hardware selected and only one of them is the correct piece of hardware. All right, what about now? No, still can't hear you. Okay. Armin, but I don't know what's going on with the computer. I don't think you've selected your microphone when you came in, which is why no one can hear you. But refresh your browser, get a microphone plugged in, and come back and talk to us. Let me grab our next guest. I'm going to grab BMF from the YouTube queue. If you're watching on TikTok, you can join hitting that guest request button. If you're watching on YouTube, the link to join is tiny.cc/DZ guest. You'll be able to get into the conversation, and we'll have a good time at least.
Don't let me cut my hair. I'm just saying. Don't let me cut my fucking hair.
Welcome in, BMF. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
I'm beyond 18. You hear me?
Awesome. I can hear you. Do you believe in God?
Hey, come on, look at me. Look at me. I'm 18. Yeah, no, I'm only 16. Please. It's infinite, right?
Sure. Do you believe in God?
I'm sorry, let me turn down what?
Do you believe in God?
Faith has been broken. Yeah. I believe in synchronicities. And I believe shit plays out where you're just like, fuck. I can't deny.
Sure. So do you believe in God,
believe
though?
in God? Do you believe in God? Or you think it's an abstract of opinion?
Obviously not. But do you?
Shit, I already told you. You didn't get that through? I
You
got
said
it
you
through when you said obviously not.
You said
So
you
that
believe
tells
in.
me you believe in it.
You said you
You
believe
believe
in
in God. That's what you just said.
And you said you believe in synchronicity.
Yeah.
Is
For a
synchronicity
reason.
God?
Synchronicities are a higher being that makes everything align. Do you believe in astrology? Do you
No.
believe in... No? Well, you ain't studied the stars. Do you even know how our language or anything that you mapped out ever, your whole time structure is based on star movements?
Adorable.
Your whole understanding of now to then is based on what?
We track using the planetary bodies. We're kind of aware of this right now, but the question is whether or not God exists.
Yeah, I know. We'll get there. We'll get there. We're going to understand time.
But we're not going to understand time.
I know, because you can't understand the...
Okay, now you're muted. So, listen, time's a really fun topic. As much as I'd love to waste a bunch of time talking about time, what I want to talk about is God, right? I'm curious to know what God you believe in. You're muted right now, BMF. No one can hear you. I don't know how long he's going to go. No one can hear you. You're muted. Your screen tells you you're muted. He knows he's muted. He's still talking. No one can hear you. Your screen tells you you're muted. There's a little brown bar on your screen typically that says you're muted when you're muted. No one can hear you. I don't know why he's talking. Let me know when you're done. How long is he going to do this for? I feel like he's going to be doing this for a while. I know he knows he's muted because when I said he's muted, he looked away with disappointment. We'll just keep him up while we get the next guest then. Let's get Frosty from the guest queue. And we'll keep things rolling. Welcome in, Frosty. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Frosty? Frosty? No? Okay. Frosty might have been in box too long. All right, well, we're going to hit Johnny next from the queue. Welcome, Johnny. Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? Awesome. And which God do you believe in? All right, so you believe in Jesus. Can you get closer to your mic? It's like really, really, really quiet. That's better. That's better. Let me turn. I'm going to turn your volume up a little bit more though, just to make sure we got you. Okay, now you're up like 220% or some stuff like that. Okay, so Johnny, you believe in the Christian God. What would be the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Probably the resurrection.
Sure.
I don't know though, because I'm not like I'm gonna be honest. I'm not like a scholar or like a you know. I don't know all the answers. Obviously, there's so many questions but a lot of evidence points to the resurrection, and just overall a lot of things that people say like as Christians, like we just say like we have a relationship with God, but I understand how that could be kind of hard to understand, you know, when either I don't know if you came from Christianity or what, but like I base it off of literally like evidence in my own life, you know. But I don't know if we have to get into that because obviously like that's so subjective, and like I could say anything I want about an imaginary friend, like that's what atheists call it.
Yeah. So I mean, what's the proof that there was a resurrection?
Yeah. So I mean the Bible itself, right? It's a historical document.
Yeah, but
I wouldn't say it's like a more of like a myth or a fairy tale. Like there's evidence that these people were alive, you know. So like these books that were written, you know, like they generally were like of that time, you know. Like Jesus was a real person. He did walk this earth.
Yeah, and so was Vespasian, but the historians Tacitus and Suetonius both say that he healed a blind man by spitting in his eyes, and he healed another man by using the power of Serapis to heal his lame leg. And these are in like actual Roman histories. There's a bunch of miracles and things like that, and even resurrections that are in the Greek and Roman histories, just like we see in the New Testament, right? So I think just because something is purporting to be history doesn't mean that the mythology within the story is true.
Yeah, I mean, again, I'm not an expert when it comes to Roman mythology or like Greek mythology, so again, I don't really like follow that, but I do know for a fact that even like scholars that don't believe in like Christianity in itself, like they know that these signs and wonders, like they were documented and they were
They
like
don't
the
know
most
that.
accurate.
No, not remotely the case. I don't know of a single scholar who believes a single atheist scholar who believes that Jesus did miracles.
Oh, so wait, hold on. What's your like take on it? I'm sorry, like I was on Shorts and I just saw you talk. I don't really know your take on like what's like your main like what's your belief kind of. I don't really know.
Well, I'm an atheist, but even if I wasn't an atheist, Christianity would still be false because the Bible is full of contradictions. It's full of bad science and history that didn't
in your
actually
opinion,
happen.
right?
And also because Jesus didn't fulfill even one messianic prophecy.
I mean, he kind of did though, right? Like there's
No,
prophecies.
zero.
How? I mean, the whole
How
Old
what?
Testament,
Show me
the Old
one.
Testament prophecies about Jesus,
Yeah, he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one.
dude.
Show me.
Come on.
Prove me wrong.
I mean, isn't like Isaiah like a whole? Isaiah
Is-
literally is a whole.
Isaiah
prophetic
says
book.
nothing about Jesus.
How?
Show
was
me where it
pierced-
says
he was-
anything about the Messiah.
He was pierced for our transgressions.
That's not about the Messiah. So you're quoting from Isaiah 53. Do you know the context of Isaiah 53?
Sorry, what?
Do you know the context of Isaiah 53?
I mean, it's kind of like when I read it and when I've had other people read it and kind of explain it for me, like it makes sense. I mean, to me, it makes sense. I don't know like who else would be talking about.
It's talking about the nation of Israel. If you read Deutero-Isaiah, that's Isaiah chapter 40 to 55, he tells you on 8 different occasions who the servant is. He identifies the servant. You don't have to guess. He tells you who it is. Want me to show you?
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So,
All right.
let's go to a couple verses. This is Isaiah 41, verses 8 through 9. says,
Yeah.
"But you, Israel, my servant, Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called from its furthest corners, saying that you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." Okay, so right away at the beginning of Deutero-Isaiah, we've got the servant being the nation of Israel. And then 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen."
Yeah.
44, 1 through 2, he says, "But hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I have chosen." And then later on in the same passage, he says, "Do not fear, O Jacob, my servant." Same chapter, verse 21, says, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant." And 45:4 says the same thing. And then my favorite reference is 48:20. It says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea, declare this with a shout of joy, proclaim it, send it forth to the ends of the earth, and say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob." So when I'm reading Deutero-Isaiah, I know the context. I know the narrative arc. And the narrative arc is that God is freeing his servant Jacob from the Babylonian captivity after they had gone there to pay their penalty and also the penalty for the other nations. That's why it says in chapter 40, verses 1 and 2, that your time of service is over and you've been paid double for your sin. So they've suffered not just for their sins, but also for the sins of the captors, because when God restores his servant Israel from captivity, it's supposed to be such a miraculous event that even the nations recognize that Yahweh is the true God. Therefore, they suffered on behalf of the nations that will come to see Yahweh as the true God when he exalts his servant Israel.
Okay. Question.
Mm-hmm.
How would you explain how do you explain our 49:6?
It's not hard. We can go to it. Verse 49:6 again.
Sorry,
Mhm.
while you speak, I'm gonna be getting in the car. I'm not gonna leave at all. I'm just gonna mute myself. So if you're calling on my name, it'll probably take like 30 seconds, but I'm getting in the car real quick.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So he says, "The Lord says, who formed me in the womb to be his servant, to bring back Jacob to him, that Israel might be gathered to him. For I am honored in the sight of the Lord. My God has become my strength." So the servant, the additional servant in 49, is the prophet himself. And he calls himself out again in chapter 61, verse 1. This certainly couldn't be Jesus in any sense of the word, because Jesus wasn't a prophet. In fact, his prophecies all failed. And also is because whoever this is giving a word to restore and to bring back the Israelites, to gather the Israelites back. And that's all stuff that Isaiah does throughout the book of Isaiah. So in Deutero-Isaiah and in Trito-Isaiah, there's like a dozen prophecies from the author talking about Israel coming back and being gathered in front of the sight of the Lord. And that's why right now this servant is clearly the prophet Isaiah. And this checks out in at least 3 different prophetic books. God says that his prophets are his servant. Yep. And neither did Jesus. No. So this doesn't say anything about the nations. It says Israel will be gathered to him. So the servant in this passage is going to bring Israel back to Yahweh, which Jesus certainly did not do. Right? So this is a failed promise that was delivered under the guise that Isaiah would be a prophet to the Israelite people, saying that they're going to come back to Yahweh, which again, if you read all of Isaiah, that's what he claims is going to happen. Micah 5:2. Born in Bethlehem. Yeah. Well, this isn't about a nation. This is about apparently a king from the line of David. But Jesus wasn't a king and he didn't come from the line of David. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." So whoever this is, they're going to be a ruler in Israel, and Jesus never was. Yeah, because they're right. Yeah, they're right. Yeah, words mean words. I agree with the Jews. The Jews were right to reject Jesus because this prophecy says that whoever this is, they're going to be a ruler in Israel. And Jesus was never a ruler in Israel. Born of a virgin, you mean? That's a prophecy in Isaiah. First of all, I don't believe he was born of a virgin. I think that's a terrible story to believe in. But that being said, Isaiah 7 doesn't say anything about a virgin giving birth. In fact, the context is during the reign of King Ahaz, and the prophecy is that there's a child who's already been conceived and is about to be born, and before that child knows right from wrong, King Ahaz's enemies are going to be wasted by the Assyrians. It says, "Again the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, Ask a sign of the Lord your God, let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." Then Isaiah said, "Hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted." So the prophecy is about a child that's literally born during the reign of King Ahaz. I know, because Christians only read the New Testament, they don't read the Old Testament. Well, I mean, but this is the first time. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Give me. There's people are saying they can't hear your audio on YouTube. Yeah, I don't hear his audio going. I mean, I don't see his audio moving on YouTube either for some reason. That's interesting. Yeah, but I'm curious. No, I can hear you just fine. I'm curious why my audience can't hear you. That's really weird that they can't hear you. No, it wasn't you. It's not your audio. One second, let me do something real quick. That's kind of a nuisance. All right, I'm gonna do one thing real quick, and then let's see if it works now. All right, say something for us. Yeah, it's not picking up your audio. That's really weird. Wonder why it's doing that. I mean, I know I can fix it real quick. Give me a second. I'm just gonna add you to a different scene. Hold on.
Do anything or no?
Okay, what about now? Okay, so something happened to his connection. He got dropped from scene number 2 for some reason in the middle of our conversation. I had to re-add him to scene number 2. Could you hear Johnny at the beginning of the call that he dropped like in the middle of the call? Because that seemed to be the problem. His connection must have dropped and reconnected, and he wasn't added to the discussion scene. Interesting. Sorry about that, friends. Now? I mean, we're fine now. Yeah, they should be able to hear you now.
Yeah. So, can I go now?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, like, when I read it, like, I don't really see it being Israel because I just don't know how.
What being Israel?
A nation rejected. Just the prophecies of Isaiah and just throughout the whole Old Testament.
Well, I'm not saying that the other prophecies in the Old Testament are about the nation of Israel.
Oh, so what are the so you think it's only Isaiah?
Yeah, Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. Okay, hold on. YouTube is saying they still can't hear you. How can YouTube not hear you? His audio is moving. Hold on. Let's see if there's just no audio. How the fuck can they not hear you? Okay. Well, I'm just gonna remove the goofball BMF for now.
Do you want me to join back? Do you want me to like leave and join back?
No, don't worry about it.
Okay.
All right, see if you guys hear him now. You should be able to hear. They should be able to hear it now. I added you to the scene that the goofball before you was on. That we know the audio was working. Okay. So, Johnny, Isaiah 53 is clearly about the nation of Israel. The context of the passages demand it. Isaiah's prophecy, when coupled with all the other prophecies, demand it. There's no reason to read anybody in there. Certainly not Jesus. Jesus didn't fulfill the prophecy. At the end of the prophecy, it says whoever it is has children, has offspring. Jesus had no offspring. It says that they're going to divide the spoils of war with the strong. Jesus certainly didn't divide any war spoils. I understand why you would, like, when you read Isaiah 53 in isolation, you would think, oh my God, that sounds a lot like Jesus. Well, I mean, it sounds like anybody who ever suffered. Like anybody who ever suffered at the hands of the Romans who was Jewish could fit that prophecy, but the prophecy has a context. So every last word of Deutero-Isaiah is about the Babylonian captivity, which is why I'm interpreting it through the lens of Deutero-Isaiah, namely about the Babylonian captivity.
Okay. But then you see things like he was despised and rejected by men. Like
so what? So was the nation of Israel.
But the nation of Israel, like, sure, how is it he? Like, you know?
What do you mean, how is it he? How is it he the 8 different times that God said that Israel is a servant in the he?
But when it says he, like, it's not talking about a nation, because how
Yeah, it is talking about a nation. Because the servant singular is a he.
But then in 49:7 it says the one that nation abhorred, you know? Or whatever that word is.
Well, I think you're confused. Why are you keep popping between 49 and 53?
Because I'm trying to make a point. Like, how can a nation
I don't think you have a point.
Abhor the servant? How could a nation be the same thing that abhors the servant? Like, it doesn't logically fit with servant equaling. Like, it doesn't make sense for it to be the same thing as Israel.
It is Israel. Like, listen, there's nothing in the passage that could be about Jesus. It's simply not. So Isaiah 49 is talking about the prophet Isaiah bringing the Israelites, gathering the Israelites back.
So heals the blind.
So Jesus is not in 49.
All right, 35.
What about 35?
When he heals the blind, lame, and deaf.
But 35 what? What book are you talking about?
Isaiah 35.
What about it? Isaiah 35 is not about Jesus.
It talks about healing the blind, lame, and deaf. I mean, he did do
so
those
what?
things. I mean,
Vespasian did those things.
Yeah, but if you read in Daniel 9:26,
No,
it says
no, we're not in Daniel 9 yet. I promise you, I know every last word of Daniel 9. We're not there yet. Daniel 9 is not the verse you want to look to for Jesus. So Isaiah 35 doesn't say anything about a Messiah.
Mm-hmm.
Show me where in 35 it says anything about a Messiah.
I'll pull it up. Wish I had my Bible with me.
Oh, hey, Sarah.
Hi, how's it going?
Good to see you. Let me get you on screen. There we go.
The eyes of the blind shall be open, the ears of the deaf unstopped. And then
I'm sure. Where does it say anything about a Messiah?
It's seen as a prophecy.
Yeah, but where does it say anything about the Messiah?
Let's see. I'm trying to look, man. I mean, I think the whole book of Isaiah is kind of like a prophecy, kind of. So,
I mean, it is, but there's nothing in 35 about a Messiah.
Okay, what's it about then? What's the context that you would say it is?
It's clearly about the restoration of the people.
The guest is super quiet. I can barely hear him.
Oh, hold on. Let me see if I can turn him up. All right, now he's at 400%. Maybe that'd be better.
All right, I have a question.
All right, so let's read 35. Because my guess is you've never read the entire chapter. You've just read like the bit that sounds like Jesus, and you just concluded that it's about Jesus. It says, the wilderness
Okay.
and the dry land shall be glad. The desert shall rejoice and blossom like crocus. It shall blossom abundantly and rejoice with joy and shouting. The glory of Lebanon shall be given to it, the majesty of Carmel and Sharon. They shall see the glory of the Lord and the majesty of our God. Did any of this come true?
Um,
Because this is all part of the same
again,
prophecy.
it's like really layered, you know? It's like a lot.
It's not layered. It's all one prophecy.
So look, read Matthew 11:3.
We're in Isaiah 35. This is the one you wanted.
So yeah, so
Listen,
Matthew 11:3 it
everybody
references
knows
Isaiah 35. It
I know
references Isaiah
everybody
35.
knows that the New Testament is spuriously quoting the Old Testament. We all know that. I
Yeah.
don't care what the New Testament says. We have to demonstrate that the New Testament's true before I care what it says. So right now we're in Isaiah 35. You're saying it's true because the New Testament says it's true. That's circular.
Yeah. But again, as a Christian man, like I personally I'm
I know
not
you're
here
I know you're
negating
Christian. What I'm trying to figure
Yes.
out is when the New Testament says that Isaiah 35 is being fulfilled, why should I believe it? Because all of 35, there's a huge prophecy here, and the vast majority of it never came true, and it won't be coming true.
This is what my view, right? The same questions that I kind of have about this verse, like could it be about Jesus, right? These were the same
not
questions.
about Jesus.
But like, can I speak?
But again, saying
these
it
are the
could
same
be about
questions-
Jesus isn't a justification for why it is about Jesus.
I'm
Verse
saying
8,
this is
a
the
highway
same
shall be there, and it should be called the Holy Way. The unclean shall not travel on it, and they shall be for God's people. No traveler, not even fools, will go astray. No lions will be there. Just talk about the restoration of a physical land.
Yeah, so can I go now?
Mm-hmm.
So look, John the Baptist, when he was in prison,
I know. He
said to his
says, "Are you the
disciples-
one that we're waiting for? Should we wait for another?" And Jesus says,
And
"Look,
what
I'm
did he
healing the
reply?
blind." He quoted the parts of the Old Testament where it talks about healing. Again, it's meaningless to say that that has anything to do with Jesus just because the New Testament thought it had anything to do with Jesus. You have to point in the Old Testament why one would come to that conclusion. Just because somebody in the New Testament came to that conclusion doesn't mean that that's the right conclusion.
Okay, so like historically, like without Jesus, like isn't this about Babylon?
Well, chapter 35 almost invariably has to be about the return of the captives from the Babylonians. But
Yeah.
that being said, this is not coming true. It never came true. Not with Jesus, not before Jesus. That's why Daniel in chapter 9 is sitting down reading Jeremiah.
Yeah.
And he's like, what the fuck's going on? How come the prophecy of Jeremiah's 70 years haven't been fulfilled yet? And he comes up with the idea that it's been multiplied by 7. So he gets 490 years for the captivity because he's looking at the prophecies not coming true also. Most of the prophecies about the Israelites being restored after the Babylonian captivity, almost all of them failed.
So look, one thing I want to do, I want to say like the language used in these books are so like kind of majestic. Like they're describing so many things at once. Yeah. Like
No, they're not.
I
They're
think
describing a singular thing. They're describing the restoration of the Israelites in this particular chapter.
Yeah. I mean, it also kind of points to his return, like his second coming, which technically hasn't happened yet.
It doesn't say anything about Jesus' second coming. The second coming was made up to fix the problem that he didn't fulfill any prophecies the first time he was here.
Okay, let's say you beat me in this one. Let's move on to the next. Let's
Okay.
just say let's move on to the next one.
Fair enough.
What about other like verses that talk about betrayed by a close friend?
Yeah,
cast lots
that's,
for his clothing.
Psalm 41, Psalm 22?
Yeah, or like
Or that's Psalm 69,
for,
actually.
Betrayed
Is
for 30 pieces of silver. And
the one who lifted his heel against me, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first of all, not a single one of those is a prophecy.
Or 30 pieces of silver.
That's not even in the prophet Jeremiah. Find it
No,
for
no,
me.
no.
I'll,
In
I'll give
Zechariah,
you.
Zechariah,
Well, it's quoted as Jeremiah, and it's not in Jeremiah either.
in Zechariah 11:12.
It's not in Zechariah either. No.
What if I pull
Zechariah
it up?
11:12 doesn't. Pull it up. I want you to. I'll pull it
I
up
bet.
for you.
Okay. It says, then I said to you, well, is there a specific? I use ESV. I don't know which one you like.
I'm in the NRSV updated edition. ESV is not going to really help you, but I mean, whatever is your preference.
All right. So it says, then I said to them, if it seems good to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. And they weighed out as many wages, 30 pieces of silver.
Yeah. And who's being betrayed here?
Technically, it's not in this specific instance.
Yeah.
I
No
think
one's being betrayed. Yeah. There's no prophecy about anyone being betrayed for 30 pieces of silver in this chapter. The author of Matthew, chapter 27, remembers a verse that mentions 30 pieces of silver, gets the wrong author, by the way. He says that it comes from Jeremiah, and quotes it spuriously as though it's a prophecy about somebody being betrayed, but it's not. This prophecy in Zechariah 11 is about a performance of two wicked shepherds.
Yeah.
No one's betrayed them.
Okay.
It's just an out of context quotation, my man.
It's just, bro, like, I don't know about you, bro, but to me, like, all these things that line up, like, there's so many things that just,
nothing
they line up to
lines
this
up.
one man.
No, nothing has lined up. Not a single thing has lined up.
I
Again,
mean, everything that I give you,
not-
you kind of refute it to a different
because-
context that you read it. You read it to it like something that negates Jesus itself.
Yeah,
But if you were to see how I'm
it
seeing
doesn't
it,
actually. No, I know how you're seeing it. You're seeing it wrong because you're ignoring the context. See, I'm actually providing you the context of each and every passage. You want to ignore the context of every passage. I'm not willing to do that. In Zechariah
No, I'm
11,
gonna be
there's
honest, man,
nothing.
I'm just not-
There's nobody
I'm not-
getting betrayed.
in Zechariah 11:12,
Nobody gets betrayed. The wicked shepherd returns his own money.
okay. So that's what you believe. You don't think it has anything to do with anything that has to do with God.
It has nothing to do with
I think
Jesus.
I think there it's not Jesus like yet. I think it's himself what Zechariah was doing, you know, like
What was he doing? Do you even know what the chapter is about? Paraphrase what you think the chapter is about.
Isn't it about a symbolic shepherd?
I already told you that part.
Zechariah?
Give me the rest.
Like he's representing God?
No.
So he's like being undervalued,
Well,
rejected, and then he's betrayed by the leaders?
No, that's not what happens. So God is using two wicked shepherds to demonstrate that he is annulling the promise that he made with Judah and with Israel. And with the first shepherd, he goes to shepherd the flock and he gives up early. He said, nope, I'm not doing this. Let them get slaughtered. And so he's like, well, I didn't do my job. Should I keep this money? And God's like, no, don't keep the money. Throw it back to the treasury.
So the way, yeah, exactly. The way I see it, like personally, this is the way I see it. If you want to say it's wrong, like we could agree to disagree. Like his symbol, like Zechariah's role, like as a shepherd, rejected for 30 pieces of silver. I think it foreshadows Jesus. As
He
the
wasn't
true shepherd.
rejected.
He wasn't rejected for 30 pieces of silver.
No.
Oh, what was he?
The shepherd quit. So if this is about Jesus, it's about a Jesus who quit on his own people.
I don't know. I think you might be reading it differently.
I'll just read it word for word. So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became the shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. I took two staffs. One I named Favor, the other I named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of 3 shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. And let those that are left over, and those that are left devour the flesh of one another. I took my staff Favor and broke it, annulling the covenant that I made between all the people. So I was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Then I said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as my wages 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So it's just about a shepherd who didn't complete his task and gave the money back. But to be fair, that does match Jesus pretty well. He came, pretended to be a shepherd, and never completed his task.
Did we lose him?
Maybe. Johnny? Johnny? Oh, he dropped.
Oh, man.
I think he had a bad connection because earlier in the stream when I brought him up, I think everyone can hear him, and then we lost him, and he like spuriously came back to the stream a moment later. But yeah, he's gone. I guess we'll have to move on. Well, hey, guys, Sarah's with us. Make sure, if you're not following Leaving Faith yet, that you are following Leaving Faith. And also, on her channel, we're doing a Bible study. If you love a good Bible study, we're walking through the Joseph story as we speak.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one.
Let me grab just a couple super chats, friends. We'll get our next guest in here. BMF, I don't know if anyone's paying attention. BMF is still at it. He's still going.
Oh, the entire chat it's almost 90% of the comments on the chat want BMF back. That's all they're talking about.
Man, justice for BMF. Okay, well, maybe we'll bring him back here in a moment. At least he's got a good head of hair. Nez says, got into an argument with my homophobe, transphobe dad a while back, but he that always brings up the Bible. Does the Bible prohibit it? Well, kind of. Yeah, the Bible does prohibit. Where do you come from?
Oh wait,
to answer your question, Nez, the Bible does prohibit homosexuality, but it doesn't really say anything about trans people. I think it's just one more reason to take it out back and burn it. You don't need that book for anything. All right, Johnny, welcome back. So
my bad, man.
I lost track of where we were at. We're in Zechariah. I was trying to figure out where in Zechariah does anyone get betrayed?
Yeah. Is there any way that I could kind of like switch up the trajectory of this?
Sure.
Okay. What about just in general, like where would you say that how do you not believe in like a creator if you're atheist, right?
Yeah, what do I need a creator for?
Dude, just in general, like how can something come from nothing, you know?
I don't believe there was ever nothing.
So what do you think?
I think the universe always existed. Why would I believe that the universe once didn't exist?
Because I think a higher power is more logical than nothing.
I don't believe in nothing. Again, I believe the universe always existed. Why would I believe that the universe once didn't exist?
Oh, man. Were you Christian before?
Yeah, for 20 years. But that doesn't answer the question. Why would I believe that there was ever nothing?
Because obviously, like, the universe runs on laws, you know? Like, unbreakable laws.
No, I disagree. The universe doesn't run on laws. The laws describe the way the universe behaves. When we have something that's constant, we just refer to it as a law. But the universe isn't like checking like on a tablet if I need to follow this law.
I'm saying like non-physical laws, like
oh no,
matter.
I disagree entirely.
Like, how do you explain consciousness?
Consciousness is not even remotely related to the talking point of laws, but consciousness is what happens when our brains do what brains do.
Yeah, but like if you take a brain and reduce it to like the molecules, none of them can contain the questions of right and wrong, love. Like,
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that's what brains do. Brains are a configuration of atoms.
the
Like
thing is,
so,
look,
if I configure a bunch of atoms, I can make aluminum, but I can also configure a bunch of atoms and make a plant. They're entirely different, but they're all just made up of atoms, right? So depending on how you arrange atoms, it's going to have a different effect in the world we live in.
yeah. Um, in the Bible, it talks about God being triune, a triune being, like the Trinity.
Oh, you don't want to do the Trinity, man. Come on.
Hey, man, I think I've been kind of brave.
Oh, Johnny, you have been brave, but I got to tell you, the Trinity is the least defendable topic in all of Christianity.
All right, tell me about it. Tell me about it.
Is
He's still
Jesus?
incredibly quiet. I can barely hear him at all.
Yeah, Johnny, you got to get close to your phone, buddy. No one can hear you.
You can't hear me?
I got you turned up 400%, and people are still having trouble hearing you.
So you can't hear me good?
Hold it right to your face.
Hello.
All right.
That's better.
So
All right, I'm
is
trying.
Jesus 100% God?
Yes.
Okay. So then Jesus would be identical to God.
Yes.
Okay. Does God have properties that are necessary for us to define it as God?
Can you kind of like help me understand what you're asking there?
So like the properties of the Father typically are that he's omniscient, he's omnipotent, he's omnipresent. Those are like typical attributes attributed by Christians. Now, if Jesus don't have these attributes, if Jesus doesn't have these attributes, that means he can't be identical to God. So unless Jesus possesses all of God's attributes, he cannot in fact be identical to God.
Okay. My turn?
Yeah.
Okay. I see it like, so obviously like in the beginning of in the Genesis, right? You probably know already. You already know what it says. Like how the earth was created. Like how did he create man? What did he say?
He said, "Let us make man in our image," because he's referring to the divine council. In most of the Old Testament, there's not this strict idea that there's only one God. There's only one supreme God in almost a majority of the entire Old Testament.
So I literally think he's literally talking about the Trinity right there in that.
He certainly could believe that, but that wouldn't pan out. The Old Testament tells you explicitly that there are many gods.
So I'm gonna try to get it a little. I'm gonna get a little more personal, like to myself. I'm not gonna like ask you any personal
Wait,
questions.
you didn't actually answer anything that Justin addressed. Justin said a bunch of things, and then you talked, and it was like you didn't hear anything Justin said.
This is Sarah.
Who is this? Oh, Sarah. What's good, Sarah?
And
Hi.
Sarah co-hosts with me sometimes. She's up right now.
Oh, okay, she's a host. Okay, I had no idea. Sarah, what do you want me to answer?
So Justin was explaining how does Jesus have the same properties as God? If you're going to explain a Trinity, and it was like you didn't address anything he said. Can you talk about, does Jesus have exactly all the same properties as God the Father?
No, he doesn't, but he's still God, like fully God.
Well, he can't be fully God if he lacks some of the properties of God.
I don't know. I think
he could be partially God.
Like personally God?
No, partly God.
I think he could be fully God.
No, you can't be fully God if you lack some of God's essential properties. Like if I said, this is 100% can, but as it turns out, it was only this tall. I would say, well, this is 100% a pop can, and it was only this tall, and it was missing the bottom that held the liquid in. Would it be 100% pop can?
If that's how you want to say, probably not.
No, yeah, it'd be part of a pop can. It'd be pieces of a pop can, but it wouldn't be 100% of a pop can. So if Jesus doesn't have all of the essential properties of God, he can't be equal to God. He can't be 100% God.
Okay. I see where you're going there. One thing that I would say is I think one thing about hymns in particular. Thank you. one thing about him I would say is like he he kind of he kind of does things in ways that kind of don't logically work. Like I think what
Yeah,
I'm trying to get at.
we agree there. Yeah, some of the things are strictly breaking logic.
Yeah. So one thing that I want to say, if I was trying to get to my point in this argument, right, is that let's say in this illogical, not it doesn't make sense, but in this scenario, he is talking about the Trinity. He's talking about let us create like man in our image.
Wait, but we're still talking about the 100% issue.
Okay, so you know what? I'll give you that. What do you want me to say?
Okay.
Like, whatever.
Well,
What?
wait, if you're giving Justin that, then the entire Trinity has fallen apart.
Yeah.
Of course. Like in your guys' opinion, yeah, but like I still haven't been.
Wait, no, but that's what you just admitted. Like, if you admit that Justin is correct here, then you're agreeing that the Trinity doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So you agree the Trinity does not make any sense.
No, I don't. I disagree, and I'm trying to get to that point.
Well, so if you agreed with Justin that Jesus is not 100% God, then the Trinity, you have agreed that the Trinity is illogical and doesn't make sense.
I agree with Justin's points, just solely for the fact that I like just to let me speak. Kind of. That's all I'm really saying, because I can't really speak until
you just want
you
to
guys...
say the script that you have, and you're not going to actually engage in the discussion. You just have a speech you want to give.
No, this is not a speech. This is like personal, you know. Like I'm just trying to speak my like what I believe in, you know. We could get into definitions and all that, but like when it comes to debates and all that, I'm not a debater. I just want to tell you my personal experience.
To be fair, though, I think we do know what you believe. We're pretty familiar with the doctrines and the teachings, and very familiar with the Bible. So I don't know if explaining what you believe is necessary. What we're trying to poke at is whether or not what you believe is logical or reasonable.
Exactly. So I kind of want to explain how I feel and how I think it's logical. But like, if I can't even get there, you know, like,
sure,
if I can't even get to that point.
Yeah. Tell us.
So can I explain what I mean?
Logical that Jesus is 100% God while lacking some of the attributes of God.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my best to try to make it like easy to understand how I see it. But honestly, like, if you guys can't, if you can't really like understand it, then I totally get it. You know,
I'm sure it's beyond my understanding.
All right, bro. All right. Yeah. So when he says let us create God in our let us create man in our image, when he says that, I think he's literally pointing to the fact that he's not just one thing. He's three in one, which is said throughout in scripture. And what I mean by that is when he made us in his image, we were also made in 3 in 1. So I believe that we're triune beings just like God is. I think we're 3 parts.
Again, Johnny, we know what you believe already. You don't have to tell us
matter.
Johnny, you don't have to tell us what you believe. We already know what you believe. So again, we already know this.
What I'm saying is that
this is like Christianity 101 stuff. We know that this is what you believe. We're asking
why
can we
both agree?
Accept this as a valid interpretation of the text, because in the Hebrew Bible there are many gods, and God has in fact a divine council.
So, so I have a question for both of you. Do you guys believe that we have a soul?
And they're all made in the image of God as well. So Psalm 82, do you want to read it with me? I'll read it for you. It says, God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the gods, he holds judgment. So there is a council of gods in the Hebrew Bible, and they're actual descent from God. They're descendants of God according to the mythology, which is why they're all in the image of God, right? So human beings were made in the image of the gods, in the likeness of the gods, just like Adam's children, we're told, were made in the likeness of Adam. So this is not about a trinity. I do love when Christians try to help in the TikTok comments. by saying 3-in-1 body wash, shampoo, and conditioner, as though they don't know they're admitting like one of the earliest Trinitarian heresies that ever existed, partialism. But sorry, go
So
ahead.
I have a question. Like, when it comes to your physical body, like literally your flesh and bones, how do you distinguish that and then like literally your brain and your emotions and like yourself inside of you? You know, like,
Those are
you know what I'm
all
saying?
physical. In fact,
Can
this
you
is
get
good
closer? I
timing.
can't hear him.
Yeah, Johnny, you keep getting like really loud and then really quiet. Like whatever your phone situation is, it's not stable at all. But today
Here,
is your
I'm
lucky
sitting
day
now. It's really
because
close. It's
Sarah's
close to my mouth
very
now.
well trained in the human body. She's a physiologist. So Sarah, what do you think?
I genuinely didn't hear him. What did he say?
Sarah, I said I believe that I have a soul just as much as I have like my flesh and my body, and I think the two are different, but I'm still the same. You know, like just like I have a soul, like my emotions and the way I think and myself inside of me, I also think I also have a body that's mortal and it's not forever. It's gonna die. But I don't think my
So,
soul is mortal. I think my soul is gonna live forever. That's my belief.
yes, I understand that's your belief. Why do you
Yeah.
think your emotions are part of a soul?
Uh-huh. So I think we're three parts. So soul, spirit, and flesh. But a lot of
But
people.
No, no, that
why?
wasn't what I asked. I asked, why do you think your emotions are part of your soul instead of part of your mind?
Um, my emotions are part of my soul. Why do I think that?
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
Because I'm me, like I'm Johnny, right? So
No, that
like if
doesn't
you were to
answer the
kind of
question.
like, okay,
So you
um,
have decided that when you experience emotions, instead of attributing that to your brain, you have decided that you're attributing that to something called a soul. And I'm asking, how did you
yeah,
decide that? Like, why do you think that your emotions are part of your soul and not part of your brain?
I think we could still believe that it comes from the brain. We could make a connection to the brain. Yeah,
So why do you think it's part of your soul?
because I think the God is a God of science, and He created us in a way that our brains are a way that our soul can work. So like,
No, that doesn't answer why though. Like so, you're reiterating what you believe. We already know
yeah.
everything you believe, Johnny. We're asking why would somebody come to that conclusion?
Um, a lot of people have came to that conclusion. Like I'm not the only one.
I know,
I'm
but
just
why?
as you guys could tell.
Why? What's the support for the conclusion?
Um, dude, just the fact that I could tell right from wrong. Like I don't think that's anything that animals have. I don't think animals have a
Animals
spiritual
do.
connection that we do. No, animals have a soul, but I don't think that animals have a spirit
Oh,
like we do.
No, we don't need spirit for right or wrong. Go ahead, Sarah.
I
I'm
think we
surprised he thinks animals have a soul. That was, I don't know. So can you
animals.
tell me what a soul is and how it's different from your mind?
My soul is
Hmm.
different from
Yeah,
my
can
mind.
you put your mouth closer to the mic or something? You're so quiet. I can't hear you.
You're asking me to differentiate what my soul.
Yeah, what is a soul and how is that different from a mind?
My soul is basically like the inner part of me.
What does that mean?
So like take away my head, take away my whole body, literally the little part inside of me that's speaking right now. That's me. Like my
How
thoughts,
is
my
that?
emotion, that's my mind. Like my thoughts, emotions, memories, personality, imagination, I say that's my mind, but like my soul is like literally like my myself, you know, like my identity, my consciousness. Um
I
I
guess
don't
that wait,
know.
I don't understand then. So your sense of self is part of your mind. Like how can you figure out what is in just your brain versus what is your soul?
So I would kind of explain like my soul being the core of me. So it doesn't change even if my emotions and thoughts change, like my mind, if you want to say that. My soul never really changes because it's just me, you know? Um, it's kind of like saying my arms and my hands are different than me, you know? I'm still myself, but then the hands is not me. I don't know. I'm really bad with my words. I need to start working on like articulating myself, but I'm trying to my hardest. Like I'm trying to explain to you the way that I see it is my soul being my core identity, kind of like it doesn't change really. It's just me. My mind
Sure.
is just yeah.
Yeah, it's just the things that you are explaining and describing. We can tell you where those occur in the brain. Like I don't see any evidence that you need something beyond the brain to have that deep sense of self. Like we know physically which part of the brain your sense of self is located.
Yeah, one thing that's crazy though, it's like take away the science, bro. Like take away all the facts. Us humans, just the fact that we're on this live right now having this conversation, the fact that we have this tech, like the fact that we could create stuff like this, it's just so
Yeah, that
crazy.
is science. We're able to have this conversation because of science.
Yeah,
Yay,
but no
science.
other, but no other. Yeah, I agree. I think science is great. I don't see how any other living being on this earth, other than humans, can do things to our like to that level at all.
Yeah,
Like,
so wait, but just because humans are more advanced, that doesn't mean that they have this invisible thing called a soul.
no, what I'm saying is I think that humans and animals are similar when it comes to that they both have flesh and soul, but I don't think animals have spirit. I think humans do.
Okay, so what is spirit then, and how is that different from a soul?
So basically, what I would explain, how I would explain spirit, which is the third part, the triune being of what I would say that I believe is it's literally what connects us to God. So that whole like when people ask about morality and like right from wrong, I think that literally just comes from spirit. Like, but then again, you don't. Your spirit is dead until, in my belief, your spirit is dead until you come to Christ, and then the Holy Spirit comes in inside of you, and that's like when you become alive spiritually, and that's how you live differently. You know, like um, I can't really
So
explain. I can't explain to you how when I would say I like live by my flesh or people live by their flesh, um, they're living their life and they're just chasing things that satisfy them like naturally when it comes to their body, right? Like food, for
wait,
example.
hold
That's
on. You're taking a different direction. Hang on. So I want to
oh,
focus on
sorry.
what a spirit itself is, because what you've generally talked about, like on one hand, having a sense of morality, but then you kind of pivoted into a spirit is the connection to God, and it's also the Holy Spirit. You've given me like three different definitions for what spirit means, and I am not sure how that's different from your mind and your soul.
Okay. Um, I don't know how else I could try to.
Okay. I guess, and
The
I understand it is difficult to articulate these things, especially when you're doing it in front of a whole bunch of people if you've never like
yeah,
vocally
like
articulated them before. I think maybe my point would be that I think what you're describing are things that actually overlap. And that all of these different phenomena that you're describing, actually, we can explain with physiology and we can explain with science. And so that doesn't mean it's impossible that there's something called a soul. It's just that I have no reason to believe that there is one, because again, we can
so
explain all
I
of
have a
these
question
things
for
with
you. Like,
science.
how would you like what would you explain taking away like don't use science? Like personally for you or maybe for what's his name? My bad.
Why am I not using science?
Because I don't think science is necessary. I think science is a tool, but I don't think it answers all the questions that we have. That's why not everything is. That's why we have atheists, right? That's why we have people that just
What?
rely on science, but they don't know the answers. At the end of the day, they don't.
Answers to
Wait,
what?
wait. Hold on. We're talking about your brain and how your brain functions.
Yeah,
There are ways
the
to
brain is one of the
understand
most.
things. Wait, hold on.
Oh,
There
sorry.
are ways to understand maybe truth through philosophy, if that's where you're trying to pivot. But right now, we're still talking about the experience of the mind. So
Yeah.
I'm telling you that I can explain things like consciousness and morality. We can physically understand how those things are happening. And so perhaps there is some invisible, unmeasurable thing called a soul, but I don't have any reason to believe that.
Oh man, when you say the mind, I don't connect it to the soul. I connect it to the flesh. The soul in itself is
Okay.
just, yeah. So like, obviously, like the mind itself, it's something tangible. Like we study it. You know, when people die, like we take the brains and we start cutting them, and you know all that. Like we amygdalas and whatever. Like, but like you know, like yeah, you could say we have the answers to how things work, but we don't have the answers to why things work. You know, that's what I'm trying to say.
No, we do.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
what ant are you lacking?
The answer in I'm lacking. Why do we know right from wrong? Like when we're born, like
So yeah, you were alluding to this earlier. We can explain why you know right from wrong with evolution and physiology. We can explain that.
so can you explain it so I could try to see your point?
Sure, I'd be happy to. So, as a species, we survive better when we cooperate, when we work together. And we essentially, humans, we have a trade off with how long we gestate our babies and how big their brains get versus how developed they are. So, as I'm sure when human babies are born, they're pretty underdeveloped and they require care, constant care to survive. Versus other animals, they can have their babies and the babies can essentially survive really quickly. And so you have these trade-offs.
I just think
no,
I think
honey,
we're
wait,
selfish.
stop.
I just think
I'm
we're all
trying to
selfish.
explain to you
Like,
how this works. And so
okay.
we developed big brains, and we had this trade-off where now, in order for our big-brained bodies to survive, we have to help each other. And so this is an evolutionary trait where the humans that were more cooperative, that began to develop empathy, survived more. And so over time, we developed as a species a sense of empathy. And we feel obligated, we feel this deep sense of obligation to take care of each other because that is how our brains developed over thousands and thousands of years.
Okay. That makes sense.
Okay, awesome.
So, but it doesn't make full sense. That's the only reason why I want to say that is because, like, honestly, like, we could point out, we could do all the facts, we could give all the science, everything that's written, everything that we study, right? But at the end of the day, you look at a baby and you tell them, don't touch this, and they touch it, like they know what they're doing. We're just
A
selfish.
baby?
Like, I don't know about you.
What?
Yes, a baby. Yeah.
Wait, you think you can tell a baby not to touch a hot stove? They don't even have language capabilities. Like,
I'm saying you
what?
could get like a toddler that's 2 to 3 when they understand what they could do and not do, and you tell them, "Hey, don't touch that." I don't know if you guys are parents. Hey, don't do that, and they want to test. They want to test the boundaries because I think we're just humans that are very curious, and when we want to test our limits, and it gets to the point where I think we're sinful. Like we're just sinful by nature. I don't know about you guys, but I personally
You're
know that
making my
I've messed
point
up a
for
lot.
me right now. Like, yes, we're biological creatures.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah. So
Justin, I think you're
I don't.
muted.
I don't always. I don't
Yeah,
always
sorry, I
like.
was muted there. The cat walked on my XLR box and muted me. Even the cat's tired of hearing my shit.
I just don't know like how like when I mess up and I know I'm doing something wrong or I know like inside myself I know that this is not right. I don't know how to explain the fact that there's something in me that's just
It's
convicting me. Like that's not
empathy.
scientific.
Yeah, it is. It is
Empathy?
scientific.
Mm-hmm.
It's
How?
because
How can you explain that?
you have empathy. and
does
it
empathy
means
come from?
your brain. It comes from evolution, like I just explained.
But this
So
isn't empathy.
empathy
That's
is something that you are born with and you learn over time. So like when you experience something bad, let's say for example you were a child and someone stole your toy, you didn't like that at all, right? At that moment, you understood that this is a painful thing. So you might have seen somewhere down the road another child having their toy stolen, and you might have had a reaction to that because you experienced that pain already, right? So empathy is it's something we do biologically, but we also learn it. That's why babies don't have the same level of empathy as adults. Also, their brains aren't developed yet. I could be wrong. Am I right there, Sarah?
It is true. Their brains are not developed enough for empathy yet.
So I have a question. Like, do you guys drink alcohol?
Where are you going with this?
I do some imbibing.
No, yeah, like that's totally fine. I'm just asking, like, when you guys drink alcohol, obviously there's a hangover that comes, right? Um,
Only if you drink too much. I don't drink to
can we
that
agree
point.
that
I'm an old man.
well, that's good. That's at least you know your limits, right? I'm saying like a lot of people, especially my age, not just alcohol, like drugs and all that. People are gonna try to find things that fill them and make them feel better, but it's not always gonna last.
What are we
That
talking
is
about right
So I think
now?
there's
that's
nothing.
biological. You're trying to make this argument that you think non-Christians are empty and only chasing pleasure, and what they deeply need is Jesus to fill that Jesus-shaped hole in their heart, and that's not what we're talking about. There there are human beings will certainly seek pleasure sometimes. And also, human beings are developed enough that we understand cause and effect and we understand empathy. And so we are sophisticated enough that we can also make choices to delay pleasure, to work hard towards things that are unpleasant in the moment and we get a reward later. We are not pleasure seeking robots.
Yeah, I don't know.
I do.
Yeah. Yeah, I do
I
know.
mean,
Yeah.
like you guys don't ever feel like confused, like genuinely, like with all the evil in this world. Like,
No.
how could it be? Like, how could it be that so many bad things happen, and
That
it's just
believing
like
in your God makes that worse. Like
Mm-hmm.
believing
I
in
don't
your
know.
God would make me more confused that all of this is allowed to happen. Like a world in which there is no God makes sense with the bad things that happen. Trying to add an all-knowing, all-good God to the mix makes it much more confusing.
Yeah, I think the opposite. I think it kind of makes it
I
make
know.
sense.
But I think the point, Johnny, is that there are people who have a very different perspective than you. And so just because your God makes sense to you, I totally get that. It's just your God does not make sense to me. And I do not feel empty without it. I do not feel confused without your God. And I'm able to live a life in which I have self-control and can delay pleasure, can find things that are meaningful and purposeful. I care for others. And I don't need a God to do any of that.
Yeah. Um, I respect that. I respect your view. It's just, and I'm the last guy to like try to. I'm not here trying to like read off of other people's beliefs. Like I'm strictly just telling you guys what I feel and like how I see
Mm-hmm.
life, right? Um, but like there's a lot of people that come from atheism. There's a lot of people that very smart people that genuinely like they thought they had the answers and then they come to a different conclusion. I'm not saying it's always God, but sometimes it's not atheism. You know what I'm saying? Like um
Sure. And
there's this
that goes
guy
both
I know
ways too.
I know you guys probably have heard of Jordan Peterson. Like this guy's a smart
Oh,
guy.
gee.
Jordan Peterson
I
is
mean,
anything but
No.
smart.
all right.
Listen, there's some smart Christians out there. Jordan Peterson isn't one of them. He's not even a real Christian.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like he doesn't even
Yeah.
like he doesn't even stand on Christianity. Like but he still can't disagree with, like, he can't disagree that there might be a God. Like, he still can't. Um,
There are smart people on both sides of this
of course,
perspective.
that's kind of what I'm trying to like. That's what I'm trying to convey. Like Christians aren't all dumb, you know. Like, we're not like dumb people
I
that
I didn't say
outweigh the
Christians were
options.
dumb.
Yeah, I don't think that
I know it's
either.
just
I was a
sometimes, like,
Christian
when
for
the way
20
you,
years. I wasn't dumb.
of
Yeah,
course,
I was
I'm
a
saying,
Christian for 20 years too.
yeah, like the way you guys talk about the Bible, kind of. I'm not saying it's you guys should stop. Like, obviously, you could say whatever you want. It's just not demeaning. It's just more of like a, like, prideful. You know, like, oh, like, we know a lot more. Like, we know
Because we've
better.
read it. To be sure, Johnny, I'm actually qualified in this area of study. I went to school and studied it professionally. So, like, if there's
No, and
anyone here qualified to interpret a passage, I'm the guy.
of course, and I'm not saying you're not, but I'm definitely not. You know, I'm not qualified to debate on science either. I'm just
So
a
if
high
someone
schooler, but
with
I just turned 18.
but oh boy. Well, Johnny, if someone with expertise is explaining something to you, they're not being prideful, right?
No,
Like
no, no, that's not
if
what I'm saying either. I'm just saying the fact that if we were to get experts from both sides, this would be a much different debate. You know, this would be a lot
No, it wouldn't.
different context.
no, no,
Nope.
Johnny, no.
They agree with me, by the way.
Justin is an expert. Like you,
No, no, no. I'm not
he
saying he's
is.
not an expert. I'm not saying that. I'm saying there's experts on both sides, you know, and I'm not
No,
saying that you guys are wrong. I'm saying that there's experts on both
he's
sides.
the
I'm not
expert
an
on
expert.
your side, Johnny. He's the expert on your side.
So if you're
No, no,
reading
no. He's an
like
expert on the
actual
opposite side.
academic literature for no, I'm an expert on your side. So my interpretation of the Hebrew Bible comes from experts. In fact, even your Christian experts agree. In fact, even in if you pick up like the Apologetic Study Bible and just go to Daniel 9, they're going to say the same thing I said about Daniel 9. If you pick up the New Oxford Annotated Bible, even like as far back as the first or second edition, which you can't really get anymore, they're going to agree with me in my interpretations of the Hebrew Bible. The reality is, the only way you get any prophecies ending in Jesus is if you ignore the context and you say, well, it's a partial fulfillment, meaning the prophecy had 10 points, he fulfilled 2 of them. Or if you say, well, it's a typological prophecy. But again, I don't believe in typological prophecies. I don't believe in partial fulfillments. I don't even believe in dual fulfillment, meaning it had a near context and a far away context. Anytime you tell me that a prophecy has to be interpreted divorced from its original context and you can only fulfill part of it and it still counts. Well, listen, I got a bridge to sell you. I can go through the Old Testament and find you hundreds of prophecies that I fulfilled as long as I don't care about the context and I don't have to fulfill the entire prophecy. I can fulfill hundreds of them. In fact, I've got a
Yeah.
list of them. So
So I have a question. Like, if
mhm.
let's say you were to put, what's his name, ChatGPT, right now. If you were to put him on the call, and you were to be like, hey man, I want to have a debate with you. Just I want you to literally everything that I'm debating with you. I want you to have an opposite argument and literally just give evidence for your thing and make it logical. Like, you don't think that a language model like AI, at the level it's at, can do the same thing and just
Yeah,
negate
and
everything you
I
say
already
with.
cooked it. 2 years ago, I had a guy come up here with ChatGPT and try to debunk my talking points, and ChatGPT said they couldn't. Not only that, just a couple months ago, I had a 4-hour debate with the AI model from Catholic Answers, and I cooked him too.
Do you have like these on YouTube? I definitely watch them. I'm not gonna lie.
the
If
the
you put
first
these on
one
YouTube,
the first one is from before I was on YouTube, so that's lost to history. The second one with the Catholic Answers AI bot is on YouTube.
okay, I'll definitely watch it. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like that'd be awesome to watch. Like, if you were to do it right now. Obviously, don't do it. Like, you could do whatever you want. But like, I'm not this expert. I'm not this scholar. So definitely not at that level yet where I could just, like, um, go verse for verse, because clearly you know the word, or you know the scripture at least. Um, but what I do want to tell you, man, is just, dude, like, when it comes to this, it's like 90% faith, man. Like, I don't know how to
But
explain to
why?
you. Like, obviously, I haven't even got to the spiritual aspect of it in my life. What?
But why would we go to faith when we can demonstrate that it's not true? Like, so it'd be different if we had something and we're like, well, I don't know, maybe we believe it on faith. But that would be if we didn't know anything about it. Sarah and I have been in this religion for over 20 years. We know the Bible, very familiar with it. In fact, we're doing a Bible study on her channel. So, like, the reality is, when I can open the book and show how it's demonstrably untrue in so many things, then the last thing I'm going to do is go out on a limb and say, well, let's have faith in the thing that's demonstrably untrue anyways. It's kind of a ridiculous thing. Plus, the people of Islam, they
That's what
have
I'm saying.
faith.
Like, one thing about the word, of course, one thing about the word though is like, I could know so much. I could know this and that, but not knowing God is so much different. You
But
know, like
you'd
a
have to
lot of
demonstrate
people
God
read
to
the
exist
scriptures.
first. But Johnny, if the Bible repeatedly says things that are false, that are literally impossible logically, then I'm not going to go out on a limb and say, well, maybe this God is true anyways. I'm just going to believe it no matter what. You can't control what you believe. You're either convinced by something or you're not. And neither Sarah and I are convinced that this God is real for many of the reasons that have been articulated already. Science already answers our questions, and the Bible is demonstrably not true. There's no evidence for a global flood. There's no evidence that humans started only 6,000 years ago. Even the first page of the New Testament is riddled with errors. Matthew leaves out 3 different people from his genealogy. He can't even count to 14, and he traces Jesus' lineage to Joseph, who wasn't actually the father of Jesus. And in the book of Samuel, it talks about how the kings that are going to succeed from the line of David forever, the messianic lineage through Solomon, is going to come from David's actual seed. But we don't
Yeah,
have
Mary.
any connection. No, Mary doesn't show up in the genealogies.
Mary comes from Boaz.
No, Mary does not.
Can you get
I
closer to your
thought
mic again? We can't hear you.
I thought Mary did come from Boaz.
We don't have a genealogy of Mary anywhere. Both Luke chapter 3 and Matthew chapter 1 chase the genealogy of Joseph.
So she's not a descendant of Boaz.
No, we don't have her lineage. She's a descendant from Aaron, according to Luke. It says in Luke chapter 1 that her sister Elizabeth was of the daughters of Aaron.
Is she a descendant from Ruth?
No, she is a descendant from the Levites.
Hold on, I'm searching this stuff up because I need to figure this stuff out, man.
Mary's genealogy is never given in the Bible. Luke chapter 3, verse 23 tells you it's the genealogy of Joseph. It says Joseph, the son of Heli.
So what about Luke 3? You said 23?
Luke 3:23.
So it says, yeah, the son of Heli. Jesus was the son, so there was of Joseph, the son of Eli.
So Joseph is the son of Heli, which means the entire lineage is of Joseph.
What do you think about Got Questions?
Oh, geez.
Actually, I actually know the person, whether or not they remember, who started the website. I think he's a smart guy. I don't think the website has got good answers to anything. They're all bad answers, which is why I could debunk all of them.
Okay. Now you could say yes or no. I'm totally fine if you're not comfortable with it. Everything that you're asking me, if I were to pull it up right now and ask ChatGPT, just see what it says.
Do it.
And then you debate that instead of me. If you don't want to do that, that's fine. The idea, like,
I've cooked AI
right, let's do
before.
it.
I'll do it again. If you think that's what's going to help you, do it.
All right, bet. So what's the main thing that you want to ask it? So then I'll tell you how I word it.
Ask ChatGPT, did Jesus fulfill any prophecies in the original context of the prophecy?
Okay. I'm going to did Jesus fulfill any prophecies in the context?
Yep.
of the prophecy.
In the original
The
context of the
original,
prophecy. Yep.
in the original context of the prophecy. All right. Let's see. All right, this is what I wrote. Did Jesus fulfill any prophecies in the original context of the prophecy? And then do you want me to say anything after, like give evidence to why or why not?
No, it'll get you there. It's going to list a bunch of verses, and then I'm going to poke at the verse, and then ChatGPT is going to cave.
Okay. So it says, okay, this is what it says. Yes, some prophecies Jesus fulfills do match the original context, meaning the prophecy meant something real to its original audience and pointed forward to something greater. Not every verse Christians use is an exact one-to-one prediction, but some absolutely are. Here are the clearest ones that hold up even when you read
Can't
them
wait.
in Hebrew, in context, and as a scholar or atheist would. Okay. Verse 1, Micah 5:2, birth in Bethlehem. Do you want me to read what it says about it, or do you want to?
You're welcome to. We already debunked Micah 5:2, but you're welcome. I'll read it
So
again
this
for
is
the
what it
audience.
says.
I'll read it again for
This
the
is
audience, and then you're
okay.
welcome to
Read it,
tell
and then
me.
I'll say what it. Okay, bet.
Yeah. It says, "But you, O Bethlehem of Ephrathah, who are of the little clans of Judah, from you shall come forth for me one who is to rule in Israel, whose origin is from old, from ancient days." This is clearly about an individual who rules in Israel, but Jesus did not. It's also from the line of David,
So
and
it
Jesus was not.
says here original context.
We can't hear you because you're breaking up. Johnny, we can't hear you.
It says original context. Micah is speaking about a future ruler. Better?
Yep.
Micah is speaking about a future ruler from Bethlehem, from David's lineage, who will shepherd Israel. This is not metaphorical. It's literally a prophecy about a future Davidic king.
I agree,
And then
but Jesus wasn't.
It says here how Jesus fulfills it. Jesus is born in Bethlehem from David's line,
He wasn't,
presented
though.
as the shepherd king. And then it says this prophecy was always messianic even before Jesus. The Jews expected a Messiah from Bethlehem. So this one fits both original audience and Jesus.
It doesn't, because he was never a ruler in Israel. So you can call Jesus king all you want. Fuck, where's my crown? I'm the king. Give me, where did I put that damn thing? Here we go. I'm the king. I fulfilled the prophecy. Like, just because somebody called him a king doesn't make him a king. Show me where he was ever ruling in Israel.
So yeah, that's why it says that even the Jews expected a Messiah from Bethlehem.
That's what it says, an actual king. So when was he a king in Israel?
That's why, like, the context of it, some people think it's a king, but
but he wasn't. It says a ruler. When was Jesus a ruler in Israel?
So can I ask it that or no? Can I ask when was Jesus a ruler in Israel?
When was Jesus a ruler in Israel?
This is what I put. Why was Jesus a ruler in Israel?
You mean when?
From when? Let's see what it says. Yeah, this is what it says. Great question. And this is exactly what kind of things skeptics point out. So here's the full, clear explanation without dodging anything. Short answer, Jesus wasn't a political ruler in Israel during his earthly life.
So no.
Micah 5:2. It's not done though. Let me read it, and then you like destroy it. Micah 5:2 isn't describing a political king during Israel's history. It's describing a Messiah whose rule is spiritual, global, and future, not
Did
one
it
who
say
sits
that?
on a literal throne in Jerusalem at that moment.
It says in Israel. That's a physical location. Ask it
So
what
then
a spiritual king is.
All right. What is a spiritual king?
Yeah. Am I a spiritual king?
You said ask what is a spiritual king?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what it says. A spiritual king is not a political ruler, not a military leader, and not someone who enforces laws with armies or government power. A spiritual people, not the external structures of a nation.
What does
Let
that
me
even
make it
mean?
extremely clear and simple. A spiritual king
So
rules
not a
hearts,
real
not
king,
governments.
a spiritual leader?
A spiritual
Okay,
king
so
rules
then all of
hearts,
the
not
Pharisees were
government.
kings.
So
Okay.
it says.
So every Pharisee.
Can I just
Go ahead, sir.
if I can just add also, Johnny, ChatGPT is in no way foolproof, nor does it have the same level of expertise as a scholar. ChatGPT is not as advanced as we're giving it credit for. It's not always good at picking up nuance, and it hallucinates references sometimes and gets things wrong. Like ChatGPT is essentially a really fancy search engine. It's not actually intelligent. So I
Well,
would
yes, ChatGPT does a lot of it. It literally is a language model, and all it does is analyze data. So it takes it. If I'm
Well,
asking it questions
it
about
has
context,
it has no idea what good data is. That's the problem.
but I
It's searching
if it's
the
bad, then
internet.
that's why we're asking it questions.
No, that's what I'm saying. It's just searching the internet for answers to your question. It has no idea what is a good or a bad answer. I'm going to demonstrate why this is a bad answer, though.
Okay.
And if you're going to college in the future, please don't use this for your papers.
No, use what?
ChatGPT.
ChatGPT? Oh no.
Don't do it. We can all tell, and ChatGPT makes false references. So when you turn in your reference list, we know you've used it because it's fake.
I have a question. Are you a teacher?
I am.
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell just a little bit.
Yeah. Yes, my students use ChatGPT in their college papers, and I show them how it gives them false information. And I watch my students use AI to give them answers, and it's giving them the wrong answers sometimes. So you absolutely cannot just trust it to give you the right answer. And that's true of anything, like any field. So just be cautious.
No, yeah, one thing this is very off this is very off topic. I did like a whole deep dive. Basically like the whole like I don't know if you guys seen that whole trend on TikTok, like the say Apple if you think it's yes, but you're forced to say no or whatever. But like it's very programmed. I agree with you guys. Like I do think it's very programmed, especially by the creators like OpenAI and all that. So I definitely don't come to ChatGPT for truth or whatever. Like I don't ask it and trust everything it says. But I do trust that it's very good at taking in many informations, and I think it's pretty accurate when it comes to like views. Like when I ask it about views on atheism and your guys' belief, it'll give me the same exact things. It's not it's not really like telling me what's true or not. It's just giving me context on views. So like when I
Well,
asked
but
it the
you're assuming
question,
that the context that it's giving you is correct. And I'm just saying, even the context that ChatGPT is giving you,
that's
please
not what
take
I'm
with a
assuming.
grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm saying the way that you ask ChatGPT questions is really important. You
I
can't just
know.
ask it you can't just ask
Again,
it like write
I
an
teach my
essay.
students how to
Yeah.
use
So the way we're
ChatGPT.
asking yeah, like what we're asking it right now is specifically about verses and the prophecies, right? So this is just what it's saying. I could
Yeah,
ask
I
it to
understand,
negate
but
and give the
no,
opposite
Johnny,
view.
what you're missing is ChatGPT is not good at evaluating the strength of different scholars to give you the correct context. So when it's saying things like, this is what this passage means, this is what this prophecy means, all it's doing is scouring the internet and just sort of averaging the information it finds. But it doesn't have the skill to read the papers and know that actually this scholar is correct because of these reasons, and these scholars are not as strong in this area as this scholar, which is why even when ChatGPT is giving you what appears to be simple information, it can be gathering that information from sources it doesn't even understand are biased or incorrect.
Johnny, you're breaking up.
We can't hear you.
Johnny, we didn't hear anything you said because your connection's breaking up. It's still kind of crackly. You're missing the point. ChatGPT doesn't know anything. It's going to the internet to search for answers that are plausible answers for your question. It has no way to evaluate whether those answers are good or bad. That's what Sarah's saying. Just because it can provide you an answer doesn't mean it's a good answer. And I'm more than happy to explain why this is a dog shit answer. Yep. Because it says he's going to be a ruler in Israel, and in Israel is a physical location, which is why we have verse 4. It says he will stand and feed his flock in the strength of the Lord, in the majesty of the name of Yahweh his God, and they shall live secure, for now he shall be great to the ends of the earth. He shall be the one of peace. This is referring to a literal peace on the earth that is in the previous chapter, chapter 4, when it says the wolf will lie down with the lamb, so on and so forth. They'll beat their swords into plowshares, and they won't learn of war anymore. Whoever this individual is, if he's the one of peace, it's world peace. Jesus is not this person. It includes no longer having war anymore. It includes ruling in a physical Israel.
Justin, are you seeing that comment that there's no audio on YouTube?
Yeah, his connection dropped out again and we lost his audio. They should have it back here in a second now. He's on the screen.
Do you even believe this context that you're saying is to be true?
Context of what? In Micah? Yeah. I believe that Micah
No.
I believe that Micah is talking about a physical king, yeah.
No, I'm saying when you read all these Old Testament scriptures, right, and you have the context for it, or what you would call it to be true, do you even believe this? Like, or do you just think this is just in general, like when you read it, or you just use it against the arguments of Christians?
Do I believe the Old Testament's true?
Yeah.
No, I don't need to. I don't need to believe the Old Testament is true to know what it's talking about. Just like you don't need to believe Harry Potter's true to analyze Harry Potter. And to be sure, my interpretation aligns with the Jews, even though I don't think their God is real.
Yeah. So what if the Jews' interpretations were wrong?
What if yours is wrong?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Well,
so like
the problem is I can explain why my interpretation actually works, and I can show you hundreds of passages that would dictate that my interpretation is the right way to read it, whereas you can't. You have to keep saying, well, it means it, but spiritually. Well, he fulfilled it, but only partially. Like, you have to ignore the context and what it actually says to get to Jesus.
There's so many prophecies that haven't been fulfilled yet, you know?
Because they're not going to get fulfilled ever. That's the problem. This book is not true. It's full of failed prophecies that will never come true because the God of this book does not exist.
In your opinion. We could always say that.
No.
Right? Oh, can't say that.
This God does not exist because it entails...
Based on your evidence...
This God doesn't exist because it entails contradictions, and contradictions don't exist.
So you can't simply say, based on the evidence that I've gathered and other people have gathered, my conclusion is that there's no God, and that's why I'm an atheist.
No, I didn't say that at all. I said this particular God does not exist because its properties entail a contradiction, multiple contradictions, and contradictions are impossible. They don't exist. Now, that doesn't mean that there couldn't be another God that exists, but this God certainly doesn't exist.
So based on the evidence that you've gathered, right, this God in particular does not exist. That's what you've concluded.
based on how this book describes the God, it cannot exist.
Right.
Because it's not my opinion.
What's the issue with saying
contradictions do not exist,
your
Johnny?
opinion? That's
you can't have
my
a square
question, like-
circle. You can't have a married bachelor. I'm sorry, do you think you can have a square circle?
Whose opinion is this?
Do you think a square circle exists?
I mean, today, like, we see a lot of things like that, you know?
Okay, do you think a married bachelor exists?
Of course not. Not really.
Okay, do you believe that...
I mean, I live in Miami,
do you believe
so
that God can
I live in
create
Miami,
a rock
so,
so large that he can't lift it?
I see what you're doing there. I think that's just playing with words, man.
I'm not
Honestly,
playing with
like,
words. I'm showing you that contradictions cannot exist. A contradiction is when you have two propositions that they cannot coexist with each other. They're contradictions.
I mean, at the end of the day, I think... Yeah, that's why I don't think he lives, like, I don't think he's in the same thing, like, the same time, the same...
I didn't say anything about time. I said contradictions.
Logic, like, I think
so
he's...
God's illogical?
Like, supersedes all that, you know? I think he's outside of all that. Contradiction, yeah. Contradiction.
Okay, so God's illogical then. We agree, yeah, your God's illogical.
Illogical to the point where...
The reality is your God can't do contradictions. You want your God to be able to do contradictions, but he can't. Because every contradiction I name, you're going to say that it's impossible because it's a contradiction. Can God make himself exist and not exist at the same time?
Like, dude, no matter what I say, I could say anything.
You're going to say,
yes, I could say no.
The answer is
half.
that it's illogical. It's
I could say
no, you can't say yes or no. No, you can't say yes or no. It's a paradox. The right answer to the question
yeah, that's the whole point of it. That's the whole point of it.
The right answer to the question is that it's illogical, and God can't do things that are illogical. So if God can't make himself exist and not exist at the same time, then what that means, in fact, is that he can't do contradictions. Yeah, contradictions are a form of logic. I mean, it's what we can...
is under logic,
we
right?
use logic to determine where contradictions are.
What if he supersedes logic? Like, what if you could say, "Oh, that's illogical"? Then
prove it.
If that's how you want to call it.
Prove it.
The spirit
prove it because
itself,
name one thing that your God can do that's illogical.
Miracles.
That's not illogical.
You mean it's not illogical?
Like it doesn't violate. It doesn't violate any law of logic to do a miracle.
Why not?
Because the three laws of logic don't cover miracles. The three laws of logic cover things that are logically impossible. Like you cannot exist and not exist at the same time. You can't be A and not B and then also be B.
Again, that's why I said he supersedes logic. Like he's
of
outside
it. You'd be wrong. You can't name a single thing that he can do that's illogical. You cannot defeat logic.
You could. That's what I'm saying.
You can't. Name one thing that he can do that violates the law of logic.
Creation.
Creation is not a violation of law of logic. Try again.
Why?
Because it doesn't violate any of the three laws of logic. Try again.
I don't think he understands.
Wait, what are the three laws?
Okay, first law is you can't be the thing and the negation of the thing. So, for example, if I say that this is a pop can, it can't also be not a pop can.
Okay.
Understand?
That's the first one. Okay.
Right. The third one is the law of the excluded middle. Let me give you the list real quick. Make sure that we don't get the thing out of order. So the first law is the law of identity, which is what I was saying. If this is A, it can't be not A. If A is not equal to B, then this can't be B either. Second is the law of non-contradiction. It says nothing can both be true and false at the same time. I gave you that one about God. The last is the law of excluded middle. It says every proposition, meaning a claim, right? Every proposition is either true or false. It can't be true and false. So if I said this is a can, that proposition can't be somewhere between true or false. It has to be either true or false. Those are the three laws of logic. None of those three laws of logic does God break, or can he break. So for example, can God be identical to himself and then also not himself?
So what you're saying is if God like breaks these rules, its own existence, like it just collapses the argument.
What I'm saying is the God of the Hebrew Bible, and specifically the Christian Bible, has contradictory properties. And we know for a fact that contradictions do not exist. By definition, contradictions cannot be true.
So where does it... Okay, so what if these laws of logic come from God, his nature himself?
They don't exist. They don't have ontology. They don't have a fundamental reality that is like you can touch. They're a description of how things behave. Like nothing's checking like the notebook of the laws of logic thinking, oh, I have to follow these laws. That's not how that works.
Yeah, like this is deep, man.
So the reality is you can't name a contradiction that God can do because contradictions are definitionally impossible.
Yeah, I see where you're going there. Like, I can't really say anything. But what does that mean then? What is that basically saying?
Well, what that means is the God described in the Bible cannot exist. You have to drop some of those properties from the Bible. So some of the properties that are described in the Bible, you might say, okay, well, he can't have those properties because that entails a contradiction. And he can't have these properties because that entails a contradiction. So what it means is either the God doesn't exist entirely, or the description of the God from the book is wrong.
So this is what I put into Mr. ChatGPT, but he's probably wrong because it's really stupid. But this is what it says. I said, so the God described in the Bible can't exist if he can't break logic, right? And it said, no, the God described in the Bible can exist because none of his attributes actually break the laws of logic. Let me explain this simply.
He doesn't know the attributes I'm referring to then.
Let's see. It says main idea. People think the biblical God is illogical because they misunderstand his attributes, not because the Bible describes contradictions. Once the terms are understood correctly, the biblical God is logically possible. So let's go point by point. Number one, all-powerful does not mean can do logical nonsense. So the Bible never defines God's power as making square circles, making 2 + 2 = 5.
We agree, Johnny. I already told you God can't do logical impossibilities. Next.
So being God and not God at the same time and creating contradictions. So that definition comes from internet debates, not the Bible. Biblically,
yes,
all-powerful means
and they
God
agree
can do all
with
things
me.
that are...
Yes, they agree with me. God cannot do logical impossibilities. Next.
It says biblically, all-powerful means God can do all things that are actually possible.
We agree, Johnny. Logic. You don't have to keep reading it. We agree. God can't do logical impossibilities.
So it says this is not a limit. It's a definition of a
he
coherent
can't stop
reality.
Himself. You don't have to keep reading it. We agree.
But it's...
John, you, me, ChatGPT, we all agree God can't do logical impossibilities.
So does
you don't have to keep reading it.
Do you think the Trinity breaks the laws of logic?
Yeah, it breaks the law of identity. First law of logic.
But it says here the Trinity does not break the laws of logic.
It does.
Because people, it says here, people
wrong.
think three...
Ask it, is Jesus 100% God?
Can I read it or no?
No, just ask it the question I want you to ask.
Okay, but can I read it and then ask the question you want to ask?
Ask the question. I'm going to show you how ChatGPT breaks. Go ahead. Give it the question I told you to give it.
Okay, what's the question?
Is Jesus 100% God?
Okay. When I ask this question, can I read the whole answer? Or are you gonna stop me there?
Yes, but this is like a three question, maybe 4 question process. I'm going to get ChatGPT to affirm a contradiction or concede that it's a mystery.
Okay, it says this is what I wrote. Is Jesus 100% God based on this logic?
I don't care about this
do I not?
logic. Just ask it, is
Okay.
Jesus
Okay.
100% God?
All right. I'll just put that instead. Is Jesus 100% God? It says, okay, this is what it says. I'm sorry if it triggers. I don't know if it's going to get annoying. This is what it says.
I just need a yes or no.
Yes, Christian doctrine says Jesus is 100% God. But let me
Okay.
explain clearly what that actually means, because most people misunderstand it and think it's a contradiction. It's not. Main idea, Jesus is 100% God in his nature and 100% human in his experience. Not 200% of one thing, 100% of two different categories. This is not math problem, it's a category problem. People hear 100%
I didn't
God
ask
and
it
100%
about that.
human.
I'm asking about his nature. All I need to know is he 100% God, yes or no?
Well, it's trying to explain it because
No, it's not.
obviously
It's trying to explain a different question. I'm not asking if Jesus is 200% because he has two natures. I'm only asking, is he also 100% God, whatever you think his nature is?
So it just said yes. Christian doctrine says he is 100%
There you go. The answer
God.
is yes. Okay. Now ask it, can you be 100% of something while not having all of its attributes?
Can you be 100% of something while not having what?
Without having all of its attributes.
Something without having all of its Okay, this is what I wrote. Can you be 100% of something without having all of its attributes? Let's see what it says. Short answer, no.
There you go.
You cannot be 100% of something if you lack essential attributes of that thing.
You got it.
The
So that
word
means
there is essential.
That means Jesus must have all of the essential attributes of God if he's identical to God. So what that means...
should I ask it now?
Ask it, what are the essential properties of God?
Oh, it answered it without me asking it. Exactly that question.
What are they?
It says Jesus has all essential attributes of God: eternal, uncreated, divine nature, morally perfect, worthy of worship, one in being with the Father.
Those are not essential attributes of God.
Okay, so what do you want me to ask it now? Maybe it's tripping.
Ask it.
So now,
are the omni properties essential properties of the God of the Bible?
Are the omni properties the essential properties of the God of the Bible?
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. It says yes in classical Christian theology.
Yeah.
Omni properties.
There you go.
Okay.
So what that means is that Jesus needs the omni properties to be 100% God, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is Jesus omniscient?
Do you want me to ask it that?
Yeah.
Okay. Is Jesus omniscient? Question there.
Poor Sarah having to watch this happen.
I'm sorry, Sarah. I know you really don't like ChatGPT. I completely understand you're a teacher.
It's true.
Yeah. But here it says, is Jesus omniscient? It says yes. Jesus is omniscient in his divine nature, but how that omniscience operates while he lived as a human is more nuanced. So it explains it clearly, but if you don't want me to explain it, that's fine with you.
Matthew 24:36. He says, about the day or the hour, no one knows, neither the angels in heaven nor the Son, but only the Father. So if Jesus doesn't know something, then he lacks omniscience.
But doesn't he know everything?
He doesn't. He doesn't know the hour.
As God? Oh, should I ask it that? So wait, so how does Jesus know everything if he doesn't know the hour?
Yeah. How is Jesus omniscient if he doesn't know the day or the hour?
How is Jesus omniscient if he doesn't know the day or the hour? Sorry, Sarah. My bad. It says, great question. This is one of the most common objections, and it actually points to a very deep concept in Christian theology. Let me break it down carefully and clearly. Main idea: Jesus is omniscient in his divine nature, but in his human experience, he voluntarily limited the exercise of that knowledge.
There you go. So he's not omniscient.
So do you want me to say he's not omniscient
if
then?
you're not omniscient,
Mark,
even if
or
it's
what?
temporarily, you are at that point not a god.
So if you are not omniscient, even if it's temporary.
Now you
All
can
right,
give up.
Justin.
Sorry.
I'm gonna call it a night.
You're what
Hey,
now?
thanks for coming up. Appreciate it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks for
Okay, it
having
says-
me.
Have a good one, guys. Make sure you're following Sarah.
Hey, Sarah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No worries.
So it says here, I hear you. This is the strongest logical pushback against Christian claims about Jesus' divinity. So let me answer it cleanly using strict logic, not emotion
I feel
or
like it's about
theology
to be
speak.
wordy.
Main idea, a being. Okay, it says a being can still be omniscient in nature, even if temporarily chooses not to use that omniscience. Not having access is not equal to not having the
Wrong.
attribute. This is a key distinction.
Because you can't lack access while being omnipotent.
Okay.
So in order to
So
make
then
this
what do you want me to
argument, you
say
have
now?
to get rid of omnipotence now. It doesn't work. You have to get rid of
Like,
another
can
omni
I s-
property to make
here's
this
what
work.
it- here's an
In
example of-
order for God to limit his knowledge, that means he has to remove his access to it, which means he's no longer able to do something. He's no longer omnipotent. He lacks the power to know something. Also,
So look, this
this is a
an example.
problem.
It says
This is
it says, like,
this is also a problem because you've created two gods. Because if Jesus doesn't know something and he doesn't have the power to do something, while his Father in heaven knows something and has the power to do something, then it means there are two different entities now. One that has God's properties and one that doesn't have God's properties.
So this is an example gave in the same answer. It says being able to speak 5 languages is not like that doesn't mean speaking 5 languages at every moment. Like being able to bench 300 pounds doesn't mean lifting 300 pounds every second. Or being able to memorize instantly doesn't mean actively recalling everything all the time.
But that would all be contradictory if you had omniscience or omnipotence. That's the problem. So if you're omnipotent, then yes, you could bench 300 pounds anytime, all the time, whenever you want. You could bench 10 Buicks. That's what omnipotence is.
But it says here the ability is part of your nature using
He doesn't.
it as
He
a
doesn't
choice.
have the ability. You just told me if you don't have the ability to know something, then you lack the ability.
The logical structure. Let's make it airtight. Premise 1.
It's not going to get
a being is
airtight.
omniscient if the total knowledge is available in its nature.
Nope. Having available knowledge.
Can we agree with that or
no? Having available knowledge is not the same as actually knowing it. Having something available to you is not the same as actually having it. I'm not asking could Jesus be omniscient. I'm asking is Jesus omniscient?
I'm saying I'm reading what it's saying. I'm not telling you like you know. It says premise 1, a being
Disagree. That's not the definition of omniscient. Omniscient means in fact you do know all things. It has nothing to do with someone's nature. It's a statement about knowledge.
So it says here why this does not violate the definition of God. It says if Jesus had ceased being omniscient,
it violates the definition of omniscient. The definition of omniscience isn't that you can access all knowledge, is that you have all knowledge.
So this is what it says. If Jesus had ceased being omniscient in his divine nature, then yes, he would.
Yeah.
stop being God. But Christian theology,
It did change. It went
says
from
his divine
it
nature
went
did
from
not change.
no, it has
His
to
human nature of
no, it
operating
changed.
no
If you can't
attribute
change your
loss.
nature, that means it can't be limited. A limitation of nature, a limitation of your
So should
nature
I?
is a change.
So should I ask if you can't change your nature? That's a
No,
limitation.
a limitation of someone's nature is a change of the nature.
A limitation of
Also,
the
omnipotent
nature.
entities can't be limited, which I what I said before, Johnny. You can't be omnipotent and then be limited. The definition of omnipotence is that there are no limits.
So you want me to put a limitation of a nature is what?
Ask it how an omnipotent being can be limited.
How can an I really wish I could spell this. Omnipotent. How can an omnipotent what creature?
Anything. How can anything omnipotent be limited? It's a direct contradiction.
I put how can anything omnipotent be limited? That is a direct contradiction which goes against logic.
You don't have to add all the it goes against
Okay.
logic. It knows we're talking about logical problems.
Okay, I just put how can anything omnipotent be limited? That is a direct contradiction.
Yeah.
Let's see what it says. It says you're right to flag that. At first glance, omnipotent but limited sounds like a direct contradiction, but Christian theology handles this in a very specific logical way. Let me explain carefully. I'll just read the main idea because obviously it gives a long answer. The main idea says omnipotence refers to what a being can do in its nature, not everything it must do at every moment.
I didn't say must do.
A voluntary limitation doesn't negate omnipotence. It is an exercise of omnipotence, not a loss of it.
Nope, it's a loss. Any
So what did I write?
limitation to omnipotence is a loss of omnipotence.
Any
I never
what?
asked if it's doing all things at all times. To be omnipotent means that you can do all things at any time.
Okay. So if it chose to not do all things through any time, is that part of it?
That's the
That's a
definition of
contradiction.
omnipotence. There's nothing you can't do, and it doesn't matter what time period it is. Anytime you can't do something, you're no
You want me
longer
to ask
omnipotent.
what is the definition of omnipotence? What is the definition of omnipotence? Let's see. It says the definition of omnipotent is having unlimited power, being able to do all things that are logically possible.
It's certainly not the definition of omnipotence.
So
I don't
what
know
I
what
say
you've
that's
done to
wrong?
your language model, but that's not it.
So what do I say?
Tell it that's not the right definition.
That's not the right definition. Come on, ChatGPT, lock in, man. Come on. It says you're right. Let's be precise. The classical definition of omnipotent in philosophy and theology is slightly more exact than the casual unlimited power explanation. Precise definition, omnipotent, a being who has the power to do all things that are logically possible and consistent with its nature. Is that it?
I mean, consistent with his nature is a Christian word or a Christian phrase added to it. You don't even need that part. Okay, so the reality is something that's omnipotent has no limits.
Yeah.
Which means if Jesus has limits, he's not omnipotent.
So if Jesus has limits, he's not omnipotent. Even if it was temporary. I understand exactly what you're saying, and this is the core objection many people have. Let's go step by step using logic and the classical definition of omnipotence. Omnipotence is about the nature of a being, what it can do, not everything it chooses to do at every moment.
I didn't ask about choosing to do it. I'm asking about the ability to do it. Choosing and having an ability are different things.
So I'm saying I'm gonna say I'm not asking about choosing. asking about the ability itself.
Mm-hmm.
It's saying, now I understand. You're not talking about choosing. You're not talking about choosing not to use omnipotence. You're asking if Jesus genuinely human, then doesn't that mean he was not omnipotent at that moment? And yes, if he truly lacked the ability, even temporarily, that would logically contradict omnipotence. The main idea, omnipotence, is about the actual capacity to do all logically possible things,
Right.
not just the potential in some hidden
That's right.
nature. If a being genuinely cannot do something, even temporarily, that being is not omnipotent.
Yep.
So, if as a human Jesus did not have the ability to know the day or the hour, then during that human experience, he literally did not have the capacity to know all things. That would mean his omniscience and thus omnipotence, if you link it, was not fully active in him in that moment. If omnipotence requires always having full ability, then temporarily lacking it, not omnipotent, equals not omnipotent during the human experience. So the logical conclusion is being omnipotent is having all power at all times, even, and then it says, if a being temporarily cannot do something that is logically possible, it is not omnipotent at that time. So yes, if Jesus truly lacked the ability, even temporarily, he cannot be omnipotent during that period. Summary in one sentence. Temporary inability in any logically possible domain, temporarily loss of omnipotence. So Jesus' humans' limitations, if truly a lack of ability, would logically mean he was not omnipotent while human. So now should I say, so that means that he wasn't? So what should I say now? Because literally just said what you're saying, right?
Yeah, it gave you the answer that it was supposed to give you, which is that Jesus wasn't omnipotent, nor was he omniscient, which means he certainly isn't identical to God.
So Jesus was omnipotent, meaning he surely isn't identical to God. Let's see. Yes, if you take it strictly from a logical standpoint, omnipotence is an essential attribute of God. If Jesus genuinely lacked this ability, he was not omnipotent. So it says, conclusion, from a strict logical perspective, a being who temporarily lacks omnipotence cannot fully be God. This is exactly why theologians talk about Jesus' dual nature, fully human, fully divine, as a mystery. Logically, humans see a tension because divine attributes cannot truly be limited without ceasing to be God.
You got it. You have to appeal to a mystery in order to believe in the Trinity,
Yeah.
and that means illogical. And I don't think that illogical things exist. So, anyways, Johnny, listen, we stayed up way later than we were supposed to. I was supposed to end this like an hour ago, but you're being nice, and I was having a good time, even though I was torturing Sarah. So appreciate you being up here.
Yeah, I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, you're a good sport.
Yeah, man, like obviously this helps me too. Like I'm not gonna tell you like I'm gonna just throw this all away, man. Like that's again where I say faith comes in the aspect, but it helps me too, like trying to, genuinely try to seek truth and all that. And and that's something that I think is a good thing. Like I don't think this is bad at all. And
It's a
I
journey
like
for
what
all of
you're
us,
doing, man. Of course, right? It's a journey for all of us, and I think it's a good thing that you're doing this too, because at the end of the day, everybody's seeking for truth, and it's hard because there's so many things like just even out of science, philosophy, and all that. So keep it up, man, and thank you.
Sure. Well, cheers, buddy. Good to hear from you. Well, Johnny was nice. He's a young man. He's figuring it out. I remember being a young man trying to figure some of this stuff out. It was a tough one. But unfortunately, DMF is gone. We can't bring DMF back up. Maybe I can clip his silent crash out for the YouTube. Oh my goodness, friends! I'm gonna read super chats, and I'm way past my bedtime. I'm gonna be going to bed way late tonight. But I thought the conversation with Johnny was worth it. And despite the fact that he's experiencing a little bit of cognitive dissonance, I think he was up here in good faith. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. I'm gonna read super chats, and we're gonna call it a night. with Eyes Wide Shut says, what about the chariots in the Red Sea? Of course. Actually, I forgot about those. Yeah. What about those chariots? The mysterious chariots that never did turn up. And Godwin says, people we trust convinced us. That's why we believed. That's actually a really good truth. The reason why so many of us believed is because we were leaning on people who we thought knew. People that we trusted, and it turned out that they shouldn't have been trusted. You know, it happens more than we like. Johnny B says, hey Justin, I love your content. Rock hard for Doug and simply wet for sharing. Well, thank you, Johnny. I really appreciate that, and I hope you rock hard for Doug and Sharon forever. And Sonic says, coming on the clouds of heaven, that's a long shot. You really have to build up for that one. It's gonna take a tight grip. Hammond, good to see you, friend. Says, hi Justin, I'm doing well, but have you heard Nick Fuentes said that Christians shouldn't study the Bible? Absolutely papist insanity. I didn't know that. So Nazi Nick Fuentes says that Christians should not read the Bible. That's upsetting, because the easiest and best way to deconvert people is to make them read this book, every last word, and make them think about it critically, not read some garbage apologetics website. I don't know what website he was reading at first. I'm sure it was Carm or Apologetics Press or Got Questions. None of them are good. To be fair, though, of the three of them, I think apologeticspress.org is one of the better of the three. Certainly better than Carm. Steve says, I dig Doug horizontally and vertically, sinfully rock hard for Doug. Listen, whatever gets you off there, Steve, we appreciate it. And Tim says, did you know Yoda has a last name? It's Lehiho. Is that for real? Lehiho? Is that really his last name? I find that hard to believe. Godwin says, hi, Justin. Cute kittens. Which one is which? Well, kittens are down. The ones that's primarily dark is Faraday. The one that's got a mix of white and black is Volta. And they're named after, obviously, the great electrical geniuses Volta and Faraday. If you know, you know. Juju says, does Doug have a child? I want to be able to say thank baby Doug instead of baby Jesus. Yes, Pebbles! Rocky and Pebbles. So it's a quadrinity. There we go. With Doug, Sharon, Rocky, and Pebbles. 3 generations. 3 generations. And RMT says, Jesus died like a chump, but you can't kill a stone. That's true. Rocky, you can't kill. You can't get rid of him. Never going to go anywhere. Rasta Man says, it's only logical that you name your next cat Bool. Oh, I would. Well, maybe. There's a lot of other options if I want to stick with the electrical theme. Hertz would be nice. I could do Hertz. But Bool, Bool's not bad. I do like Bool. I might go for Bool. We'll see. 3 cats is a lot, though. I5 says, Secret Gospel of Mark and the Greater Question of Mary portray a sexual Jesus. Gnostic Gospels feature a laughing Jesus. Canonical Jesus is no fun. I know. The Jesus of the extra biblical literature is way more exciting. Like, even in Thomas, he's like bringing birds like back. He's like creating birds from clay and like, doing all kinds of violence and whatnot. Yeah, the Jesus of the New Testament is not too exciting. The Blexican says, did the tree of knowledge of good and evil actually bestow that knowledge? My wife said that it was a lie told by the serpent and it didn't do anything. Well, no, that's not the case, because God in Genesis 3:22 affirms that the serpent was actually telling the truth. In fact, I'll pull it up real quick. In Genesis 3:22, let me get that off. Hold on. Says, then the Lord God said, see, the humans have become like one of us, knowing good and evil, and now they might reach out their hands and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So the serpent was telling the truth. They weren't going to die. They were going to get the knowledge. That's why it says they've become like one of us. So that seems to be what the situation is all about. Migo Mans says, what do you think about every idle word will be judged? I don't think much about it because I don't think that the Bible is true, so I could kind of give a shit, you know? And Matt Rock says, Spanky perfectly predicted all reality. Praise Spanky. That stuff always happens. Therefore, JC has become a Spanky adherent, or else he's lying on the Spanky Bible. Maybe that's one way you can conjure up Spanky as a god. To be fair, Doug, Sharon, and the others do affirm that Spanky is one of the deities. House 70 says, we can't measure the expectation or likelihood of an outcome in an imaginary model. Exactly, House. That was the problem with his bad syllogism, is he wants to like measure how likely something is when he has 0 data points for how likely something is. The likeliness of something in his worldview was merely tied to whether or not that other thing meets the expectations that he wants it to meet. It's a circular problem. Ektrail says, skeptics don't think this way. You don't start with a conclusion, then look for the evidence. It's backwards thinking. That's the case, Ektrail. That's 100% the case. He had the conclusion, and he's looking for, okay, he's a hammer looking for a nail. He's like, here's my conclusion. What can I force into it? And, of course, he forced a really bad syllogism. Judah says, when you have to prove naturalism, is that an appropriate time to look at the trees? That would be the right time, Judas. Finally, the one time where we can actually use the argument, look at the trees, it supports naturalism. And Hey, it's Darkout says the script fails, the burden shift fails, you're not smart enough to understand. I know, that's how it always works. Whenever the script doesn't work and the argument is broken, it comes always down to, well, you're too dumb to understand, you know, and all kinds of nonsense like that. Luke says, JC's argument was just blind watchmaker reworded. It was. It literally was just a watchmaker fallacy. That's all it was. He wanted to do, well, how do you explain this? Right? And, you know, of course, if one explanation was preferred over the other, then it just meant that it was true, but that's not how that works. Jacob, thank you for the super chat, says, hey, Justin, Jake from Cincinnati, Ohio. Well, fuck yeah. I'm happy that your team is... Well, not happy. There's a little bit of misery loves company with the Browns and the Bengals this year. It's been a tough one for both of us. And he says, it's my first time seeing you live. Happy to be here, and I love your stuff. Hail, Doug, our atheist overlord. Well, thank you, Jacob. I appreciate that. And big W down in Cincinnati. Hope the best for you down there, friend. Your weather should be better than our weather up north. And Drew says, J.A. sounds exactly like a friend of mine from Tennessee. Well... I don't believe that Joyful's ever lived in Tennessee. I know where he lives. So I won't divulge the information, but that's interesting. He might have a voice doppelganger. I'd be interested to meet the doppelganger. And JM, thank you for the $2 super thanks. I really appreciate that. Reverend Nate, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, okay, last before I go, Thomas Paine, silly deist, but had one of the best plain thought out takedowns of the Bible and religion. Have you read Age of Reason? So actually, I've perused Age of Reason in other writings, like from Thomas, to mine quotes from them. But I can't say I've actually sat down and read it. That's just one of those things. You know, there are some books where you're like, I know he talks about this one thing. I'm going to go mine the quote from it. That's basically what I did with Thomas Paine. I would love to get time to sit down and really read Thomas Paine and some of the other early founding fathers who had these discussions out loud. I just, you know, I have to limit my intake. I'm already doing so many things. Fuck me. I'm getting tired. I have to do so many things. It's hard to add new stuff to the reading list, but maybe I'll get around to it. Scott says, unicorn is animal of Scotland, so it must be real. Obviously, the odds of it being a unicorn is obviously higher because we know them from Scotland. And Pete Pop Fairy says, if you need content, I can call in with an esoteric God concept. Don't know how interesting the conversation would be, but it could take up a few minutes. Well, Pete Pop, I think I saw you pop in and out of the comments or out of the guest requests. So I think we missed you, but yeah, you know what? When we're having a slow start to the stream, certainly you're more than welcome to jump in and tell us about your stuff. Adam says, Aleister Crowley grew up Plymouth Brethren. Good job, zealots. I know. Isn't that wild? Like the most fundamentalist religion, Christian variant of Christianity. That's not a redundant statement at all. The most fundamentalist variation of Christianity gave you Aleister Crowley. That's what we have to thank for it. And lots of very unhappy people. Peapot Fairy says, tell your kid that's what Go-Go thinks. I think something different, and tell him why. Kids can handle information. This is true. So like, if kids are presented with information, conflicting information, they can sort through it. They're not stupid. I mean, they lack the experience and the knowledge that we have, but overall, a lot of kids are very bright. Stephen says, I'm an atheist, therefore I dream of baby paste. Keep looking for the truth. That is the case. I get excited when I get somebody on the line that I think might be baby pasted. Markham says, when is one done deconstructing? Well, I think one is done deconstructing probably when you get to a place where all of your questions have been answered and you feel like you're comfortable where you're at. Now, for some people, it's many, many years. For me, it took me 10 years. For some people, not so long. I've got a relative right now that's in year number 4. So I think you kind of know when you're done, but it's not the same for everyone. It's a good question though. Timeout says, for the first time since I left Black Hebrew Israelite cult, oh, you were in BHI? Man, I'm glad you're out. I'm celebrating Xmas. My kids are excited. Listen, I'm fucking pumped for you, Timeout, that not only are you going to be able to enjoy this time with your kids, with your family, but that you left such a toxic cult. All the BHI people I've ever talked to are toxic. Cascade says, for a being that we cannot possibly fathom, why is it that he holds so many qualities a mortal would hold? Desires, glory, worship, sacrifices? Isn't that the funny thing? The God has so many base desires that you would think would be above above a deity, but no, that's not the case. The God wants all kinds of shit. Why would a God, all-knowing, need worship? Why? What does it make him feel better? Does he have emotional problems? Is he lacking in self-worth? Why does he need worship? It's ridiculous. Jeff, good to see you, says, love Dalton's retort when Christians use that passive-aggressive, I'll pray for you. He tells them, and I'll think for you. Use it every time now. I've used it quite a few times there, Jeff, but you know what I do around here. I try not to use the same phrase over and over and over and over again. So, Humphrey says, tough week. So I picked up some Kraken for the first time. Cheers to you, friend. Well, Humphrey, I'm sorry you had a bad week, but fucking cheers to Kraken. Hopefully you feel a little bit better after some Kraken. It does warm. It has a warming effect. I love it. It's good stuff. And Kyle says Jeremiah 34, 4-5, and Jeremiah 52, 11-10, plain and simple, I think is what you meant to say. And Jeremiah 34, let's grab it for everyone and put it on the screen. And we'll also do 52, 10-11. I got you, friend. I got you. See what he's saying to us. Yet hear the word of the Lord, O King Zedekiah of Judah. Thus saith the Lord concerning you, you shall not die by the sword, you shall die in peace. And as spices were burned for your ancestors, the earlier kings who preceded you, so they shall burn spices for you, and lament for you, saying, Alas, Lord, for I have spoken the word, says the Lord. And then the king of Babylon killed the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes, and also killed all the officers of Judah at Riblah, and he put out the eyes of Zedekiah and bound him in fetters. And the king of Babylon took him to Babylon and put him in prison until the day of his death. Okay, so the first prediction says, King Zedekiah, thus saith the Lord concerning you, you shall not die by the sword, you shall die in peace. As spices were, this is a tough one for dying in peace. Because Zedekiah, so Zedekiah he certainly didn't die in peace, but he didn't die by the sword. That is a tough contradiction. I kind of like it though, Kyle. This is the first time I've considered the death of Zedekiah as a contradiction, and I can't say that it's not a contradiction as long as you take die in peace as meaning like he's not gonna die in like agony or suffering, but like he died in prison with his eyes gouged out. How could you say that he died in peace? It doesn't seem to be that's what the expression is. But you could say that the expression earlier is that, dying in peace just means he won't be murdered. You know what I mean? That's a tough one, but I tend to agree with you on this one, Kyle. That seems to be a contradiction. I'm going to add it to the list. Let me grab the verses. I think that's close enough of a contradiction that we got to add it to the list. Maybe somebody will bring up something later that resolves it, and we can remove it from the list. But as far as I can tell, this just seems to be a contradiction. All right, let's see. And we're going to, for the contradiction description, we're going to say die in peace, ? And then I'm going to go ahead and grab the link and paste the link in. Our list of contradictions is getting really long. We're like getting really close to 100. Okay, it's on the list now. We got it added. Let's see. I've got 72 contradictions that are not numerical, and I've got another like 12 or so that are numerical. So we're getting really close to getting 100 contradictions in the Bible. Thanks for the heads up, Kyle. Dr. Fudge says, my God is illogical, but you should believe it anyway. I know. Isn't that the craziest thing? I refuse. And Dr. Joe says, I can't with faith. Send help. Maybe chocolate. Oh, I'd love some chocolate, man. Chocolate, I think, is a much better answer to life's problems than faith. Faith hasn't really gotten us anywhere. And Kyle says, God also sends out lying spirits. So this is a classic question. When God sends out lying spirits, is it the same as God lying? Questions remain. I'm not entirely sure. And Meg says the Bible doesn't contradict because it's the Bible, except I'll tell you that the Bible contradicts, but it doesn't contradict. That's 100% it. That girl, unfortunately, that girl was lost. Tripolar says, she's twice as loud as you, Justin. Yes, she was. And unfortunately, I can't do a damn thing about it because she is on TikTok, and I have no control over the volume of the TikTok guests. I only have control over the volume of the YouTube guests. So, unfortunately, sorry, that's kind of where we're at, Save My Soul says, seething and raging for Jesus, always effective. I know. Her anger was palpable, and it nearly converted me. I'm lucky I'm still on this side. Luke says, Justin, why do we avoid my absolute favorite verse when demonstrating the subjective morality of the Bible, Deuteronomy 25, 11 through 12? I mean, we've gone to Deuteronomy 25 a lot, and typically we do it for the sake of going to levirate marriage. But you want to use 11 through 12, which is, if men get into a fight with one another and the wife of one intervenes to rescue her husband from the grip of his opponent by reaching out and seizing his genitals, you shall cut off her hand and show no pity. I mean, I guess we could use it. I mean, it's not a bad one, really. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of like it. Maybe we should add that to the first tab of the cheat sheet as well, by the way. I've debated adding this to the cheat sheet before, and I haven't, because I don't know if this counts as a worst bit of the Bible, but it's certainly not a good bit. You know what I mean? I do feel like some people would justify this, though. You know what I mean? As being good. But I'm curious if they would justify it as being good for today. Questions remain. But you know what, Luke, just for you, next time I get a guest up here doing that nonsense, we'll bring it up. Hugh Pierce says, God had over 6,000 years of biblical time to say women are no longer property and still hasn't done it. Faith's logic is so backwards. Indeed, God had all kinds of time to state that women aren't property. They are, in fact, people, and he just couldn't seem to find a way to do it. Mike says, Faith needs some ADD medication. She cannot keep a thought for 5 seconds. Keep to a thought for 5 seconds. Yeah, that was definitely the case. Faith, I think, and I could be wrong, I get that every human being alive has something diagnosable. Some of us are more diagnosable than others. I think Faith might have been on the more diagnosable end. That's all I can say about that. And Game Guy says Faith sounds manic. I think that seems to. I can concur with that. April says, as a woman, this lady is insufferable. Screw culture. This lady drank the Kool-Aid and deep in the cult. I hope she gets the life she deserves. Well, unfortunately, I think she lacks some of the brain power necessary to get out of the cult. So she might be in for a while, man. You know what I mean? And Jay says, this lady makes me miss Hadassah. Oh. When a guest makes you miss Hadassah, you're not doing so well. Dunzo says, anyone justifying that a rapist should get to marry the victim is crazy as fuck, full stop. Couldn't agree more. There are few things that I agree with more than that. I can't agree any more than that. In fact, I'll be clipping that discussion pretty shortly. Jack says, I bet Faith has a closet where she smells her own farts and shares them with her minion. I agree. I do agree, yes. And Kyle says, so if I see me a hottie toddy, I know what to do. You got it, Kyle. It's okay to go out and grape them because then they're yours forever. You can rape them the rest of your life. Karen says, this lady is a lunatic. Crazy work. Indeed. She was not healthy, friends. There was at least one screw loose. Dr. Pizza says, least radical forced marriage defender. She's going so hard for great marriage. I know, and I don't get it. I will never get it. I expect men to get on board with it sometimes, but not the women. And Save My Soul says, Faith is just genuinely evil. Color and concept. She needs medicated, friends. I don't know what to tell you. If you need medication, there's nothing wrong with it. However, there is something wrong if you need medication and you don't get medication. That's where the problem is. A lot of people need medication. There's nothing wrong with needing medication, but you have to recognize when you do need it and make sure you get the help that you need. Clever says her jaw disability is that it won't stop flapping. I am so mad that I didn't think of that during the conversation. That would have been an amazing line. That is a good line. That is a really good line. And Sid said, praise Doug. I don't know how you put up with these liars. You must be as rock hard as the rest of us. Well, I think you get used to it a little bit. Like I'm getting used to it. To be fair, I did get a full night of sleep last night. So I feel like I'm in mentally, like I'm not as irritated by people. It's difficult when you get a couple nights in a row where you haven't slept and then you get these yappers on here and you're just like, oh, fuck me. But, yeah, what are you going to do? Simon, thank you for the $5 Canadian chat. It says, according to her, if our modern culture was okay with it, I should go out and marry my high school rapist. Being a victim myself, she triggers me as fuck. Okay, she triggered me. This is really good. I didn't think about this during the debate, but this would be a really good question to ask for people who think like, well, it was okay then because of the culture. Okay, so if the culture was okay with it today, would it still be okay? No way they'd agree to it. This is a really good way to frame the question. This is fantastic, Simon. I'm definitely going to be using this next time I get the opportunity. Londro says, combo with Faith is detrimental to my mental health. I get it. I wouldn't want to listen to that either. I mean, it was horrendous, justifying marital grape. I mean, it was awful. And Jeff, thank you for the super chat, says, working on content for a book, teenagers and up. What is the scripture passage where family members are warned not to mourn? I mean, there's a bunch of them. Leviticus 18 and 20 has a bunch of passages where it talks about how you must kill so-and-so, do not have any pity. Exodus, after the calf incident, they're told to go out and kill their loved ones with the sword. After Leviticus 11, after Nadab and Abihu are murdered by God, the family members are not even allowed to mourn the loss. In fact, let me grab, let's see, was it Leviticus 11 or 10? Might be 10. It's got to be a 10. I apologize. Yeah, first chapter 10, not chapter 11. Chapter 11 starts dietary laws. So Nadab and Abihu are killed by the Lord because they offered incense while they were drunk. But see, they're given commands about what to do. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. The Lord said, drink no wine or strong drink, neither you nor your sons, when you enter the tent of meeting, that you may not die. It is a statute forever throughout your generations. You are distinguished between the holy and the common, between the clean and the unclean. You are to teach the Israelites all the statutes. Did I miss it? Okay, verse 6. Moses said to Aaron and to his sons Eleazar and Ithamar, do not dishevel your hair and do not tear your vestments, or you will die, and wrath will strike all the congregation. But your kindred, the whole house of Israel, may mourn the burning that the Lord sent. So God says, literally, if you mourn the loss of your sons, I will, you'll die, and many of your people will die. God is vicious. Dude is vicious. Dr. Pizza says, I'm not a psychiatrist, but this woman needs a different amount of drugs. I haven't mastered a DSM-5, but I know that to be the case. And Dunzo says, Faith is trying to be a Philbro baby paster now. Yeah, I was confused why she kept trying to bring up like logic as if she knew any logic. It was wild to me. Liz, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, Justin, the caller Faith hurt my brain. Take money for your incredible patience talking to her. Well, thank you. I do appreciate that. Man, it was painful for my brain as well. I was not having fun. Germs says, lead me, oh Justin. Gay for Justin. Hell yeah. I had someone accuse me of turning people gay, and I said, hell yeah, I hope I'm turning people gay. Gay for Justin. Start the hashtag. Former Prophet Nathan says, wild. Faith was wild, Justin. Here's $5 for your patience and the cute kitties. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, former Prophet Nathan. I do appreciate that. And X1,000,000 back again says, YouTube made it impossible for me to specify my point more clearly. Alas, censors be damned. That, you're right, X1,000,000. That is a real problem. Sometimes you type out a coherent message and the filters fuck it up. That's not your problem. Thanks for the clarification, though. And Simeon says, does the dishonest trinity of Hadassah, Simply Lauren, and Kundalini need be expanded to a quadrinity for Faith to get added? Maybe. We should do a supercut at the end of the year of the most unhinged guests. Like Kundalini, Lauren, Hadassah. I would like that. Maybe at the end of the year we'll do a survey for who are the most unhinged guests and do a supercut. John says, I strongly second listening to Faith no more. Listen to The Real Thing and Angel Dust. I assume you know Manson, Antichrist Superstar. Marilyn Manson, I don't know Marilyn Manson for sure. I can't say that I've ever heard Faith no more. I'll have to give him a listen. Evil Ducks, thank you for the super chat, says, when someone says you got to have faith, you can say, I had faith for an hour and it was one of the worst conversations on the channel. It's so true. It's so true. This was good, Evil. And Game Guy says, we demand kittens during your bathroom breaks. I'm sorry. I can't control the kittens to make sure that they're here during the bathroom breaks. That's just one of those things. But they kind of follow me around. So if I leave to go to the bathroom, they probably follow me there. I'll try. And Dustin says, BMF believes in natural ice and sniffing his own farts. Drunk for Jesus. That seems to be the case. I was curious, who the fuck was he talking to? He must have had somebody on his end that he was talking to that entire time. Jeffro, thank you for the super chat, says, time is the only thing Doug asks you to sacrifice. Indeed. Maybe the tiniest amount at that. And Dynamite Poop, that's a fun name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I hope the person willing to match up to $1,000 keeps their word. I can guarantee hit it. Well, fucking A. Dynamite Poop, if you donate $1,000 to the giveaway, the people that are checking, I think Crystal's checking, will definitely make sure that the other person donates their matching $1,000. That'll put us up to probably a little over $3,000 now on our drive. So I would really, really, really appreciate it if you help to drive along. We're hoping to feed as many families this holiday as possible. Links in the description of the YouTube video. Dunzo says BMF has a magnifying glass for his pee-pee. I was curious what it was for. We got the answer now. And Aaron says that's savage, leaving BMF up there silently ranting to the ether while you debate other guests. The prophet of Doug is straight up savage. I love it. Yeah, I mean, Aaron, what are we going to do? Like, the guy wouldn't shut up. He was entertaining, so let him just crash out for an hour, right? And Dr. Fudge says BMF cam during the standard Isaiah debunk is like getting a dish I've eaten 100 times, but this time it has a delightful exotic cheese on it. Indeed. It's like you had cheese sticks, like mozzarella cheese stick, but they used pepper jack this time. It's delightful. Dustin says, someone go get Minar and have him crash out with BMF in a waiting room. Oh my God, could you imagine Minar and BMF crashing out together? I mean, I just have to cancel all the rest of the guests for the night and watch them crash out for an hour or two. McDubbin says Minar versus BMF is my Super Bowl. Book it. Make it happen. Listen, I could. If I could do it, McDubbin, I would have those two in the ring together, no doubt. Mr. Kiki says, dude is so smashed, he's basically alcoholic Jesus. I accept his sacrifice of his liver so the rest of us never have to suffer hangovers again. Indeed. And remember, friends, you guys know that I do enjoy cracking here. However, drink responsibly. Luke says, Justin, thank you for the super chat, by the way. Why do we never talk about my favorite example of subjective morality within the Old Testament? Deuteronomy 25:11-12 reads like a Monty Python skit. Luke, I believe you sent that twice because I didn't read your other super chat before. I mean, I didn't get to it yet. You didn't have to do that. I read all super chats on this channel. I just don't always read them in chronological order. I do get to all of them eventually. That being said, thank you for sending it twice so we make sure to get it. And next time we do the morality argument, I will use Deuteronomy 25:11. Josh says guest is muted on YouTube, and I'm fucking sorry about that. That's my bad. That's my bad. And Josh, again, guest looks cuckoo, especially without audio. I mean, that is the case, and I apologize. I didn't realize the audio wasn't working. I don't know what's going on with his connection. That happens sometimes when the connection's not strong. We got to figure it out eventually. STP5, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, can you go into detail about the harmonization of the death of Judas? My friends claim the authors say Judas bought the land by technically because the temple couldn't accept it and bought the land with his money. Well, he didn't. So the problem you have is Judas takes the money and purchases the land. It says the money that was used for the betrayal to purchase the land, which means Judas purchased the land. Now, in the other account, it says that the money, the people, the Pharisees, the people in the temple who got the money purchased the land, and they were the ones who named it. Now, what the apologist wants to say is, well, one of two things is true. Judas purchased the land through those individuals, and therefore it's not a contradiction, but that's not true. It doesn't say that at all. You would never say Judas purchased the land and then say that to mean Judas purchased the land through somebody else. No, he throws the money back into the treasury, and then those that are now in possession of the money go and purchase the land. He didn't ask them to purchase it. He gave the money back because he was guilty. So you don't give the money back because you're guilty and then also buy a field with it. That's ridiculous. But that's what they're going to try to do. They also try to harmonize his death because one says he fell headlong and burst open. The other one says that he hanged himself. And so obviously he hanged himself and then the rope broke and he fell headlong. But that's bullshit too. You don't fall headlong when you're falling from a rope. If the rope broke, he'd fall feet first into the ground. There's contradictory stories. McDubbin says, bring back BMF. Justice for BMF. Audio was fine. Would have preferred BMF to muted Johnny anyways. I'm sorry Johnny was muted for some of the YouTube guests there. I apologize, and I got a bunch of notes on it. Angel said muted. I'm so sorry that you couldn't hear. That's my issue. Sonic Shroom says, if we are the product of sin, then God is not the creator, sin is. I mean, fair point. I mean, semantically speaking, that actually is the case. And Flux, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, people have spoken and the people want BMF cam. Also, hi, Sarah. The people did want BMF cam, didn't they? We gave them BMF cam. Just, I was hoping BMF would stay up long enough that we could bring them back and let them crash out a little bit, but got nothing. All right, keep on moving. Oren says, I miss BMF already. Incredible performance, impeccable selection. Rock hard for Doug, simple for Sharon. Keep killing in the name of deconstruction. Thank you, Oren. I appreciate that. And Big W for being here today and participating in the festivities. Science Lover says, just a note to callers, please bring your Bible so you can keep up. For an added bonus, read the words beforehand. Come on. You know they're not reading these words. They are not reading these words. It's not going to happen. Hiding in Private says, first of all, thank you for the super chat, Hiding. It says, hey, Justin, love what you do. I'm working on videos. Was wondering if you could add misconceptions tab to the bad Bible non-biblical beliefs Christians hold. Mark's authorship via Papias, Matthew being in Greek, Peter upside down. This would actually be a really good, let me write this down. Let's see, Peter crucified. We could definitely add a tab of like bullshit Christian beliefs about the Bible that aren't true from like church fathers. That would be totally awesome. I'm definitely down with that because there's a shit ton of them. I mean, fuck. Like, was it Irenaeus? I think Irenaeus. I will have to double check. Made an entire treatise on how Enoch should be canonized or authoritative. Nobody agreed with him. You know, there's lots of really interesting, like, one-off nonsense from the church fathers. Good thought, though. We can get working on that. Lockfurry says, bruh, man, bro. You're wrong, bro. My feels beat your data, bro. You nailed it, Lockfurry. You nailed it. My feelings and my personal experience will always trump actual data. It's crazy that people behave like this in real life. Thank you for the $20 super chat, my friend. That was huge. And McDubbin back again. Thank you so much for the additional $10 super chat. It says BMF turned water into piss. He did do that. BMF was unjustly persecuted by you and died for our sins, Justin. Pray he doesn't rise again in 3 days. Doug would be ashamed. He won't. I know he'll never rise again. He wasn't even rock hard in the first place. I don't know how he's going to rise a second time. And Lockfurry coming again says, bro, Jesus is God. Bro, Sidon told me so. I know. You know he wanted to talk about his personal experience leading to God. Like, they all do. I feel bad that I didn't let him talk as much as he wanted to, but, I mean, come on. We all know what was going to happen. Personal experience is not proof of God. Dominique, thank you for the super chat, says, it's funny seeing Sarah facepalm quietly every 30 seconds. I know. I feel so hard that I have to put her through that from time to time. It hurts. Brian, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, can you make sense with what's going on in Exodus 4 and the whole bridegroom of blood? Yeah. So the bridegroom of blood, there's like two plausible explanations. I think my favorite is that she is probably not too happy with what transpired. And so she's probably saying almost like an insult that you are a bridegroom of blood. Meaning like you've brought terror or pain to me and to our marriage, right? Another plausible explanation is that the Midianites may or may not have actually practiced circumcision themselves. In fact, I've read elsewhere that it's possible that circumcision was not a rite as an infant in Midian, but could have been a rite of passage before you get married, right? And so to be a bridegroom of blood means literally that before you can get married, you have to have the circumcision. Now, I don't know how plausible that explanation is, But I mean, I actually did read it in a scholarly article, so I mean, it's certainly somebody thinks it's plausible. That being said, it is one of those verses in the Hebrew Bible that really make you wonder, like, what the fuck is happening here? But the reality is, there's like only one of two options, right? Either she's saying it in a derogatory way, or she's saying it in a non-derogatory way. I'm of the opinion that it's probably of the derogatory way. It's just hard to know. Proton, thank you for the $50 super chat. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. Proton says, great stream. Well, thank you for supporting the stream, my friend. It's supporters like you that help the stream do what we do. And Lock Furry says, let me switch my trajectory because I got cooked. You nailed it, right? Don't address the argument. Let me just pivot. In fact, actually, based on the suggestions of the audience, we finally added this. We finally got the Friends pivot, and I added one clip. I need to increase the audio on it, but I added one clip from Minar.
I'm beautiful, I'm gorgeous, I'm big, I can do handstands.
That's a good one. That's one of my favorite quotes. I gotta get the audio a little bit louder on it though. McDubbin says, Jesus only came once. BMF came thrice. He has risen justice for BMF. He did come 3 times, didn't he? BMF got up more than Jesus ever did. And Gentle says, YouTube chat loves BMF cam. Twisted teas, drunken caffeinated, tarot cards, hemorrhoid cushion, wearing his work shirt. Actually, I forgot about the work shirt. It's possible that he might be getting outed at work. Oryx says, you mentioned earlier the Bible is anti-philosophy. Where is that? Well, what I'm saying is there's a passage in the Bible where it talks about not to be carried away by philosophy. Let's see. There we go. I think the verse we're looking for is Colossians 2:8. That's got to be the one. All right. And it's a warning from the Apostle Paul. It says, see to it that no one takes you captive through hollow and deceptive philosophy, which depends on human tradition and the elemental spiritual forces of this world rather than on Christ. So, like, wandering philosophers were pretty common at the time period. So basically, this is a warning not to trust those philosophers. They could lead you astray. And Doc says, a prophet of Doug, some religions have burning bushes. We have a drunk dude with a magnifying glass. Much more entertaining for sure. And Josh says, guest is cuckoo as a $6 bill. That seemed to be the case, actually. Jagged Tiger says, according to Johnny, the Holy Spirit comes inside of you. What's with this God and consent? The God of this book does not care one iota about consent. That just seems to be the case in every possible way. Consent 404 not found. Not going to happen. I think we got the kitties back though. Let me get the kitty cam back up. Why are you taking stuff off my desk, kitty? No, that's not. It's not a toy. What? No. It's not a toy, buddy. Oh, the kittens want to play. Foxy says, I'm not high enough for Johnny. Enjoying Sarah's questions, though. You know what? Sarah had some amazing questions, and Johnny was wild. It was too much. Mr. Kiki says, no, Johnny, we will no longer get hangovers with the presence of our new Lord and Savior. BMF. That is the case. If BMF is still going, no hangover, and he's our Lord and Savior. Lord Luminous Poo, good to see you, says, I got mail order bride. Holy shit. But she's smothered in the bubble wrap. 1 star. Where do I get the pleasure-seeking robots? There's a lot happening here, Lord Illuminous. I'm not entirely sure what you're looking for in pleasure-seeking robots, but I do know for the right price, you can get some human analogs. HDC says, I was indifferent to Christians. Now they seem evil. Yes. HDC, that was my arc. When I first got online, I was a little bit indifferent to Christians and to religion in general. I just wanted to talk about deconstruction. And it turned out they were vile. They were terrible people. These religions are brain rot. And so I switched it up. I said, no. We got to literally deconvert people from these toxic religions. And Lord Illuminus coming in again says, sorry, don't know where the line is till I cross it. Well, Lord Illuminus, I'm not sure which line you crossed yet, my friend. I don't even know what you're apologizing for at the moment. The last super chat you says, I got a mail order bride, but she's smothered in bubble wrap. 1 star. Where do I get the pleasure seeking robots? I guess I don't understand what the mail order bride has to do with bubble wrap. I guess I'm missing the joke. Am I stupid? Am I missing a joke here? I guess I don't see it, my friend. That's on me, I suppose. She suffocated? Was she? Okay. TM says, another fine broadcast, sir. Thank you. Well, TM, thank you. Thank you for supporting the broadcast. I really appreciate it. And Hank says, Justin, put up the like counter for Johnny. I don't think we have a like counter, do we? You know what? Maybe we should. I wonder if there's a way to get a like counter on YouTube. And I know we can do one on TikTok. I don't know if we can get one on YouTube. But if it's possible, I'll see if we can get one. Just a Rancher says, trivia night question. What Egyptian temple were moved brick by brick to save it after the construction of the Aswan High Dam? I have no idea, Ranter. Now I want to know. I don't know anything about this topic. What Egyptian temple was moved brick by brick? I have no idea. I'm sorry. I don't know Egyptology all that well. That's on me. McDubbin says, Verts, whores, TikTok alike, BMF has healed the schism. There we go. We are BMF. We are all BMF. The schism has been healed by BMF. I'll take that one. Good question. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says empathy and gratitude starts in birds, accelerate in mammals, and skyrocket in humans. Rock hard for Doug, simple for Sharon, and courtesies for Doug. So I mean that really is the case. Like the more brain power a human being, or the more brain power a living entity has, the more they're going to be able to do abstract thinking, like empathy. Empathy is a form of abstract thinking. And Hank says, so how long are we sitting here listening to Johnny ask a fucking robot to do his homework for him? Well, long enough that I wanted to get through the Trinity at least, even though I knew it was going to be painful. Shit, we probably spent an hour on it. Who knows? The reality is, I know it's painful for the audience, but sometimes I get guests and I think there's a glimmer of hope. I think we can get somewhere with them so that maybe they'll come back in a couple of weeks and have better talking points, or maybe in a different position. Sometimes, my friends, sometimes I keep people up just out of the sheer hope that we'll make some kind of a progress, even though it might be thin hope. Saint says, the religious levels of belief in generative AI is frightening. My firm uses expensive AI. It would be malpractice to treat it as a source of truth. Indeed. Guys, you got to remember, AI is not a source of truth. It's trying to answer questions the best that it can, knowing what you want it to say and also what it can scour the internet for. The fact that it can scour the internet and find answers to your questions doesn't mean that they're good answers. It just means that they have an answer. Kenneth says, ChatGPT, how accurate is the Bible empirically as a percentage? Oh, fuck, that's a good question. That's such a good question. I don't really use ChatGPT, but that would be a good one. So I'm going to say, how accurate is the Bible empirically as a percentage? I'm really interested to see what the answer is, actually. Oh, it didn't give me one. Oh, it might be. It says, there's no meaningful or defensible way to assign an empirical accuracy percentage to the Bible. And any number you see online, like 98% or 50%, is always arbitrary. So it won't answer the question. Okay. Below is the clearest way scholars actually approach this. Yeah, we know. We know how accuracy is approached. So he says, if you force a single number, which scholars avoid, the most sensible answer is overall empirical accuracy is 50% plus or minus 20%, depending on the era and genre. So there you go. According to ChatGPT, it's 50% plus or minus 20%, which is a huge fucking swing of 40%. Duke of Chaska says, I'm back, witches. The poem I penned myself, by the way. Well, the poem you sent earlier? Well, hell yeah. I can't do poetry, but I'm glad that you can. Freeman says, carefully, some of his comments are on target on carefully, some of his comments are on targets on AI? I guess I don't know what that means. But I mean, some of his comments about AI may or may not be accurate, but I don't know who he is or his. Guys, the thing that you have to know when you use pronouns like his or he or she is that if you don't give the antecedent, we don't really know who you're talking about, because there were two he's up here talking. And so when you just say he or his, we don't know if you're talking about me or the guest. Dalton, the Bible guy, great to see you, my friend, says, hey, bud, just bought the Hermenia commentary on Daniel, so pumped to get into it. Listen, it's my favorite. I've got it right here, actually. If you care about the book of Daniel and you don't own this exact commentary, then you make me very, very sad. Terribly sad for you. This might be one of the best research commentaries on the book of Daniel. I know there's a newer one out just recently that adds to this John J. Collins commentary. I'll have to get it. I haven't gotten it yet. But in terms of stuff from like the last 20 years, I think that's the best commentary that isn't published within like the last year or two. It's amazing. I hope you enjoy it, Dalton. Thank you for the super chat. And I will never. I cannot remember how to pronounce this. Naor? Was it Naor? Nai. Naor? Naor says, as the late great John Lennon might have sang tonight, all we are saying is give BMF a chance. In the name of Doug, I felt his spirit. I wanted to. I actually had full intentions of bringing BMF up after Johnny. I didn't realize Johnny was going to go so long. And Dustin says, crazy, drunk, and stupid. Those are my big takeaways from tonight's guests. I'm sure you can guess which is which. Some of them multiples, actually. But you're 100% right, Dustin. And Lockfree coming in again says, I once bullied ChatGPT into admitting Chelsea Clinton is the love child of Bill and Jeffrey Epstein, made on the island. What an amazing source. That's what I'm saying, Lockfree. If you apply any pressure to ChatGPT long enough, it'll admit to all kinds of crazy shit because it doesn't know. It has no idea what real life is. It's just guessing based on your input in the internet. And Mr. McDizzle, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Johnny is proof that ChatGPT is destroying people's ability to think for themselves and think critically. Hope is fading fast. That is certainly the case, Mr. McDizzle. ChatGPT is not a source, and it will never be a source. It is a glorified search engine. Stop treating it like a source. And Evan, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, I'm reading God's Monsters by Esther Hamori. I'm glad you are. And just learned the serpents God sent in Deuteronomy 8:15 were seraph, or flaming. They're flaming snakes, by the way. They're not just snakes. They're flaming snakes. I never knew that before. It's the first thing I looked up in my new BDB lexicon. Fuck yeah, Evan. You got a BDB. I love it for you. I love the fact that this community is learning and growing together. Yeah, Esther Mori, great book, great author, amazing scholar. If you have the money, I also recommend her prior work, When Gods Were Men. It can't be beat. It cannot be beat. McDubbin says, sorry, Justin. Keeping Johnny on was an L. I'm sorry. We were already in the conversation. BMF didn't sacrifice his liver to a 12-pack of Twisted Teas for this. BMF exists only to bring us happiness. You might be right, McDubbin. I'll tell you this. I think he's going to come back. Like, I know we couldn't bring him in tonight, but I bet he'll be back. He was angry enough that I know he'll be back. Hank says, okay, can we ban guests from using GPT, please? Yeah, I think in the future we will definitely disallow it. I allowed Johnny to do it just this one time, really because I wanted to teach him a lesson. But yeah, we shouldn't allow it. Reverend Nate, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, dude, I just left the Sloan concert. It was fucking wonderful, and you're still streaming. What a good night. Well, I am for a few minutes. I'm just reading the last couple of super chats, but Reverend Nate, I'm glad that you're back. I hope that you enjoyed the concert. Big W for letting us know that you're with us again. And iReactor says, you're right, but Christian theology, yeah, is accurate. Yeah. That's it. Every time you say, you're right, but everything after the but's no longer necessary. You don't need that. All you need to say is you're right. David Cook, thank you for the super chat, says, you're just arguing with Chat GPT at this point. Johnny has no critical thinking skills. That is the case. Johnny wasn't in the end of that conversation. He was farming it out, but he did learn a lesson. And Lock4 says, what? Not being omniscient means omniscient? I'm sorry. Not being omniscient means not omniscient? I know. Could you imagine that not being omniscient couldn't possibly mean lacking omniscience? It couldn't be the case. And Tim says, filtering the internet of idiots through one idiot. I mean, that's basically it, right? I mean, you basically nailed Chat GPT. You're taking all the internet, the idiots on the internet, and you're just filtering it through an idiot computer. And $10 from Assailant Monk. Thank you for the super chat. It says, if he gave up his omnipotence to take human form, did that then make Jesus omnipotent? That's basically the question that we were trying to ask, right? But you said did you mean to say impotent? Is that what you're trying to say? Because omnipotent isn't a word. Nevertheless, if Jesus was not omnipotent, then you could say he's impotent, and he was impotent, I think, because he didn't get shit done. Couldn't even get his own prophecies fulfilled. And Dank Bird Gang is a wild name. Thank you for the super chat. Says, thanks whoever gifted me. We should make out as we're rock hard for Doug. Indeed, and you, as long as everyone's consenting, and you can even have a sword fight if that's your thing. Shadow Slays, thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, in Luke 14:26, I've heard the apologetic that the word hate is translated wrong. It means love less than Jesus. Really interested in your thoughts on this. Does Jesus say to hate everyone? So this is not true. So this is a bad argument from the Greek. The reason why this argument works is there's in the story of Jacob and his wives, it says that when you read it in Greek, the way the Greek chose to translate the Hebrew is that he loved one less than the other. A similar phrase, shows up in the New Testament for the verse in question, Luke 14:26. So what people are saying is that it must mean the same thing when it gets used in Luke 14:26, but that's not really the case, and I don't even think that the translation of what was in the Greek Old Testament was good when they translated it into English. So it's based on like some weird double translation work. If you just look up the word in Luke 14:26, for hate, like every lexicon entry that exists for that word basically shows that it just means hate. It doesn't mean to love less. So it's not a really good argument. So like the apologetic for it just fails. But I have heard the apologetic time or two. I do have a video somewhere where we really went into this. And unfortunately, it's been over a year and I don't know which video it is. But like, if it comes up again in a debate, I'll make sure to go all the way through it and show the sources. and why the caller's argument doesn't actually work. But no, this is not the case. If somebody ever presses you that the word doesn't mean to hate, ask them to show you the lexicon entry where it says something other than hate, because the lexicon entry for that word is going to say hate. Deed says, you really have divine patience. Well, thank you, Deed. I'm trying. I try to have patience when I can. And Ultimate says, is John 7, 26 or 27 a contradiction to the Christian who say that Micah 5:2 is about being born in Bethlehem? Well, John 7, I don't know. So I assume you're referring to Nazareth, if I had to guess. But let me pull it up and double check. It says, here he is speaking publicly, and they are not saying a word to them. Have the authorities really concluded that he is the Messiah? But we know where this man is from. When the Messiah comes, no one will know where he is from. Yeah, I mean, theoretically, he is from Nazareth, according to the text, right? The problem that you have is, like, the text paints him as being born in Bethlehem, but almost nearly immediately moving to Nazareth and then being raised in Nazareth. So, like, it wouldn't be a problem to say that he was from Nazareth, because, for example, I can't tell you where I was born, but the town that I grew up in is where I say where I'm from. I don't say I'm from this town where I was born. You know what I mean? So I'm not sure it's a great contradiction. Also, remember Micah 5:2. I don't think Micah 5:2 is claiming that the Messiah is going to be born in Bethlehem. It's quite clear that they're referring to the ancestry of David, not the city of David, which is why we have the mention of Ephrathah. If it's Bethlehem of Ephrathah, then it's likely referring to the lineage that goes through Ephrathah, which also includes Bethlehem. So it seems to be a claim about lineage, not so much about like where the birth is. You know what I mean? But that being said, like, there is a path forward to interpret it as talking about the birthplace. I just don't think that it's the best way to read it. It's not to say that people who read it that way are wrong. It's just that I don't think it's convincing. And Master Macheteer said, rock hard for Doug and super gay for Justin. Hell yeah, Master Macheteer. I appreciate that. I don't know if I've turned anyone gay on my streams, but maybe. We'll see. People are certainly accusing me of it. Cute says, I was a former Christian, and my love for God and the Bible led me to study it to the point of leaving. I studied so much and read into everything. I'm with you, Cute. That's what happened to me. I loved God. I was a Jesus freak, and I thought the Bible, if it was from God, is the most important book ever written, and I need to know every last word of it and literally put it in my mind and in my heart. And the reality is, the more you read it, the more you deconstruct and be like, oh, this fucking shit, this can't be true. Glad you deconstructed. Good question says, oh wow, I think I need to finish deconstructing. I still can't blaspheme the Holy Spirit. Perhaps good question. You can blaspheme the Holy Spirit according to the text, just not according to real life. And Hammond, thank you for the additional super chat, my friend. Says, if you don't know, Nick Fuentes is the most influential American Gen Z Catholic. I forgot he was Catholic. It's weird because you're not used to like these really weird right-wing goofballs being Catholic, but there certainly are a couple of them. He's practically a Nazi arguing against a Jew. About 30% of Gen Z Republican staffers are his fans. I'll send you more info. I appreciate that. But you're right. The amount of people on the right that are openly embracing neo-Nazism is disturbing as shit. We're in a world of fucking hurt if our young people are embracing neo-Nazism. And Mig says, it ain't my fault. I'm sorry, Mig. I don't know if anything was your fault. I didn't blame anything on you. And Lupador, thank you for the super chat, says, hey man, sad the live ends when my shift starts all the time. By the way, in your cheat sheet, there is a thing listed twice in the inaccuracies. Well, fuck me. Oops. Did you mark it? I don't know which one. I don't know which one to fix. Good eye, though. I'm glad that you're reading it, and thank you for being a member. And Clever says, two toward the unhinged supercut in the name of Doug. I don't know what two toward means. Oh, $2 towards the unhinged supercut. Fair enough, Clever. We will do a supercut at the end of the year, and we will absolutely supercut all the most unhinged callers. And Sam, thank you for the super chat. Says my job is to rate how accurate AI model responses are. About 3/4 are accurate, but haven't gotten any religious questions. Rock hard for Doug and praise the quadrinity. Indeed, and I'm impressed with 3/4, to be honest. That's higher than I would have guessed. But I'm glad somebody's checking into it. And Duke, welcome back. Thank you for the super chat. It says Abu Simbel Complex near Aswan Dam. 2 temples, actually. Not brick by brick. Temples were rock cut. They cut them into big blocks and reassembled. Well, fuck that. The Abu Simbel Complex is what they tore down and reconstructed. I didn't know that. Seems like a lot of work. Just build that shit where you want it. But I get it. You know, resources being scarce and all. You know what I mean? KD, thank you for the super chat. Says, do you have a reading list anywhere? I'd love to add my collection for Hebrew Bible plus ancient Near Eastern stuff. I do. On the cheat sheet, there is a tab for resources. And I apologize. I've been meaning to add more of my books from my bookshelf onto the resources list. But there is a tab for resources. And you can comment on the resources tab what you would like to add, and I'll add it for you. Or you can just DM it to me on Discord or over email, and I can add it to the list. It might even be easier that way. But yeah, KD, I'd love to add your resources to the list. I mean, the reality is there's so many resources out there. You probably have some that I'm unaware of, and I'd like to learn about your resources as well. Reverend Nate says, this is for the royalties you'll never see for the theistic book sales you create day in and day out. The Bible owes you a slice of the pie. Well, thank you so much, Reverend Nate. I do get credit for making people buy some Bibles. I have a lot of people buy my Bible recommendations. They need to start cutting me a check, these publishers. They really should. And Aaron, thank you for the $5 super chat, says the joke is the bride was smothered in bubble wrap after being literally mailed like a parcel. Mail order bride. It's a play on words. Okay. I get it now. I get it now. A mail order bride means a bride that was literally mailed. It checks out. Sorry I didn't catch that before. That was actually a pretty decent joke. That's my bad. No R. Okay. Sorry. No R is the pronunciation. No R. I'm so sorry. That's on me. I read so many people's names. It's hard to keep track of which ones don't get pronounced like the way they look. But no R says French for black. Oh, I didn't know that. Double indemnity. Femme fatales. Fatales? Anyways, best show ever. Praise BMF. Rock hard for Doug. BMF is now part of the show, apparently. Well, thank you for correcting me, no R. I promise with enough repetition, it will be in my memory. I apologize profusely for getting your name wrong. After you told me what it was, that's on me. I'm sorry about that. Lupador says, forgot to say which one. It's the firmament dome. Wait, which one what? Okay. Let me go back to the first one. Hey man, sad the live ended when my shift starts all the time. But the duplicate is the firmament / dome. Where is it? Where is it at though? Like what tab? You know what I mean? Is it on the scientific errors tab? Let me check. I see the firmament dome on the scientific errors tab. Oh fuck, you're right. There's another line that's got more firmament dome nonsense on it. It's duplicated. You're right. Okay. Let me highlight that one. I'm going to highlight it, and then I will get around to making sure these get combined into one. I really appreciate you letting me know. That's a big W there, friend. All right, that's the last of our super chats. Friends, thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate all the likes and shares and support. Like the support for the stream is astounding. I'm always tickled by the amount of people that support this stream and make it a reality. So big thank you to everybody that is here. And let me see now who's live, because I'm pretty sure there are some people that are live right now that we can go raid, probably on TikTok and on YouTube. Let me see who we have right now. see. Oh, fuck. Mezzo's live. Okay. 1 second. We're going to go raid Mezzo on TikTok and on YouTube. If you know who Mezzo is on TikTok, you know how to find him. On YouTube, he's live at Deconstruction Junction. And we already got 156 people watching. I bet we can get some more in there. Let's go raid Mezzo's live stream on Deconstruction Justin. Tell him Deconstruction Justin. I mean Deconstruction Junction. Tell him Doug and Justin sent you, and I'll pop in here just a bit and say hi as well. Thank you so much for being here, friends. I really, really appreciate everyone being here. And we got one more super chat that came in while we were doing the shout out there. It says from Kyle. It says, how long did it take you to accept Jesus wasn't the Messiah? A couple years for sure. I still believed in God for a while, but I just didn't believe that Jesus was a God. And the whole Messiah thing probably took me, I probably chewed on it for the better part of 3 years before I was finally able to pull that trigger. So it took a little bit while, Kyle. My deconstruction process was long because I'm a stubborn motherfucker. And you already know that about me. You've seen me before. I'm stubborn. So it took me a while to fall away. But I did because, you can't fight truth. It is what it is, But friends, thank you so much for being here. I'll be live again on Friday. Love you all, and we'll see you soon.